Chapter 1245. Although it was clearly stated in the newspaper that these shops would only officially open at 9 in the morning, the people were afraid that they would not be able to get what they wanted if they were late. Hence, they came early to line up. It was worth mentioning that, under Li Zishuan's promotion, Lantian County's South Market opened 3 hours earlier than Chang'an's East Market and West Market. Li Zishuan's next step was to completely abolish the system that required the market to be closed every day. As someone who had transmigrated from the modern world, he knew very well that if the market wanted to develop healthily, it had to be given the greatest freedom. The market system in China's ancient society was mainly established not for the convenience of the residents, but for the rulers to display their national prestige and to better achieve their goal of controlling the people. To a certain extent, the market system would hinder the development of the social economy and bring great inconvenience to the people's daily lives. Hence, in the middle and later stages of the Tang dynasty, the market system was relaxed and there were shops that the two markets could no longer accommodate. Hence, it began to expand to the nearby markets and other places. As a result, Chongren Market in the northwest of the East Market and Yanshou Market in the northeast of the West Market were more lively and prosperous than the East and West Market. In the end, there was even a night market. The development of business had to meet certain conditions, and an open market was one of the important conditions. The market opened in the middle of the day and closed at sunset. The strict opening and closing of the market caused the market to lose its freedom. Coupled with the night ban and strict control of the market, many rich and colorful public activities could not be carried out. Furthermore, the market implemented a strict opening and closing system. As a result, the people lost the right to exchange ideas and share entertainment, narrowing their physiological and psychological horizons. Since Li Zishuan wanted to turn Lantian County into a one-of-a-kind trading city, he had to reform the current market system. Today, the early opening of the market was just a small step for him to reform the system. In the South Market, the people who had come early to line up were somewhat moved after hearing the praises of the bank and the convenience of the Tang Yuan from the various shop managers, especially those who were at the back of the line. When they heard that they could stand alone in a line with the Tang Yuan, they did not hesitate and immediately pushed their small carts full of copper coins to Yanhuang Bank. At 9 in the morning, all the new shops in Lantian County opened on time. The Zuaxian restaurant was full. The customers who came to eat were from Lantian County, Chang, and City, and other states and counties. The restaurants in Lantian County, which used to have a bleak business, suddenly became popular because of the Zuaxian restaurant. Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Elegant Pavilion also began to sell their goods. The customers who had gone to the bank to exchange for the Tang Yuan had finished their exchange and returned. The stewards kept their word and specially arranged a team for these people. "Shopkeeper, I want 2 bicycles. Here, this is 560 Tang Yuan, please count it." "But 560 Tang Yuan, no more, no less." Zhang San quickly pushed 2 bicycles out for this customer. Both within and outside of everyone's expectations, the team that used Tang Yuan to buy things moved forward very quickly. Seeing that 5 people had already bought cars using Tang Yuan and had left while the first person in the copper coin team hadn't finished counting his copper coins, many people in the back instantly panicked. At first, they roughly understood that the Tang Yuan would be very convenient to use, but they did not expect the Tang Yuan to be so fast. Compared to using copper coins, the speed was definitely more than twice as fast. Some of the more decisive people immediately rushed to the bank to exchange for the Tang Yuan, while those who were hesitant were still wondering if they should exchange for the Tang Yuan. Under the publicity of these newly opened shops and Datong Daily, the first branch of Yanhuang Bank to serve the common people quickly became popular. The Tang Yuan, this new thing, also left a deep impression on many people. It was as if a seed had been planted in their hearts. As time passed, it would take root and sprout one day. "Marquis, I finally don't have to worry about the county's trade. With these famous shops in Chang'an, the people in the eastern counties will not go to Chang'an to buy things. They will buy things in the nearby Lantian County. Our county is finally going to be lively." County Magistrate He, in his casual clothes, was accompanying Li Zishuan to the South Market Square to observe the people. Seeing that the square was filled with people and was in full swing, the degree of liveliness was comparable to the east and west market of Chang, and county magistrate he stroked his beard and said with satisfaction. Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Ha, county magistrate you're only looking at the surface. Think deeper. If there are more shops in Lantian County and it becomes more prosperous, then it will correspondingly recruit more commoners to work as workers. In this way, other than relying on the land to make a living, the commoners in our county can also help out during their free time and earn an additional income, right?" In modern terms, this was called increasing employment. Marquis is right. I am impressed. County magistrate he sighed and then asked, "Marquis, by introducing the bank and Tang Yuan, are you trying to let the people use Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins in the future?" As a county magistrate he definitely knew more about Tang Yuan than the ordinary people. He knew that Tang Yuan was convenient, safe, and difficult to imitate. He was in favor of Tang Yuan replacing the copper coins. Li Zishuan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Let's try it in Lantian County first. As for Chang or the other counties, let's not bother about it for now. If the people in Lantian County can eventually get used to Tang Yuan, then I will think of a way to promote Tang Yuan to other places." Currently, there were only two places where Tang Yuan could be used. One was Yanhuang College, and the other was Lantian County. These two places were basically Li Zishuan's private territory. He could do whatever he wanted there. However, it was different for other places. If he rashly promoted Tang Yuan to other places, he might be impeached. After all, he did not have the right to privately issue money. If Tang Yuan wanted to be promoted in the entire Tang dynasty, he would need Li Heir's approval. And if the Tang Bank wanted to be opened in all the counties in Tang dynasty, he would need the participation of the royal family. Otherwise, it would be difficult to do anything. Now, Li Zishuan was waiting. He was waiting for Li Heir to give Tang Yuan and the Yanhuang Bank a proper status. "Marquis, you are worrying too much. This Tang Yuan is so exquisite and convenient to use. I feel that once the people get used to it, they will definitely not be able to leave it." Chapter 1246. County Magistrate He's analysis was reasonable, and things were slowly developing in the direction he expected. Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Xianxia also had ample stock of bicycles today. It took them an entire morning before they ran out of stock. An interesting phenomenon was that in the entire morning, the number of people who bought bicycles with Tang Yuan was 10 times more than the number of people who bought bicycles with copper coins. In other words, Tang Yuan's settlement speed was 10 times faster than copper coins. At the beginning of the morning, those customers who were hesitant and didn't exchange their coins for Tang Yuan's bicycles were envious and regretful when they saw the Tang Yuan's procession moving forward. If they hadn't hesitated, wouldn't they have been able to buy a bicycle? Therefore, after leaving the shops such as Skillful Craftsman Pavilion, Jianbao Pavilion, and Xianxia, many people went to the bank to exchange all their money for the bicycles for Tang Yuan. Since they had to buy bicycles sooner or later, it would take a lot of effort for them to carry the carts of copper coins back, so it was more convenient to exchange them for Tang Yuan. "Manager, give me a pot of wenru, a serving of meatballs, and a serving of dongpa pork." At noon, those who came from other counties to Lantian County to buy bicycles went to Drunken Immortal restaurant for lunch. Logically speaking, those who could afford bicycles were all rich people. Of course, they would choose a good place like Drunken Immortal restaurant for lunch. "Okay, please wait a moment. The dishes will be served immediately." The innkeeper responded and instructed the waiter to inform the chef to prepare the dishes. After a while, the dishes were served. It's the same taste. Could it be that the chefs of Drunken Immortal restaurant in Chang are all here too? The customers who came from Chang could not help but praise after tasting the dishes of Drunken Immortal restaurant in Lantian County. "You must be joking, sir. This is a business, and so is Chang. If all the chefs are here, the customers in Chang will definitely be unhappy. The chefs of our Lantian County branch are all trained. I guarantee that the dishes they make will taste the same as the dishes of Drunken Immortal restaurant in Chang." The waiter smiled warmly. "Ha, Marquis is so thoughtful." The diner laughed and then began to eat heartily. A quarter of an hour later, all the plates were cleared. The diner wiped his mouth with satisfaction and said, "Waiter, the bill." "All right, dear guest. A total of 4 strings of cash. If you have Tang Yuan, you can pay with Tang Yuan." "Yo, I almost forgot that your shop can use Tang Yuan. Wait a moment. I'll look for it for you." The diner was a little surprised. He took out 4 Tang Yuan notes from his sleeve and said, "Ha, here you go. Not to mention, with Tang Yuan around, it's much more convenient to eat." How could this be inconvenient? In the past, when he went to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to eat, he had to carry a dozen or so pounds of copper coins. But now, a few Tang Yuan was enough. The waiter took the Tang Yuan and said with a smile, "Sir, the Tang Yuan is not only convenient for eating, it's also convenient for you to buy other things." Today, our Lantian County's newly opened stores are selling food, drinks, clothes, and other necessities. You can use Tang Yuan to buy them all. And according to this trend, I reckon that in a while, all the stores in our Lantian County will be able to use Tang Yuan to buy things. The waiter was advertising Tang Yuan for free. The diner said with a yearning look, "When that time comes, it will be too convenient. It's a pity that my home is not in Lantian County. I wonder if Chang and City will be the same as here, using Tang Yuan all the time." This diner was not an exception. Those who had experienced the convenience of Tang Yuan were basically fans of Tang Yuan. If they were to use copper coins again, they would feel uncomfortable. For example, a certain restaurant in Lantian County. "What? You can't use Tang Yuan here? This Tang Yuan was made by the Marquis of Yong. You guys are doing business in Lantian County, and you don't even trust the Marquis of Yong?" A diner finished his meal and took out 2 Tang Yuan when he paid the bill. In the end, the diner's manager did not recognize this thing. The diner was instantly enraged. It was impossible for him not to be enraged. The copper coins he brought in the morning were all changed to Tang Yuan. Although a meal in this restaurant was not expensive, it still cost a few hundred copper coins. Where was he going to find a few hundred copper coins now? "Customer, please calm down. It's not that this old man does not trust the Marquis of Yong, but this old man has never heard of any Tang Yuan or Tang Jiao, much less seen one." The manager frowned and said gloomily, "If it weren't for the fact that this diner was dressed luxuriously and had expensive accessories on him, he would have already arrested this person as a freeloader and brought him to the authorities. If you haven't heard of it, go out and ask around. If you haven't seen it, then it's even easier. You can just go to the Yanhuang Bank in Daoist Lane and take a good look." "Really, do you think I will lie to you? The Drunken Immortal restaurant next door can use Tang Yuan to pay the bill today. Why can't you guys do the same? If not for the Drunken Immortal restaurant being full today, I wouldn't even be willing to eat here." The diner got angrier as he spoke. After all, he was from a well-to-do family. Now that he had been tricked into not having money to pay the bill, it would be strange if he was not angry. This brother is right. If other places can use Tang Yuan, why can't you guys do the same? Isn't your restaurant too backward? In his eyes, a place that could not use Tang Yuan was a place that was backward. Even Tang Yuan can't be used. Then we won't come here to eat in the future. As soon as this was said, many diners from other places immediately responded. The manager of the restaurant was sweating profusely. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Calm down. This old man will send someone to the Drunken Immortal restaurant next door to ask. Wait a moment, wait a moment." Those who liked Tang Yuan were not only the people who bought things. Many of the people who sold things also liked him. Qin Yazhai. "Master, in just one morning, we have sold all of the 100 bicycles. The speed is more than twice as fast as before," Madame Li said with a face full of joy. Lin Wenyuan stroked his beard and said excitedly, "Hee. This is all thanks to Tang Yuan. Madam, you also saw it this morning. Using Tang Yuan to buy things, the speed is at least several times faster than before." Madame Jean nodded and said, Yes. Marquis things are really useful most of the time. This Tang Yuan, if all the customers in Chang'an can use it, that would be great." Lin Wenyuan looked in the direction of Chang, and said thoughtfully, "Whether Tang Yuan can gain everyone's approval or not, it still depends on His Majesty's attitude." Obviously, he, who had been doing business all his life, also saw the biggest hurdle that Tang Yuan was currently facing. Chapter 1247. In the next few days, restaurants and shops such as Strange Taste Pavilion, Skillful Craftsman Pavilion, Inspection Treasure Pavilion, and Elegant Restaurant held several big promotions, causing the flow of people in Lantian County to reach a peak. The local citizens of Lantian County had never seen the county so lively. With the increase in the flow of people, the local restaurants and shops also benefited from it, and their business was booming. On the other hand, the business of Yanhuang Bank was also constantly rising. On the first day after the branch was established, they exchanged 100,000 Tang Yuan, and on the second day, 120,000 Tang Yuan. Now, they could make around 200,000 Tang Yuan in a day. But on the other hand, the retention rate of Tang Yuan was frighteningly low. Many merchants were forced to allow customers to use Tang Yuan for transactions, but after they received the Tang Yuan, they would almost always bring the Tang Yuan to the bank and exchange it for copper coins on the same day or the next day. There were only two reasons for this phenomenon. First, many people had dealt with copper coins their whole lives. They would only feel at ease when they received the copper coins, and would feel unsure when they received the Tang Yuan. Second, when they went to other places to buy goods, under normal circumstances, the other party would not recognize the Tang Yuan, and they would still need the copper coins. Ultimately, it was because the Tang Yuan did not have a legitimate copper coin, and could not be recognized by everyone in the world. Now, most people only treated the Tang Yuan as a proof of copper coins, a medium, and not as a currency. This was what Li Zishuan did not want to see. If the Tang Yuan could only be used as proof, and not as a currency, then all the effort he had put in to design and print the Tang Yuan, as well as the establishment of the Yanhuang Bank, would be meaningless. Only when the Tang Yuan became a trustworthy currency that everyone believed and could be directly circulated in the market, would the existence of the Yanhuang Bank have meaning and value. Otherwise, the current phenomenon of immediately exchanging Tang Yuan for copper coins upon receiving the Tang Yuan was no different from some countries going bankrupt, and their currency being run by the people in the country. What he wanted was a modern bank, and not a simple proof-of-concept institution. However, there was a good thing now, and that was that the Tang Yuan's influence was growing. The number of people who knew about the Tang Yuan was also increasing. As long as he could become famous, then the rest would be easy. That day, morning court, Taiji Palace. Your Majesty, a few days ago, something called Tang Yuan appeared on Cloud Mountain. It can be used as copper coins to buy food and clothing. Recently, Tang Yuan has spread to Lantian County. It can be said that it is extremely popular. It is said that all the shops, restaurants, and inns in Lantian County can now use Tang Yuan to pay their bills. I personally went to the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County to exchange for a few Tang Yuan notes. I realized that they are very exquisite and are easier to carry around than copper coins. It will save a lot of time and effort when used for daily transactions. This old subject believes that Tang Yuan has a lot of merits. Perhaps the imperial court can also use Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins. Within the Taiji Palace, the Minister of Revenue, Xiao Yu, actually mentioned Tang Yuan of the Yanhuang Bank during the morning court assembly. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the officials in the court began to whisper among themselves. Obviously, they had more or less heard some news about Tang Yuan these days. Zhang Sun Wuji's closed eyes suddenly opened. He looked at Xiao Yu with some surprise. He was thinking about how to tell Li Er about the Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan. After all, he had shares of the Yanhuang Bank. He did not expect Xiao Yu to be one step ahead of him and mention this issue. This had unknowingly helped Zhang Sun Wuji a lot. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, was silent for a moment before he said, "I already know about the Tang Yuan and the Yanhuang Bank. However, when it comes to the Tang dynasty's currency, the decision must be made carefully. As for using Tang Yuan to replace the copper coins, what do all of you think?" "Your Majesty," this old subject objects. Fang Xianling stepped out from the crowd and clasped his hands. Just as Your Majesty said, when it comes to the Tang dynasty's currency, it is definitely not a small matter. Firstly, the right to make the coins must be in the hands of the imperial court. According to what this subject knows, Tang yuan was printed by the Marquis of Yong, and using a special paper and a special printing method. If the imperial court wants to make Tang yuan to replace the copper coins, it will not be easy. On the other hand, even if the imperial court has the method of printing Tang yuan, since the method came from the Marquis of Yong, and then the Marquis of Yong, and will always use this method. When the time comes, it will inevitably cause criticism. Logically speaking, Fang Xianling did not have any enmity with Li Zixuan. The reason why he jumped out to object now was because he did not want Li Zixuan to be attacked and criticized by the officials in the court. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. Although he had the intention to use Tang yuan in more places, he had to admit that Fang Xuanling's words made sense. Li Er frowned and did not speak. At this moment, Qing Yaojin jumped out and said, "Your Majesty, although Xuanling's words make sense, what is the saying again? Oh, you can't not eat because you are afraid of choking, right? Since Tang yuan is more convenient than copper coins, then let's use it. If there is a problem, then let's think of a way to solve it. Although I, old Cheng, am a boor, I understand that we should use whatever is convenient." Hearing the first half of his sentence, the crowd could not help but want to laugh. However, after listening to the rest, most of the officials could not help but ponder. Li Er's eyes lit up as he nodded and praised, "Your words are crude but not crude. I will carefully consider the matter of Tang yuan. There is no need to discuss it today. Your Majesty, go and summon Li Zixuan to see me." After lunch, Li Er returned to Ganlu Hall to review the memorials. Just as he picked up his pen, he suddenly ordered Zhao Song, who was behind him. "Understood." Zhao Song's heart skipped a beat as he cupped his hands and replied. More than half an hour later, Yunshan, Yanhuang College. After hearing Zhao Song's order to summon him, Li Zixuan hurriedly returned to the courtyard to change his clothes. He rode a fast horse and rushed to Chang, and with Zhao Song. He was secretly delighted. Old Li finally could not hold back. Looks like Tang yuan and the bank are finally going to cross that hurdle. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and is here. Summon. In Taiji Palace, Li Zixuan heard the summons and walked in from outside the palace. After a round of greetings, Li Er went straight to the point and asked, "Martong, and what do you think of Tang yuan? What do you think of Yanhuang Bank?" When Li Zixuan heard this, he almost vomited blood. If this became Li Er's catchphrase, then there would be no more, "What do you think of Yuan Fang?" It would be replaced by, "What do you think of Marquis Yong?" When he thought of this, Li Zixuan could not help but shudder. "Old Li, please don't do this." Chapter 1248. I know that Your Majesty is worried, but the appearance of Yanhuang Bank and Tang yuan will definitely bring more benefits than harm to Tang. Your Majesty, please consider this carefully. Li Zixuan bowed and said in the Suite Du Hall. The bank and Tang yuan, which had been around for more than half a month, were finally going to face the super test that they had to go through. If they passed, they would live. If they failed, they would die. Li Er asked calmly, "Oh? Then tell me, what benefits can this bank and Tang yuan bring to Tang?" Li Zixuan organized the words in his mind and slowly said, "Your Majesty, first of all, Tang yuan is lighter than copper coins. It is more convenient for merchants and commoners to trade, especially for large transactions. For example, buying a horse carriage. Nowadays, horse carriages are mostly priced at a few hundred strings of coins. A few hundred strings of coins would weigh at least 1,000 caddies. It would take at least 2 to 3 ox carts. If we use Tang yuan to pay, we only need a few hundred Tang yuan notes to easily complete the transaction. Regardless of whether it is the buyer or the seller, it saves a lot of time." As he spoke, Li Zixuan took out a 100 Tang yuan banknote. Li Er had Zhao Song present the banknote to him, and after examining it carefully, he said, "Just as Xianling said, your Tang yuan is very exquisite. We already have some understanding of what you just said, but we can't abandon copper coins and use Tang yuan just because it's more convenient than copper coins. If it causes unrest in the country, you will not be able to bear the responsibility, and neither can I." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty is right. This Tang Yuan can indeed cause unrest in the country. It is definitely right to be cautious." Li Er frowned and said unhappily, "You were just saying how good Tang Yuan is. Why are you saying this now?" "Your Majesty, the reason why Tang Yuan can cause unrest in the country is because it is too easy to use and has too many advantages. If you want to talk about Tang Yuan's disadvantages, you have to start from its advantages." Li Zishuan smiled and continued, "Apart from what I said just now, the second advantage of Tang Yuan is that it is extremely safe to carry around and can make up for the lack of money. Our Tang Empire currently produces about 3 million caddies of copper annually. Even if we use all of it to make copper coins, we can only make about 600,000 strings of coins. Ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, he had cooperated with the civil and military officials to vigorously develop the people's livelihood. The 600,000 strings of coins per year might have been enough a few years ago, but since last year, the people's copper coins had been stretched to the limit. And as time went on, with the development of production in the provinces and counties of the Tang Empire and the acceleration of the circulation of goods, the speed of copper coins casting would gradually fall behind the people's needs for copper coins. When that time comes, there will be a shortage of money coins. How will the imperial court deal with it? Must we restrict the production? Of course not. It will hinder the Tang. If there is a bank in Tang Yuan, and the imperial court enforces a rule that Tang Yuan can completely replace the copper coins, then there will be no shortage of money." Li Zishuan's words had indeed poked at a sore spot in his heart. He knew his own situation. The Tang Empire's annual coinage was actually less than the 600,000 strings of coins mentioned by Li Zishuan. Furthermore, it was undeniable that ever since the world was at peace, the people's agricultural production had recovered very quickly. The speed at which the Tang Empire's copper coins were increasing could not keep up with the people's demand for copper coins. If this continued, the imperial court would really have no way to deal with it. When that time came, could the imperial court suppress the value of all commodities? For example, if a bushel of rice was suppressed to 2 copper coins, the people's demand for copper coins would naturally decrease. But how could that be possible? At this time, commodities were already very, very cheap. They could not be suppressed any further. You mean that after Tang Yuan replaces the copper coins, we can use Tang Yuan to alleviate the shortage of money? Li Er frowned and asked. There was indeed a problem with the Tang Empire's current currency system, but he always felt that Tang Yuan would have hidden dangers and would not be reliable when using it. Li Zishuan quickly shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, this is one of the disadvantages of Tang Yuan, and also where the hidden danger lies. Tang Yuan can solve the shortage of money and can quickly generate a large amount of wealth for the imperial court, but there is a huge risk behind it. Your Majesty is wise and has outstanding self-control, but can you guarantee that the future emperors will be like you? What if there are emperors in the future who are greedy for temporary profits and use Tang Yuan to deal with the imperial court's financial difficulties, causing the Tang Yuan flowing to the people to be much higher than what the people need? The people will feel that Tang Yuan is worthless and will frantically try to exchange Tang Yuan for copper coins. At that time, the new currency system established using Tang Yuan will quickly collapse. Furthermore, if it is not handled properly, the country will also collapse." Li Er was suddenly enlightened and finally understood what the problem in his heart was. He asked, "Then what is the basis for the distribution of Tang Yuan?" Li Zishuan replied, "Currently, it is based on the amount of copper coins prepared by the bank. During the initial stages of the distribution of Tang Yuan, the bank must provide 100% or at least 80% of the reserves for the Tang Yuan. In other words, if the bank wants to issue 100,000 Tang Yuan, it must have a reserve of at least 80,000 strings of cash for the commoners and merchants to exchange for. To put it bluntly, Tang Yuan is just a proof of trust. Only when everyone believes that Tang Yuan can be exchanged for copper coins will they feel at ease using Tang Yuan. Furthermore, as the commoners and merchants' trust in Tang Yuan increases, the number of times they exchange for copper coins will obviously decrease. At that time, the reserve that the bank needs to provide can be reduced to 40 to 60%. At that time, although the Tang Empire can only produce 600,000 strings of cash every year, it can issue at least 1 million Tang Yuan. Li Er's eyes lit up. He finally smiled and said, "That's not a bad idea. But from what we heard, in the future, won't the Tang Yuan issue be based on the amount of copper coins prepared by the bank?" Li Zishuan replied, "Of course not. This method of using copper coins as a guarantee to issue Tang Yuan is just the most basic method of the bank. When Tang Yuan is accepted by the majority, there will be no need to use copper coins as a guarantee. At that time, it will be using the reputation of the imperial court as a guarantee. The amount of Tang Yuan issued will be based on the value created by everyone in the Tang Empire every year. Thus, the bank must be in the hands of the imperial court. In modern society, there are 3 basic stages of currency issuance. First, gold and silver reserve system. Under the metal currency system, it was stipulated that the bank notes issued by the central bank must have 100% reserve, because the bank notes could be exchanged for gold and silver freely. Second, guarantee reserve system. After the non-cash credit currency system replaced the metal currency system, the central bank's currency issuance was guaranteed by securities, foreign exchange, and even other assets. This was also one of the reasons why the country placed great importance on foreign exchange reserves. Third, managed currency system. To prevent the central bank from issuing excessive banknotes, many countries used to issue a maximum amount of banknotes. In Li Zishuan's plan, Tang Yuan had to develop from the initial exchange currency to the credit currency system, and finally develop into an official currency issued by the country, completely replacing copper coins. After all, from his point of view, other than being used to make money, copper was still very useful in other aspects. Chapter 1249. Oh, you intend to hand over Tang Yuan and the bank to the imperial court? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Zishuan's financial wisdom made Li Er's eyes light up. However, Li Zishuan's last sentence shocked Li Er the most. He did not expect Li Zishuan to hand over the bank and Tang Yuan that he had painstakingly set up to the imperial court. Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, the bank has the right to issue Tang Yuan. If it is not in the hands of the imperial court, how would it look? Although I can be a little reckless at times, I still know what is right and what is wrong." Li Er was stunned. Then he smiled faintly and said, "You have worked so hard for so long. I even heard that the bank has 100,000 strings of copper coins. Now, you are so generous that you are willing to hand over the bank to me?" Based on his understanding of Li Zishuan's character of never taking losses, he didn't believe that Li Zishuan would hand over Tang Yuan and the bank for free. Cough cough. "Your Majesty." To be honest, the bank only has 60% of the shares that can be given to the imperial court. The rest has already been given out. Li Zishuan coughed dryly and said with an embarrassed face, "Oh, I knew that you would not be taken advantage of, right? Then tell me, who did you give the remaining 40% of shares to?" Li Er narrowed his eyes and said with an indifferent expression. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, 5% of the shares were given to Duke Xiao. He gave 100,000 strings of copper coins to the bank as a deposit. 9% of the shares were given to a few wealthy merchants from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. They gave a total of 380,000 strings of copper coins and are willing to help the bank promote Tang Yuan in the various provinces and counties. I also intend to give Uncle Qin, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Niu, and Uncle Yuqi 8% of the shares. They will also contribute money and effort in the future. Although these people owned shares in the bank, they did not participate in the management of the bank. They only participated in the dividends. This subject would like to own 18% of the free shares of the bank. In the early stages, when everyone is unfamiliar with the operations of the bank and Tang Yuan, this subject can provide suggestions for the development of the bank and formulate the corresponding rules and regulations so that the bank can better serve the court and truly become the sharp sword of a strong country. In the future, when the bank has matured and there is a suitable person to replace me, I will take the initiative to withdraw from the management position of the bank. In fact, this private bank was basically equivalent to the central bank in his previous life. Li Zishuan had never thought of taking it for himself. He knew himself well enough to know that this thing was a hot potato. He couldn't take it, let alone eat it. The one who had absolute control over the bank had to be the royal family. As for him, he would be satisfied as long as he could follow behind them and get some scraps. Furthermore, he did not lack money nor status. The creation of the bank and Tang Yuan was more for the sake of the common good and not for personal gain. Using copper coins as currency was not conducive to circulation and would greatly affect the economic development of the Tang Empire. As a modern person, if he wanted the Tang Empire to become stronger in terms of economy, he had to promote the creation of paper money. In fact, if a transmigrator like him did not appear, according to official history, flying money would appear during the Tang Xinzong and Yuan He years. Some merchants set up associations in the main cities of the country and used flying money to replace copper coins as a tool of exchange. This reduced the demand for copper coins. Flying money was made of paper. Not only was it convenient to carry around, it was also safe. Other than being used by merchants, it was also approved by the government. The new Tang book recorded, Emperor Xinzong banned the use of copper coins. At that time, merchants came to the capital and entrusted the various Daoists with money to submit memorials to the court, as well as the various armies and envoys from the rich families. Using light clothing, they were accepted. When Li Er heard that Zhang Sun Wuji, Qin Qiong and the rest also had shares in the bank, his expression did not change much. However, when he heard about the shares held by the merchants of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and Li Zishuan, he instantly frowned and could not help but say, "Those merchants in your Chamber of Commerce, no matter how much they invest, you can only give them 5% of the shares at most. And you?" At this point, Li Er paused and said, "I know that in terms of the management of the bank and the distribution of Tang Yuan, no one knows more than you. I am also not a stingy person. As long as you can really get the bank on the right track and allow Tang Yuan to replace copper coins within the borders of the Tang Empire and completely solve the problem of lack of money without creating chaos for the imperial court, I will grant you 25% of the shares." Li Zishuan's face lit up with joy and said in surprise, "So, Your Majesty agrees to use the name of the imperial court to distribute Tang Yuan?" Li Er said in a deep voice, "Yes. The problem of lack of money that you mentioned previously does exist. And the bank and Tang Yuan are indeed a good way to solve the problem of lack of money. I wish to put the Yan Huang Bank under the Ministry of Revenue and let you have full authority to manage it. Strive to get the bank on the right track as soon as possible." "Your Majesty is wise," Li Zishuan said excitedly. In this way, the Yan Huang Bank and Tang Yuan were finally in the right. "In these 2 days, you will draw up a detailed report on the internal system and development plans of the Yan Huang Bank. When the time comes, I will discuss it with Fuji, Xianling, Xiaoyu and the rest." Li Er thought for a while and instructed. Changing the currency system of the Tang Empire was a big matter. No matter what, he had to discuss it with the important officials of the imperial court beforehand. Great, this was going to be a treasure again. When Li Zishuan heard this, he felt bitter in his heart. However, he replied, "As you wish." After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan directly returned to Yanhuang College. When Ma Zhou heard that he had returned, he hurried to his office. This year's Tang Empire FIFA ranking competition is about to begin. Now, many teams from the state and county have already arrived in Chang. How and where should we compete? We have to have a plan in advance. Ma Zhou said as he entered Li Zishuan's office. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. At this moment, he recalled that when football was first introduced last year, he had mentioned on Datang Daily that each state and county would select the 3 strongest teams to participate in the ranking competition in Chang and in March this year. According to the results of the competition, a batch of League A and League B teams would be determined. From the end of August to May of the following year, each team would participate in the corresponding league according to their level. Counting the days, it would be March in another 10 days. No wonder he often saw many unfamiliar faces when he went to Chang, and recently. "I almost forgot about this. Brother Ma, let me think about it carefully. I have been too busy recently." Li Zishuan patted his head and said with a vexed expression. Speaking of which, he had been busy with the national affairs of the Yan Huang Bank and Tang Yuan recently. How could he have the time to think about this? However, since he had already bragged about it back then, he had to make sure that he got back at them. The ranking competition was a must. Chapter 1250. So far, how many teams have reported to the FIFA? Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. Li Zixuan recalled the plan he made when the Tang Empire's FIFA was first established. For the past half a year, he had many things to do. The FIFA was completely managed by Ma Zhou and the bearded guest. He didn't ask about the details, so he could only ask Ma Zhou. Fortunately, Ma Zhou's temper was not bad. He smiled and replied, "Master Ho, last year, there were more than 100 states and counties, and more than 600 of them that had reported to the FIFA. Our FIFA personnel have already been assigned to these states and counties. The remaining states and counties are expected to be fully staffed this year. This year, there will be more than 300 teams coming to Chang and to participate in the ranking tournament. Even if there are 10 matches a day, it will take a month for all 300 teams to compete. So, Marquis, we have to prepare early." Li Zixuan was shocked when he heard that there were so many teams coming. In his previous life, he had never heard of so many teams in the country. However, he quickly recovered from his shock. In his previous life, football was the pain of all the people. But now, he was in the prosperous Tang Empire. Football for the descendants of the Yellow Emperor would be the first to start in the entire world. Furthermore, with his own leadership and arrangements, he did not believe that the Tang Empire would still be a weak country in football. He did not believe that the Han people's football would still be squashed on the ground by teams from small countries like South Korea and Japan. The glory of the Han people's football would be led and protected by him. He wanted to cultivate China into a big football country from now on and form a football culture from top to bottom. More than 1,000 years later, no matter how disappointing his descendants were, they would not be humiliated by teams from small countries like Japan. Inwardly encouraging himself, Li Zixuan suddenly felt that there was an additional responsibility on his shoulders. Initially, he had invented football to develop a sport for the students of the academy. However, now that he had made a big deal out of it, he might as well give the Chinese football a helping hand. After all, in his previous life, he was also infuriated by the national football team's incompetence. "Brother Ma, first of all, we have to solve the problem of the competition venue. The Academy's football field is definitely not enough. The ranking competition will be held on the 8th day of the 3rd month. There are still 20 or so days until now. In these 20 or so days, I plan to build 2 more soccer fields. One will be in Lantian County, and the other will be by the Ba River in Plum Village. I will get Shaoning to push this matter as soon as possible. As for the schedule of the ranking tournament, it would use a single round system. Through drawing lots, the 300-plus teams would be divided into 10 groups, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, S, F, and X. Within each group, each team would challenge the other teams in turn. If they won a match, they would get 3 points. If they drew a match, they would get 1 point. If they lost a match, they would get no points. After all the group matches were over, the top 5 teams in each group would enter the knockout stage. During the knockout stage, the 50 teams would be divided into 5 groups, A, B, C, D, and E, with 10 teams in each group. During the knockout stage, the champions and runners-up of each group would not meet, and teams from the same state or county would not fight against each other. The top 4 teams in each group would be directly promoted to the first division teams, and the rest would be promoted to the second division teams. Due to the special circumstances this year, the 21st Division teams would need to complete the First Division League in the next few months. The First Division League would use a home and away system, with a total of 38 rounds. Similarly, a win would get 3 points, a draw would get 1 point, and a loss would get no points. Only the top 10 teams in the First Division League would be eligible to participate in the Champions League at the end of July and compete for the prize money. According to the original plans set by the FIFA, the First Division League would be held between August and May of the following year. The top 10 teams in the First Division League would be able to participate in the Champions League. The Champions League would be held at the end of July. However, since this was the first year of the official introduction of the Football League, there would need to be a ranking tournament first to determine the level of all the teams. Therefore, Li Zixuan planned to use 3 months to directly let the 21st Division teams play in Chang and remove them from the Champions League. After listening to Li Zishuan's explanation, Ma Zhou was a little confused by the detailed and complete plan of the competition system. He knew that Li Zishuan was smarter than him, but how could Li Zishuan come up with such a complete, strict and detailed set of rules in such a short time for something as unorthodox as football? After pondering carefully in his mind for a long time, Ma Zhou asked, "Marquis, what are the home and away games?" Li Zishuan frowned and replied, "The general idea is that two teams have to play two games against each other. For example, the two teams of Qinzhou and Bingzhou need to play one game in Qinzhou and one game in Bingzhou respectively. This is the home and away games. However, time is short this year, so these 21st Division teams will stay in Chang, and to determine the winner. The home and away games are just a formality." Ma Zhou nodded and asked again, "Marquis, if two teams have the same number of points in the league, how will the ranking be determined?" Li Zishuan secretly praised Ma Zhou in his heart. This Ma Zhou's thoughts were very meticulous. No wonder he could become the prime minister that Li Zishuan used the most in the future. In the home and away games in the league, if two teams have the same number of points, the ranking will be determined according to the goal difference between the two teams, which is the number of goals scored minus the number of goals conceded. If they are still the same, the ranking will be determined according to the total goal difference in the league. If they are still the same, the ranking will be determined according to the number of goals scored. In the single-round system, the teams with the same number of points will enter a playoff. Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and replied with a face full of praise. Ma Zhou nodded repeatedly as he listened. In the end, he cupped his hands and said, "Huh. In this way, there are almost no loopholes in the competition system. Marquis strategizing, I admire you, admire you." This was not a deliberate flattery or flattery. Ma Zhou asked himself honestly. If he were in Ma Zhou's shoes, it would be impossible for him to come up with such an efficient and flawless competition system in such a short period of time. Li Zishuan waved his hand. He knew himself best. He had only borrowed from the football competition system in his previous life. There was nothing to brag about. "Brother Ma, since you understand the competition system of the league-level league and the league-level league, then I'll have to trouble you to get up as soon as possible in the next few days and come up with a detailed competition system so that the teams coming to Chang and can prepare as soon as possible. I'll ask Xiaoning to build the other 2 football stadiums as soon as possible." These 2 days he still had to make a treasure for Li Zishuan and the big shots in the imperial court. The matter of Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan could not be delayed. He could use this opportunity to hold a football competition in Chang and to let the people in other provinces and counties know about Tang Yuan in advance. "Good. I'll draft the competition system by tomorrow." Ma Zhou responded and then took his leave. Chapter 1251. Compared to Li Zishuan's slow reaction, the people of Chang and city were more aware of the upcoming football league. 2 days ago, the people had noticed that there were obviously more foreigners in Chang'an than before. After a little inquiry, they knew the purpose of these people coming to Chang. Naturally, they thought of the league system announced to the public when the Tang Football Association was just established last year. Thus, countless football enthusiasts were boiling with excitement. Yes, football enthusiasts. In the past half a year since the introduction of football, its unique viewing value and unparalleled passion made every small-scale football game attract many people to watch. Moreover, in a football game, the teamwork between the teams, the tacit understanding between the players, the battle tactics between the two teams, the dazzling passing of the ball, and the fatal shots at crucial moments, all made people tighten their toes and feel their blood boil. Those who had personally watched a football game, regardless of the scale, as long as they were at the scene and felt the intense atmosphere, they would never forget it. The most exciting moment was of course the moment when the goal was scored. The cheers of the whole stadium, the state of the protagonist, at that moment, the whole stadium treated him as the focus, and he was the hero on the field. Cheers for the hero, pride for the hero. Salutations for the hero. The hero was the focus of the whole stadium. The excitement that the heroes could bring to people was more attractive than a football game. Because of this, although football had only appeared in Tang Empire for half a year, it had already attracted a large number of people who liked to play or watch football games. This was the charm of the #1 sport in modern times. Gold would shine no matter where it was, and something with charm would attract people regardless of the era. Therefore, when the people knew that a series of top football games would be held in Chang and City from next month onwards, they cheered loudly and spread the news. At this moment, they were only waiting for the Tang Empire Football Association to announce the specific date and schedule of the games. At this moment, the people realized that the Tang Empire Football Association was also such an important department. It was not insignificant. 2 days later, the Tang Empire Football Association's notice about the league in March finally appeared on De Tang Daily. The originally lively Chang and City was completely boiling. Wow. According to the newspaper, doesn't that mean that we can watch football games for the next 3 to 4 months? That's great. We won't be bored for the next few months. In ancient times where entertainment was lacking, once football became popular, it was undoubtedly the best way to relieve boredom for those who were bored out of their minds. That's right. Let's hope that there are a few strong teams among them. That will be more exciting. There's nothing to say. If there really is a good team, this young master will buy it. Damn it, I formed a team last year, but they couldn't even enter the top 3 in Chang and City. Then, they wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the ranking competition next month. What bad luck. Young Master Chow, with those weak little bastards that you found, do you really think they can enter the top 3? I think they can't even beat my team? Scram. Let's see which team is the better team. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Last year, when football was just on the rise, many rich young masters in Chang and City and other provinces and counties had formed teams. It was not that they wanted to form teams to participate in the competition and win the prize money of the league. Most of them formed teams just for fun or to compete with their friends on a daily basis. That was all. Compared to the people of modern times, the Tang people's passion for football was still quite high. At the very least, at this time, there were many more civilian teams than in modern times. Although the quality was still unknown, with a good start, after years of training and competition, there was naturally no need to worry too much about the overall football skills. Today, I've gathered all of you here because I have a very important matter to inform you. In a room in the workshop, Li Zishuan looked at the 6 members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce and said in a deep voice. Originally, there were 8 members, but as the Crown Prince, Li Chengqian must have been listening to politics in the morning. How would he have the time to come? As for Wang Rinbiao, he was now the provincial governor of Qizhou, ruling over a region. Of course, Li Zishuan still left some shares for Wang Rinbiao in the Flaming Yellow Bank this time. When he met Wang Rinbiao in the future, he would give a portion of his shares to Wang Rinbiao. Strictly speaking, Wang Rinbiao was a friend worth making, and the Wang family led by Wang Yu was also a good power to make friends with. Please speak. We're all ears. Chao Wendong and the rest clasped their hands together. Li Zishuan nodded and said, 2 days ago, His Majesty summoned me to the palace to talk about the Flaming Yellow Bank and the Tang Yuan. During this time, I've already convinced His Majesty to issue the Tang Yuan in the name of the Imperial Court and use the Tang Yuan to gradually replace the copper coins. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and were overjoyed. This was because they all had shares in the Flaming Yellow Bank. If the Tang Yuan could be given credibility to the Imperial Court, then wouldn't it be just a matter of time before the Tang Yuan became the mainstream currency in the Tang dynasty? At that time, wouldn't they, the original shareholders of the Flaming Yellow Bank, be lying on the ground and counting money? Furthermore, if the Flaming Yellow Bank became a national bank, their social status would also rise along with it. Thank you, Marquis, for your grace. After the excitement, Chao Wendong and the rest clasped their hands together to express their gratitude. Li Zishuan waved his hands and interrupted, "Don't celebrate too early." His Majesty said that the Flaming Yellow Bank controls the economic lifeline of the Tang dynasty. This is a serious matter, so the Flaming Yellow Bank must be controlled by the Imperial Court in the future. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere too much. The 9% shares that I promised you at the beginning will definitely not be given to you. Hearing this, the faces of the few people darkened. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. There was indeed no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Marquis, if the imperial court is in charge of issuing the Tang Yuan in the future, the flaming yellow bank will indeed be a national treasure. The few of us are just merchants and have no right to participate in it. I understand Marquis's difficulties. After a moment of silence, Feng Jihua stood up and clasped his hands together. The rest also hurriedly expressed their understanding. Li Zixuan nodded in satisfaction and then said, I can't give you the 9% shares, but His Majesty is still willing to give you 5% shares on account of your huge investment in the Flaming Yellow Bank. When the time comes, you can divide this 5% shares according to the amount of copper coins that each of you has contributed. However, there is one point. You will only have the right to dividends and cannot interfere with the operations and management of the bank. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, all 12 pairs of eyes turned to Li Zixuan in unison. Everyone's breathing quickened, and all of them were so agitated that their necks turned red. After all, they had thought that they had nothing to do with the bank anymore. Li Zixuan's words had undoubtedly brought them back from the brink of death. Although the shares that each of them received had decreased, with the imperial court's participation, the quality of the shares had increased. Even if they were only given 1%, they would definitely earn more than before, let alone 5%. Thank you, Marquis, for putting in a good word for us in front of His Majesty. We will definitely be at Marquis's beck and call in the future and serve him faithfully. Chapter 1252. Under the push of Li Zixuan, Yanhuang Bank started to gradually implement public ownership. This was a process that Yanhuang Bank had to go through if it wanted to survive in Tang Dynasty for a long time. Although the first batch of people who invested in Yanhuang Bank received less shares, their benefits were not reduced at all. In these 2 days, other than being busy writing the development plan of the bank, Li Zixuan also took the time to make a trip to Chang, in city to meet Zhang Sunwuji. The old cunning fox had obviously guessed that the Yanhuang Bank would eventually belong to the imperial court. He wasn't surprised at all when he heard the news from Li Zixuan. The old fox was very loyal this time. He promised to help promote Yanhuang Bank to establish itself in Tang Dynasty. This was not only for Li Zixuan, but also for the benefit of the Zhang Sun family. Other than Zhang Sun Wuji's family, Li Zixuan also went to Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and Niu Jinda's families. Each family gave 2% of Yanhuang Bank's shares. Of course, the 4 families added together gave a total of 200,000 strings of cash to expand Yanhuang Bank's capital. The reason why he did not give it to Li Zixuan was because the current Tang Dynasty's war god was so low-key that he wanted everyone to forget about him. Even if Li Zixuan gave him shares of Yanhuang Bank, why would he want it? Therefore, the Yanhuang Bank was now a true superpower, with assets reaching nearly 700,000 strings of cash. It basically had the appearance of Tang Dynasty's biggest bank. Market. I heard that there will be a top-level football tournament on the 8th of March. I wonder if it is possible to advertise on the field like in the newspapers? Yanhuang College, Yamacho's office. After knowing that the Yanhuang Bank was about to become a state-owned bank, everyone excitedly expressed their loyalty. Lin Wenyuan then thought of the football match next month and suddenly had an idea and asked, "What's the matter?" After working with Li Zixuan for so long, these members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce already knew that the slogans in the newspaper for other shops were advertisements. Hearing his words, the rest of the people's eyes lit up, and they all looked eagerly at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan did not expect that someone would think of this. He could not help but look at Lin Wenyuan with admiration. "Boss Lin, you have good taste." He actually saw a business opportunity in football. In fact, this football competition was an excellent opportunity for businessmen or shops who wanted to make a name for themselves. Our football field is very big, so we can put up advertisements for many shops around it. If the businessmen want their shops to be seen by everyone on the football field, they have to pay a sum of money. I call this money advertising fee. The advertising fees can be used to support the continuation of this kind of high-bounty competition. Chao Wendong cupped his fists and smiled. Marquis is wise. How much would the advertising fee be? This Chao wishes to make use of the opportunity of this ranking tournament to introduce the Chao clan's appraisal hall to our friends in the various provinces and counties. This way, when this Chao opens branches in other provinces and counties in the future, it will save us a lot of trouble. This Lin also wishes to let Qing Yazhai show its face in next month's ranking tournament. As soon as Chao Wendong finished speaking, everyone rushed to chime in. Li Zishuan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table for a moment, then said, "As the earliest followers of this marquis, you will naturally be given preferential treatment in this aspect. How about this? Each of you will pay 1,000 strings of cash, and for the next month, there will be advertisements for your shops on the football field. In a few days, I will inform all the wealthy businessmen in Chang and city to come to the workshop to participate in the bidding for advertising spots in the ranking tournament. The starting bid will be 2,000 strings of cash, and there will only be 15 spots in total. Based on this calculation, just the advertising fee alone would allow them to earn more than 30,000 strings of cash in a single ranking tournament. In addition to the admission fee, they would basically not lose money. In the future, they would be able to turn football into an industry. Although he was rich and wanted to develop football, he would not foolishly use his own money to organize a free football match. Any sport that relied solely on interests and hobbies would never be able to become big and strong. Only industrialization could form a virtuous cycle. Thank you very much, Marit. Everyone stood up happily and cupped their hands. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "You don't have to thank me. Go back and find someone to make the promotional banner, then go directly to the Football Association to pay the money." Li Zishuan was thinking of ways to attract investment and get sponsorship for the Football Association. On the other hand, Yan Xiaoning was leading the craftsmen and workers to build the football field. Speaking of which, every time Li Zishuan assigned him a task, it was always the kind of work that was tight on time and heavy with tasks. It was the same for the construction of Yanhuang College. It was the same for the construction of the football field this time. In just over 20 days, they had to build 2 big football fields. If it were not for the recent construction of the dam and Faubert's hiring of many workers and craftsmen, Yan Xiaoning even wanted to quit directly. Tell everyone to hurry up. Before dark, all the bricks, stones, and cement must be in place. Yan Xiaoning had been at the construction site since yesterday. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back and urged the supervisor beside him. "Commander Yan." In the construction team this time, many people had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College. The supervisor beside Yan Xiaoning was also one of them. That was why he called Yan Xiaoning Commander Yan, because he was the chief commander of the entire construction team back then. Yan Xiaoning nodded. In his mind, he was calculating whether there was enough time. In general, although the time this time was much shorter than the previous time, the amount of work would also be much smaller. The main core of the 2 football fields was a big lawn. There was nothing to fiddle with. They just needed to get people to mow the lawn. The real trouble was the terrace stands around the lawn. That was the main work of the construction team. The only thing that made him happy was that the terrace stands were not like the internal building of Yanhuang College. They did not need to dig a very deep foundation, which could save a lot of time. Moreover, many people in the construction team had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College. They were very experienced in building cement walls, which could save a lot of time. Therefore, in total, it was not impossible to finish in 20 days. As long as there were enough people and materials, there was still a chance. *CK. Xiao Xian tricked me again this time. I'm going to have a hard time from now on. This guy really does do whatever he wants. I have to ask him for compensation later. After pondering for a long time, Yan Xiaoning shook his head bitterly and muttered to himself unhappily. He was really unlucky to have made such a bad friend. Chapter 1253. Due to the hurried construction of the football stadium, the construction of the dam on the Ba River had to be put on hold for more than 10 days. After all, the football stadium was under construction at the same time. If they were to build the dam at this time, there would be a serious shortage of manpower. Fortunately, even if it was delayed for 10 days, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The next morning, before the sun rose, Li Zixuan took a carriage and headed towards Chang'an City. In the carriage, there was also a stack of plans for the future development of Yanhuang Bank that Li Zixuan had written over the past few days. Although Li Er had verbally agreed to the bank to issue Tang Yuan and replace the copper coins, changing the currency of Tang Dynasty was a huge matter. No matter what, he had to obtain the consent of the majority of the officials. Therefore, he was here for the morning court. Yanhuang Bank was going to be tested by the civil and military officials in the morning court. Whether he could achieve great things depended on this. Speaking of which, in his previous life, he was only an engineering student. Although he would occasionally pay attention to the country's economic policies, or speculate in stocks, in terms of economic understanding, he could only be considered as a beginner. Fortunately, in this life, he had a strong mental strength and superhuman memory. Through these few days of bitter recollections, coupled with the current situation of Tang Dynasty, he finally completed a huge work on the development of an ancient bank. In the eyes of economists, his plan might have been weak, but in this era, it was absolutely epic-making. If these plans could be carried out, the Great Tang would probably become an economic powerhouse in just a few years. When it came to small countries, one didn't even need to use force to conquer them. One only needed economic sanctions. After waiting outside Taiji Palace for a while, an attendant walked out and announced the start of the morning court. The civil and military officials entered the palace in order. Zhang Sun Wuji took a break from his busy schedule and nodded at Li Zixuan, indicating for him to rest assured that this old fellow, when it concerns his own interests, he is more concerned than anyone else. Li Zixuan criticized in his heart. Towards Zhang Sun Wuji, he had always held an attitude of not taking the initiative to get close to him, but also trying his best not to offend him. In his previous life, he had watched countless television dramas and transmigration novels from the Sui and Tang dynasty. He could only respect and distance himself from Zhang Sun Wuji. This was because the old fox's scheming characteristics had left a deep impression on him. After entering Taiji Palace and exchanging greetings, the morning court session officially began. The ministers began to report some trivial matters in Li Zixuan's eyes. Sometimes, he felt quite tired for Li Erxin. He had to manage such a big country and had to take care of everything and make decisions. He was like a nanny or a stay-at-home dad who had to take care of the country's daily needs at all times. If Li Zixuan was in his shoes, he would not be willing to be such an emperor. It was too tiring. He would rather be a carefree marquis. However, Fang Xuanling's report attracted Li Zixuan's attention. Your Majesty, the spring plowing of the provinces and counties has begun. However, this year's drought is worse than last year's. It will be very difficult for the people to farm, especially the provinces and counties in the northeast. The people there need the curved plows and cattle. I hope that Your Majesty can order the Ministry of Works to build more curved plows and distribute them along with the cattle. This will not affect the people's spring plowing. Last year, not only did Chang'an have little rain and snow, but other places also had little rain and snow. Due to the climate in the south, the land was still moist. However, the entire north had been dry for several months. Fang Xianling said that the drought was worse than last year's, and that was not an exaggeration at all. Li Er's face darkened. Xianling is right. Official Yen, the Ministry of Works should hurry up and build the curved plows for the provinces and counties. If the production capacity is not enough, we will borrow Marquis Yong An's workshop. Today, Li Zixuan's new workshop's production capacity had already surpassed that of the Ministry of Works. Sometimes, even Li Er had to rely on this workshop. Yen Lide stepped forward and bowed. This old subject obeys the decree. Li Er then looked at Li Zixuan and asked, Marlon, do you have any objections? Li Zixuan also stepped forward and bowed. This subject naturally has no objections. The people's spring plowing affects the livelihood of millions of families. No matter how busy this subject's workshop is, it will definitely cooperate with the Ministry of Works to build the curved plows. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Li Zixuan's bulging sleeves and said loudly, I heard that Mark Yong and has something important to report to me today? Quickly say it. Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. What do you mean by I have something important to report to you? You were the one who urged me to come, all right? At such a crucial moment, you actually pretended that it was none of your business. Aren't you ashamed? Although he cursed in his heart, Li Zishuan still took this opportunity and bowed. This subject does indeed have something important to report to your majesty. Say it. Li Er replied with Li Zishuan clasped his hands and took out a thick document from his sleeves. Raising it above his head, he said, "This subject wishes to hand the Yen Huang Bank over to the imperial court to manage. I hope that your majesty can give the Yen Huang Bank the right to issue Tangyuan and use Tangyuan to gradually replace copper coins. This will completely solve the problem of the Great Tang's lack of money. This is the initial development plan for the Yen Huang Bank that this subject has drafted recently. Your majesty, please take a look." The moment he said that, the entire hall fell silent. Although the officials did not know how much money the Yen Huang Bank had, they knew that the Yen Huang Bank definitely had a lot of money. Thus, when they heard that Li Zishuan wanted to hand the Yen Huang Bank over to the imperial court, the officials were first shocked. Then they all looked at Li Zishuan. Oh, more accurately, they were looking at Li Zishuan who was standing in front of him. They wanted to know what decision Li Er would make. This subject will take a look first. All of you can also give your opinions. Since the Marquis of Yong is here today, we can reply in person. Zhao Song stepped forward and took the book from Li Zishuan's hands and handed it to Li Er. Li Er lowered his head and said softly. Li Zishuan was stunned. He secretly scolded old Li for not being loyal. Did he want him to debate with the scholars alone? I can't do it. Furthermore, this wasn't how the script was written. Fang Xianling did not care what Li Zishuan was thinking. He was just stating the facts. He stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, this old subject has said before that the right to coin must be in the hands of the imperial court. Since the Marquis of Yong has handed the bank over to the imperial court, then the imperial court can use it to issue Tangyuan and replace copper coins. However, since the Marquis of Yong has handed over the bank, the imperial court must compensate him accordingly. Fang Xianling did not have any prejudice against Tangyuan. In the past, he only felt that the place of issuance should not be decided by the bank, but by the imperial court. Now that the Yen Huang Bank had become the asset of the imperial court, he naturally would not have any objections. Chapter 1254. We second the motion. Morning Court, Taiji Palace. After Fang Xianling took the lead to express his support for Tangyuan and Yen Huang Bank, several other ministers followed suit, especially the generals led by Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojing. For them, whether Tang used copper coins or Tangyuan in the future, it didn't seem to have much impact. If Tangyuan replaced copper coins, they would even find it more convenient. Every time the Tang army went on an expedition, although they brought most of their food and fodder, they would also bring some copper coins. On one hand, they might need to replenish supplies in the nearby counties on the way. On the other hand, it was to give food or rewards to the soldiers. If the scale of the expedition was relatively large, they would bring a lot of copper coins. Even if they used ox carts, they would have to pull many carts. Therefore, if Tangyuan could become a recognized currency everywhere, it would be much easier for the army to carry the cart when they went to war. In addition to these, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and the others were now shareholders of Yen Huang Bank. It was also very beneficial for them to promote the public of the bank and the monetization of Tangyuan. Your Majesty, I think this matter shouldn't be rushed. Just when the discussion was one-sided, Du Ruhui stood up and bowed to Li Er. With a serious face, he said, Your Majesty, since the Qin and Han dynasties, all the dynasties have used copper coins. If the imperial court rashly uses Tangyuan to replace copper coins, I'm afraid the people won't believe it. Because copper mines are hard to find and difficult to mine, our Tang Empire is currently facing a shortage of money. But it is precisely because of this shortage of money that our Tang Empire's food, cloth, and other things are so cheap. This Tangyuan is printed on paper, so it is naturally not limited like copper coins. This is a scourge locked in a cage. If one day the printing of Tangyuan is released, the price of food and cloth in our Tang Empire will soar rapidly. At that time, the people will not be able to eat and wear clothes. This is a sign of chaos. Your Majesty, please think twice before you act and be extremely cautious. While Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were scheming, Du Ruhui was decisive. But in terms of foresight, Du Ruhui's level of thinking and depth was something that few people in the court could match. As someone from the ancient era, he was actually able to predict that an overshoot of the currency would bring inflation to the Great Tang. Even Li Zishuan couldn't help but admire his foresight. As soon as Du Ruhui finished speaking, many of the officials in the civil officials' camp seemed to have woken up from a dream. Their faces were solemn. Obviously, they also felt that Du Ruhui's words were reasonable. Your Majesty, Lai Gong is right. We must be cautious about the matter between Tang Yuan and the bank. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to imitate Tang Yuan, if a skilled craftsman were to be able to do so, the imperial court would suffer a huge loss. Du Ruhui's title was Duke Lai. A middle-aged official wearing a blue court robe walked out from the group of civil officials and cupped his fists. Who is this person? Why do you look so unfamiliar? Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. Li Zishuan, do you agree with Du Ruhui's and Physician Yan's opinions? Li Er raised his head and asked Li Zishuan. Physician Yan. Old Li probably knew that Li Zishuan didn't recognize this middle-aged official and purposely mentioned his surname and official position. Speaking of which, if not for Du Ruhui personally leading the way, Li Er would still be immersed in Li Zishuan's development plan for the Yanhuang Bank. It wasn't that the plan was brilliant, but that many of the ideas in it were very attractive. If not for the fact that this wasn't the right place, Old Li would have already slapped the table and cheered. Li Zishuan bowed slightly and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, Lai Gong's words just now can be said to be far-sighted. This subject is truly impressed. However, Lai Gong's and Physician Yan's worries aren't without a solution. First, regarding Lai Gong's worry that the bank will print too many Tang Yuan, there is no need for any of you to worry about this. This is because for now, every Tang Yuan printed by the Yanhuang Bank will be matched with a copper coin of the corresponding value. There will definitely not be any more than that. Secondly, in the future, when Tang Yuan completely replaces the copper coins, the amount of money that the bank needs to print will be determined by how much money Tang needs. When that time comes, the bank will set up a statistical department to calculate the number of Tang Yuan that needs to be printed every year. The results will be personally decided by His Majesty. As for the problem that Physician Yan mentioned about Tang Yuan being copied, there is no need to worry about that. Firstly, the printing of Tang Yuan uses many anti-counterfeiting methods. The paper, patterns, serial numbers, seals, hidden lines, etc. These are all unique. Secondly, Physician Yan said that Tang Yuan can be copied, but is it impossible for copper coins to be copied? The middle-aged official glared at him and said, "Who dares?" The design of the copper coins was personally decided by the Emperor Emeritus. If anyone were to copy them, they would undoubtedly die. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "That's right. However, has Physician Yan ever considered that when Tang Yuan becomes the currency of His Majesty, if anyone were to copy it, they would also die?" That middle-aged official was stunned. Obviously, he had neglected this extremely important point. Upon seeing this, Li Zishuan clasped his hands towards Li Er and continued, "If His Majesty decides to use Tang Yuan as the currency, then I suggest that His Majesty devise torture methods to severely punish those who copy Tang Yuan. At the same time, the paper used to print Tang Yuan must be strictly prohibited from being sold privately by commoners and merchants. Violators will also be severely punished. With so many factors, I believe that the difficulty of copying Tang Yuan will definitely be much higher than copying copper coins." Li Er nodded and said, "Mark Yong An's words are not without reason. Does anyone have any objections?" Du Ruhui shook his head and retreated. Zhang Sun Wuji finally came forward and gave the final word. Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan are definitely beneficial to the country and the people. Although there are some flaws, the flaws do not obscure the jade. I believe that the promotion of Tang Yuan is imperative. As the head of the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji's words carried a lot of weight. After hearing what he said, no one else stood out to object. "I agree." Upon seeing this, Li Zixuan could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Things were progressing smoothly. Speaking of which, he had prepared a lot of lines that he had yet to say. With the situation settled, Li Er raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Since no one has any objections, then from today onwards, Yanhuang Bank will belong to the Imperial Court and will be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue. Starting from Chang, and all merchants, restaurants, tea houses and other places that have transactions are not allowed to refuse to use Tang Yuan as payment. Violators will be severely punished. Yanhuang Bank's official office will be located at Vermilion Bird Avenue, Marquis Yong, and will temporarily be in charge of all matters of the bank. Those who have previously invested money in Yanhuang Bank will be able to obtain a certain percentage of the bank's dividends every year as compensation." Chapter 1255. Uncle Cheng, who is that Dr. Yen from the morning court? Why do I not recognize him? After the morning court, Li Zixuan whispered to Qing Yaojin outside the palace. It's normal that you don't know him. That person is called Yen Xianxia. He was originally one of the 18 scholars of the king of Qin's residence. He was just promoted by His Majesty a few days ago. He's almost on the same side as that old fogey Wei Xuanqing. Oh, right, you don't know him, but you definitely know his father. Li Zixuan asked curiously, I know his father? Uncle Cheng, are you talking about Mr. Yen? Among the people he knew, the only one with the surname Yen was Yen Silu. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel incredulous. Yen Silu had never mentioned that he had a son in front of him. Cheng Yaojin nodded with a smile and said, That's right. Yen Xianxia is Yen Silu's eldest son. Sigh, the Yen family has really produced talents for generations. I old Cheng am so envious. Although his Cheng family now had both power and money, especially after Li Zixuan started to lead the four families to make money together, the Qing family didn't lack money to spend. However, old Cheng still felt that there was a flaw in this otherwise perfect situation. That was that the Cheng family lacked talents. Unlike Yen Silu's family, where all three generations were promising. Uncle Cheng, what are you saying? Chumo's future prospects will definitely not disappoint you. Li Zixuan put in a good word for his good brother. Qing Yujin spat on the side of the road without caring about his image and said unhappily, Nonsense. What kind of future can that kid have? But now, with your help, the Qing family has obtained the shares of the Yanhuang Bank. Every year, they can get a lot of money. Even if Chumo and Chuliang don't have any future prospects, with this iron rice bowl, they won't starve to death. Our four families are all thanks to you. Anyone could see that the Yanhuang Bank was definitely an awesome department that would never lose money. It was not an exaggeration to call it an iron rice bowl. Uncle Cheng is too polite. Little nephew once said that the Cheng and Li families are no longer separated. Li Zixuan said with a smile. Cheng Yaojin patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and laughed loudly. Good. Cho Ox didn't recognize the wrong brother, and I, old Cheng, also didn't misjudge him. 2 days later. Recently, more and more teams had poured into Chang and city, making the world's largest metropolis more and more lively. However, today, the commoners suddenly discovered that there was a newly decorated official residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue. On top of it hung a plaque with the words, Great Tang Yen Huang Bank. After seeing the words on the signboard, the commoners who had previously rushed to Lantian County to purchase bicycles immediately exclaimed in surprise. Great Tang Yen Huang Bank? Was it the manor that Marquis built in Lantian County? The names are all the same. It's really possible, but shouldn't this bank be in Lantian County? Why did he come to Chang'an? Could it be that Marquis is planning to build a bank in Chang'an? Those who had used Tang Yuan before would be moved by its unique portability. Previously, when they were rushing to buy bicycles in Lantian County, many people secretly fantasized about when Chang'an City would have a Yanhuang Bank like Lantian County. Who would have thought that in just a few days, their fantasies would come true? Are you stupid? Even if Marquis wants to open a bank in Chang'an City, he should open it in the East and West cities. Why would he be at Vermilion Bird Avenue? A smart person felt that something was wrong and immediately retorted. Vermilion Bird Avenue was a street that was close to the imperial city. Many of the official residences of the imperial court were located here. Therefore, this street contained deep political meaning. How could a small shop be placed here? Then what is the meaning of this bank? Hey! You ask me, but who should I ask? Just wait, I believe there will be some news about this in today's Datong Daily. Of course, most of them were looking forward to Li Zishuan opening a bank in Chang'an City. This was because Tang Yuan was more convenient to use than copper coins. That was an indisputable fact. Newspapers are being sold. Newspapers are being sold. The freshly printed Datong Daily. His Majesty has decided to open a bank and use Tang Yuan. The latest issue of Datong Daily was sold on time at 7:45 a.m. The staff at the kiosk and the children selling newspapers on the streets shouted loudly. What? His Majesty wants to open a bank? Quick, quick, quick. Kid, give me a copy of the newspaper. On the 23rd of February in the first year of Xingguan, the Emperor of Tang Empire decreed that all merchants, restaurants, tea houses, and other places that do business must not refuse to use Tang Yuan for payment. Violators will be punished with immediate effect. Hiss. So this is what the bank on Vermilion Bird Avenue is all about. That's great. I don't have to carry copper coins when I buy things in the future. What's a bank? What's Tang Yuan? You haven't been to Lantian County in the past few days, right? This Tang Yuan looks like this. Doesn't it look good? It does look good, but it's just a piece of paper. Wouldn't it be easy for others to fake it? Of course not. The real Tang Yuan, if you face the light, you'll be able to see the words hidden inside. Take a look if you don't believe me. Hiss. There really are words. How magical. How can something made by the Marquis of Yong and not be magical? Just nice. Today's Datong Daily has a news article that teaches people how to identify the real Tang Yuan. Take a good look. Other than announcing Li Er's decision in the imperial court yesterday, Li Zishuan also thoughtfully ordered someone to write a tutorial on how to identify the real Tang Yuan in today's Datong Daily. As the saying goes, with the tutorial in hand, the world is mine. By then, even if there was a fearless fake Tang Yuan, it would be difficult to fool anyone. All the shopkeepers in Chang'an City began to act. They ordered their waiters and accountants to learn how to identify Tang Yuan as soon as possible. Apart from that, the merchants and commoners also brought their copper coins to the Yanhuang Bank to exchange for Tang Yuan. After all, this thing was light and didn't take up much space. Who wouldn't like it? In the end, the credibility of the imperial court was still the most effective. At this time, no one doubted whether Tang Yuan had any value or whether he could be exchanged for copper coins of equivalent value. This was because they believed that the great Emperor Li Er wouldn't lie to them. Even the football teams and merchants from other places couldn't help but want to exchange all their copper coins for Tang Yuan after seeing the news on Datong Daily. Therefore, the Yanhuang Bank in Chang'an City was destined to be overcrowded when it opened for the first time. Chapter 1256. Hey, boss, this Tang Yuan is quite good-looking. And it's convenient to use. The capital is indeed the capital. It's much more prosperous than Jiangnan. In the east of Chang'an City, in a luxurious mansion, a young man in tight clothes said excitedly as he held the Tang Yuan he had just exchanged from the bank. Judging from his words, this group of people should be from Jiangnan. The old man in luxurious clothes opposite the young man had a reserved aura. Judging from his mannerisms, he was definitely someone who had been in a high position for a long time. However, he didn't put on airs in front of the young man. He smiled gently and said, "Actually, Chang'an City didn't have so many new tricks 2 years ago. It was only since last year that these things started to appear. Qiming, you guys have to practice hard. If our Wind Thunder team can be promoted to a Division 2 team, everyone will be rewarded with 50 strings of coins. If we can be promoted to a Division 1 team, everyone will be rewarded with 100 strings of coins. We'll let you guys have fun in Chang'an City." It turned out that this was a team from Jiangnan. Speaking of which, teams in this era weren't as formal as modern teams. There were club presidents, club managers, team coaches, and so on. Teams in this era usually only had one person who set up the team and 11 players. Many teams didn't even have substitutes. The players usually called the founder of the team boss. Overall, it was very different from modern football teams. Recently, hundreds of teams had flocked to Chang'an City. The boss and the players of the teams usually stayed in the inns in Chang'an City. However, this team was actually staying in such a luxurious mansion. It could be seen that the old man's wealth or status was definitely extraordinary. Thank you, boss. But don't worry, boss. According to what I know, our Wind Thunder team's strength in the entire South is definitely in the top 10, if not the top 3. During the drawing of lots, unless we're extremely unlucky and are placed in the same group as all the strong teams, we'll definitely have a chance to advance to the knockout round. In the knockout round, we'll at least get a spot in a Division 2 team. If we work harder, a Division 1 team will be within reach. A young man beside the old man laughed and said, Son Qiming, play well. If you play well, not only will my father reward you, but I'll also reward you handsomely. If you don't play well, Chen Jun, don't talk nonsense. Then he looked at the young man named Sun Qiming and said with a smile, Qiming, you don't have to worry about anything. Just do your best. My Jiangnanzheng clan is not a cold-blooded clan that doesn't care about feelings. Sun Qiming cupped his fists and said, Thank you, boss. Qiming and our brothers will serve the Zheng family to the death. Go. The old man waved his hand and smiled. On the first day that Tang Yuan was online, the exchange volume was extremely high. The local citizens of Chang'an were especially active in exchanging. The teams and businessmen from other places felt that they were weaker than the others when they went out to eat or drink, and they had to carry a heavy bag of copper coins when they saw other people paying with just a few pieces of paper. In less than 2 days, they were all swayed and exchanged a portion of their copper coins for Tang Yuan. This Tang Yuan craze quickly spread to the counties near Chang'an City. Lantian County was the first county to announce that all businesses in the county would support Tang Yuan settlement. Xinfeng County followed closely behind and announced that they could use Tang Yuan. The remaining counties followed suit. Within 3 days, the 22 counties under the jurisdiction of the imperial government had all completed the process of popularizing Tang Yuan. At the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank, they were also intensively expanding. First, Li Zishuan requested Xiaoyu to mobilize 72 officials who were proficient in the new mathematics from the Ministry of Revenue to strengthen the grassroots cadres of the Yanhuang Bank. After that, he set up branches of the Yanhuang Bank in the counties that had announced their support for Tang Yuan settlement. The 22 counties all started a recruitment frenzy. In a short period of time, those who knew how to keep accounts, especially those who knew the new mathematics, all became hot commodities and were recruited into the branches of the bank. After some training, they were officially on the job. Your Highness, according to what I know, the expansion of the Yanhuang Bank is too fast these days. I estimate that the Tang Yuan they exchange every day is worth hundreds of thousands of copper coins. In a courtyard of the Honglu Temple, Yoko Ono bowed and said, On the table in front of the big brother on the mountain back, there was a small pile of Tang Yuan of different denominations. At this moment, he was holding a 100 yuan note and looking at it carefully. Hearing this, he sighed and said, Too smart. This Tang Yuan was truly too ingenious. The paper, the pattern, the color, the feel, and the anti-counterfeiting seal, all of them are heavenly workmanship. The technology that the Marquis of Yong'an's workshop has is too incredible. If only the Wanation also had such an advanced workshop, how good would that be? Yoko Ono's eyes flashed with a trace of fanaticism. He said loudly, I believe that Your Highness will definitely be able to let the Wanation's citizens live a good life like the Tang Empire in the future. When the time comes, the Wanation will definitely have a workshop like the Marquis of Yong'an's. The big brother on the mountain back shook his head and said, If the Wanation wants to be strong, they must learn from the Tang Empire's culture and technology. These Tang Yuan have the Tang Emperor personally vouching for them. Furthermore, they are of superior quality and are difficult for ordinary people to copy. Using them is many times more convenient than the Tang Empire's Kaiyuan Tongbao. our Neon Nation will also start using Tang Yuan in the future. This time, when we return to our country, we will use a ship of Tang Yuan to go back. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, Neon also used the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang dynasty as their currency. Later, in the Nara period, around 708 AD, Neon began to issue the Heitong Kaibao, followed by the Wanyan Tongbao, Shingong Kaibao, Longping Yongbao, Fusho Shenbao, Qinghe Changbao, Changyan Tongbao, Raoi Shenbao, Jingguan Yongbao, Quanping Debao, and so on. In short, it was very chaotic. The people mainly used the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang dynasty. In addition, this Kaiyuan Tongbao was not released during Li Longji's Kaiyuan Golden Age. In the 4th year and 7th month of the Wuda era, Tang Gaozu Li Yuan issued an edict to abolish the 5-baht coin and personally directed the production of Ouyang Sun to create a unified Kaiyuan Tongbao. The two words Kaiyuan referred to the founding of a country and the beginning of a new era. It had nothing to do with Li Longji's era name, Kaiyuan. Hi. Yoko Ono bowed and cupped her fists. If Li Zishuan, who was inspecting the construction site of the football field in Lantian County, knew about the decision of the big brother on the mountain back, he would definitely be overjoyed. After all, this was the first foreign exchange earned for the Tang dynasty after the release of Tang Yuan. In the future, Tang Yuan would face the whole world. Today, it was just a small step. Chapter 1257. Is there any response to the letter I sent to His Majesty? Inside the Honglu Temple, the big brother king turned around and looked out of the window as he asked. Yoko Ono replied, Your Highness, His Majesty has already sent a letter saying that he has already sent troops to escort 10 high-class Japanese beauties. They will arrive in Chang, and in about half a month. Half a month? The big brother king frowned. After a while, he nodded and said, Half a month it is. Also, the hottest topic in Chang, and recently, other than the banks and Tang Yuan, should be football, right? Go buy a batch of football and let the Japanese diplomatic corps learn to play. Recently, find a way to find some teams in Chang, and let our diplomatic corps play a few matches with them. The Japanese must also participate in next year's Chang and League tournament. Yoko Ono was shocked and said, Your Highness, but the FIFA did not say that the Japanese can participate in the league tournaments? The big brother king smiled confidently and said, That does not mean that it is not allowed. The Marquis of Yong is an extremely proud person. If we take the initiative to request to participate, as the Marquis of Tang, he will definitely not reject. If we can stand out in the competition and win the championship, we will definitely make everyone look at us in a different light. Yoko Ono did not understand and said, Your Highness, but if we do that, won't we offend the Marquis of Yong and even the Emperor of Tang? The big brother king shook his head and said, No. As long as we win in a clean and straightforward manner, the Emperor of Tang and the Marquis of Yong will not have any dissatisfaction. The people of Tang have always been gentle and open-minded. If they hate us because of a few matches, they will only lose the demeanor of a country. The Wan nation's current national strength is indeed inferior to the Tang Empire's, but we can't always be submissive to the Tang Empire. It's best if we can be stronger than the Tang Empire in some aspects. Only in this way will we not be looked down upon. Yoko Ono thought for a while but still could not understand. She could only say, Your Highness is wise. Your Highness is wise. What Li Zishuan did not expect was that the vigorous football craze in Chang would make the Crown Prince of Neon want to compete with the Tang Empire in football. This might be a knot that could not be avoided in his previous life and this life. There would be a battle between Han football and Neon football. Shouting, when will the stadium in Lantian County be completed? At this moment, Li Zishuan was inspecting the construction site of the football stadium in Lantian County. The football stadium was located in an open space in Wanning Square, south of the county seat of Lantian County. There were fewer residences here, and there were more open spaces. Because no one had cleaned it up for many years, the open space was already overgrown with weeds. However, as long as they cleaned it up a little, it would become a natural green field. It would also save them the trouble of transplanting the lawn. The football field by the murky river in Plum Village was also built in this way. The last time Li Zixuan was here, it was still overgrown with weeds. But today, the grass here was neatly tidied up. Basically, every blade of grass was less than the length of a pinky finger. It was perfect for playing football. About 10 days. Now that the embryonic form of the stairs around the stands has been completed, the next step is to get people to build the walls with cement. It's not difficult as long as there are enough people. If it wasn't for County Magistrate He gathering all the citizens in the city to help, Xiaoxian, it would be very difficult for you to use this football field on the 8th of March. Yan Xiaoning sighed and said with a face full of vicissitudes. There was obviously a hidden complaint in that tone of his. Last year, when he first formed a team with Li Zixuan, he wanted to learn some awesome skills. But now, he did learn some awesome skills, but most of the time, he was a miserable engineer, constantly helping Li Zixuan build. Ha! You've worked hard, Xiaoning. But what you are doing now is a big thing that will leave your name in history. When the time comes, this football field will be engraved with your name. Think about it, even if thousands of years have passed and dynasties have changed, as long as this football field is still there, and there are teams playing here, people will still think of you first. How could Li Zixuan not hear the resentment in Yan Xiaoning's words? He laughed and patted Yan Xiaoning's shoulder. Then he brought over a big bowl of chicken soup for the latter. Bah! Xiaoxian, don't try to fool me with this. Yan Xiaoning shook his shoulder, indicating that he didn't want to drink this bowl of chicken soup. Then he said, if you really feel bad, then don't give way those tricky problems in the future. Otherwise, she will still be torturing me in the end. Li Zixuan heard that, and his heart skipped a beat. He said happily, torturing you? How did Ink Girl torment you? Speaking of this, Yan Xiaoning's voice went up by an octave. A while ago, she came over every day to ask me some random questions. She said, what are electrons? Why do electric charges move? She also asked me to study the part of electricity in your physics textbook, which made me very troubled. Oh, right. A few days ago, she came over and asked me to help her grind the lens, saying that it was for Master Lu in the workshop. Not only did I grind the lens, but when I was grinding it, she also asked me some random questions. For example, why can't my eyes see clearly when I'm old? Why can I see clearly through the lens? So annoying. Facing Yan Xiaoning, who rarely showed childish emotions, Li Zixuan was stunned at first, then he coughed twice and said, ahem. Xiaoning. There is a kind of pain called pain and happiness. Why did Ink Girl not look for other people, but only you? It means that she values you and recognizes your knowledge and ability. You should be happy. Yan Xiaoning immediately stopped talking. He just stared at Li Zixuan, his face was expressionless. Just when Li Zixuan thought that this guy was moved by his words, Yan Xiaoning's face changed, and he angrily exploded, bullshit. Xiaoxian, you King tricked me again. Why not look for other people but look for me? Wei said that she always wanted to ask you those questions, but your whereabouts have always been uncertain, so it's hard for her to find you. That's why she came to me. Li Zixuan's face suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment. Before Yan Xiaoning made a move, he quickly ran away and said, Xiaoning, I'm telling you, this woman's words can't be trusted. Don't believe her. What do you mean by my whereabouts are uncertain? Those are all excuses. Ink Girl definitely wanted to ask you those questions from the beginning. Well, I still have some things to do at the academy, so I'll leave first. No need to send me off. Wait. Yan Xiaoning wanted to chase after him, but when he said, wait, Li Zixuan had already disappeared. *CK. Careless in making friends. Chapter 1258. February 26th. Li Zixuan had sent out invitations to all the wealthy businessmen in and around Chang and City to gather in the new workshop's office building. He was going to hold a bidding meeting for the Football League next month. Li Zixuan naturally wouldn't host such an event personally. To a marquis like him, this was just a small event. He only showed his face at the start of the meeting before leaving the workshop to do his own things. Yanhuang Bank was now confirmed as the official currency issuing organization of Tang Dynasty. He had been busy moving the money printing department of the workshop to a secret place to secretly print Tang Yuan for Tang Dynasty in the future. As for the bidding meeting, he left it to Chao Wendong to host. He believed that Chao Wendong would be able to handle such a small event. Moreover, Chao Wendong was the #1 cloth merchant in the capital. He was quite famous within 100 miles of Cheng. Friends, I am very happy to be able to attend the advertising auction today. On behalf of Marquis, I would like to extend my welcome to all of you. Chao Wendong was in a large meeting room in the workshop's office building. He was dressed in a dark red robe. He didn't lose his elegance and was quite likable. The businessmen in the audience quickly said, "Boss Chao, you're too kind. Marquis is giving us a chance to make a fortune. Who wouldn't want to come?" That's right. Even if we have a few more chances like this, we won't complain about it. Chao Wendong was not only the #1 cloth merchant in the capital, but he was also one of the first members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. He was named the righteous merchant of the world by the emperor himself. He had a lot of glory. How would ordinary businessmen dare to put on airs in front of him? And wasn't Chao Wendong's wealth and status today all because of Li Zishuan? Therefore, when they heard that Li Zishuan had summoned them, these businessmen put down whatever they were doing and ran over without hesitation. Some of them even came over 2 days ago. Thank you for your support. Then this old man will first explain the meaning of today's advertising auction. Chao Wendong chuckled and gestured with his hand, then said, "Perhaps some friends still don't know what an advertisement is. Then, this old man will first briefly explain it. Everyone should have seen Datang Daily, right? In the middle of Datang Daily, some shops and restaurants would be promoted every week to increase their fame. This was called advertising. In the next month's ranking tournament, they could also place some advertising boards on the field. At that time, they could help to promote their shops, restaurants, and other things in front of the world. This was a great opportunity to become famous. I hope you won't miss this opportunity." Chao Wendong was right. This was a good opportunity to become famous. To businessmen like them, fame meant money. With fame, there would be customers and business partners who would come because of it. "Boss Chao, how can I advertise my shop on Marquee Football Field?" "Mr. Chao, how much does it cost? Can you just say it?" Football was the most talked about topic in recent months in Cheng, in city and the surrounding counties. The businessmen had a keen sense of smell. How could they not notice the huge business opportunity hidden in this? So, when Chao Wendong finished speaking, the businessmen immediately asked impatiently. Chao Wendong was very satisfied with this kind of scene. He gestured with his hand and said calmly, Friends, please don't be impatient. This time, Marquis originally only gave you 10 places. Later, under my pleading, Marquis showed mercy and gave you 5 more places. That means that among all of you, there are only 15 people who are qualified to advertise their shops on the football field in the next month. Since ancient times, people did not worry about scarcity but about uneven distribution. If everyone could get a place, these people naturally would not have any objections. But there were more than 100 people present, and Chao Wendong told them that there were only 15 places. How could that be? The businessmen all perked up and looked at the people around them vigilantly, especially their own peers. Peers were enemies. Think about it. If there were 2 clothing shops and one of them suddenly became popular, and their business improved, then the business of the other shop would be even worse. Chao Wendong nodded. This was the effect he wanted. If there was no competition, how could there be such a high price? "Mr. Chao, how much is a place?" "I'll buy it." "Yes." "How much?" "I'll buy one too." Chao Wendong smiled and said, "This auction will be divided into 15 rounds. Each round will release a place. The starting price is 2,000 strings of coins, and each increment must not be less than 10 strings of coins. The successful bidder has 3 days to pay up. Otherwise, not only will the place be voided, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce will also ban all future collaborations with them. So, when bidding, remember to act according to your ability." 2,000 strings of coins. When many people heard this, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. This price was indeed a little high. Among the people present, nearly 50% of them had a shop's annual net profit of less than 2,000 strings of coins. So, just this bidding threshold alone was enough to keep many people out. Chao Wendong smiled understandingly and said, "Everyone, don't think that 2,000 strings of coins is expensive. You have to know that there are people who want to advertise in Datong daily, and they need to spend tens to hundreds of strings of coins. But that's only once, which is a day's work. Moreover, some people don't even look at the advertisement column in the middle of the newspaper. But this time, our advertisement will last for a whole month, and it will be at the edge of the football field. People who watch the game will inevitably look at your advertisement board a few times. Moreover, the teams participating in the competition this time come from hundreds of different states and counties in the Tang dynasty. The shops and products advertised on your advertisement board will be brought to various places in the future. So, does everyone still think that 2,000 strings of coins is expensive?" As a businessman, the most important thing was eloquence. Chao Wendong's speech had moved everyone's hearts. "Not expensive. Not expensive. 2,000 strings of coins it is. Boss Chao, let's begin." "Yes, yes, yes. Let's begin." Chao Wendong nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's good. The first place for the advertisement board of the ranking league will begin the auction. Starting at 2,000 strings of coins. I bid 2,100 strings of coins. I bid 2,300 strings of coins. I bid 2,500 strings of coins." The atmosphere in the conference room quickly heated up. The bidding voices rose and fell. Of course, the smell of gunpowder was getting stronger, but Chao Wendong didn't care. The more heated the atmosphere, the more money he could sell, and the better it would be for him to report to Li Zixuan. Chapter 1259. Marquee, 15 spots sold for a total of 48,000 strings of cash. The highest price was 4,200 strings of cash, and the lowest was 2,300 strings of cash. In the afternoon, Chao Wendong came to Yunshan Courtyard and reported to Li Zixuan. "So much." Li Zixuan was surprised. He thought that it would be good if the 15 spots could be sold for 30,000 strings of cash. At least, it would guarantee that the football matches would not be a loss. But he did not expect to sell for nearly 50,000 strings of cash. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Money was really easy to earn. I can only say that they have good taste. Marquise Football League was the focus of everyone's attention. With such an opportunity, of course they would try their best to seize it. Chao Wendong laughed. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Boss Chao, you're too humble. I'm sure you have a part to play in this. I'll remember it in my heart." He did not expect Chao Wendong to have such talent. Speaking of which, shouldn't the more awesome auctioneers in the auction house be beauties? After all, the charm of a beauty was great. But how could an old man like Chao Wendong have such great charm? Chao Wendong was flattered and said, "Marquis, you're exaggerating. Marquis, you're exaggerating." Zhengguan's second year, March 2nd. The two football stadiums in Lantian County and Plum Village were built at the same time. These were two open-air football stadiums. In the snowy weather, the game naturally had to be postponed. But even in modern football stadiums, most of them were open-air. If one wanted to use glass to cover the roof with modern technology, it would be very difficult. Of course, the cost would be astronomical. Moreover, there were many spectators in large football stadiums. First of all, air circulation had to be maintained. Secondly, during the game, everyone would shout loudly. How loud would tens of thousands of people shout at the same time? It was a little scary just thinking about it. If the stadium was completely enclosed, it would cause an echo. The whole stadium would become very chaotic, and even the people around you would not be able to hear clearly. If it was half enclosed, the sound would be transmitted through the roof and would not cause an echo. Therefore, Li Zixuan did not plan to build an enclosed football field now, nor in the future. At this point, there were a total of 3 soccer fields in Lantian County. The soccer field in Yanhuang College was called Soccer Field No. 1 by Li Zixuan. The one in Lantian County was called Soccer Field No. 2, and the one by the Ba River was called Soccer Field No. 3. There was no grand ribbon-cutting ceremony for the completion of the 2 football stadiums. There was only the orderly exit of countless craftsmen and workers, as well as the official sale of the tickets for the ranking league. It was worth mentioning that before this, the more than 300 teams that had come to Chang and to participate in the ranking league had all arrived and drawn lots. There were a total of 10 groups, with 32 teams in each group. There were a total of 160 matches in the group stage. The number 2 and number 3 football stadiums were put into use at the same time. It could be said that they were fighting on 2 fronts. There would be 4 matches per day in each football stadium, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. There would be a total of 20 days of competition to determine the top 50 teams. Then, there would be an elimination round. The reason why only 2 football stadiums were used was mainly because they were worried that if the teams played in Yanhuang College, it would affect the students' learning state. Li Gang had talked to Li Zixuan more than once about this problem. Li Zixuan had to give face to the old man. On the 3rd day of March, the Datang Daily spent an entire page introducing the schedule of the ranking league, including the list of teams, the time of matches, and the introduction of some famous teams. After the people bought the newspaper, they searched for news about their favorite teams. The Ferocious Tiger Team. This is the Ferocious Tiger Team formed by the King of Xianxia. The team members are all former heroes in the army. They are very strong. I think the Ferocious Tiger Team will win this competition. The nobles of Tang were still the main force in forming a team. Although Li Zixuan was reluctant to let the nobles form a team to participate in the competition, he had no good ideas. However, in order to prevent ordinary business teams from deliberately playing fake matches to please the nobles, he had specially formulated an iron law. That was, once such fake matches were found, all the members of the 2 teams would be included in the blacklist of the Football Association. They would not be able to participate in the official competitions held by the Football Association of Tang for life. In this way, the boss of the team who intended to give a favor would have to think twice. If they were not found, they would be lucky. Once they were found, they would not be giving a favor, but a bomb. They would face the joint pursuit of the nobles and the Football Association of Tang. Didn't they say that Kung Fu is not allowed in this competition? The king's team is made up of soldiers. How can they play? Hey, what do you know? This competition does not allow the use of Kung Fu, but who said that soldiers must know Kung Fu? The king just picked some heroes who are stronger and faster. It's not a foul. The Football Association of Tang organized the Football Association of Tang, the League A, and the Championship League. They were all ordinary football competitions and not Kung Fu football. Under normal circumstances, before the competition, the players of both teams had to be personally checked by a martial arts expert who was at least at the Grandmaster level. If the team members did not have true Qi, it would be fine. Once they found out that you had true Qi in your body, you would not be immediately removed from the field. However, you would enter the Football Association's focus list. Every match you played, there would be experts who would focus on you. Any action that was out of line would be regarded as a foul. Once a foul was committed, you would be sent off with a red card. At that time, your team would be in a disadvantageous situation of 10 versus 11. Therefore, for most of the bosses of the team, the ideal player was not a Kung Fu expert, but a young lad who did not have true Qi but had a strong physique and quick reflexes. Oh, I see. But I have high hopes for Team Mountain Fire. It's the team that Boss Chow's son set up. Don't underestimate this team. Young Master Chow spent a lot of money to select all the players from all over the world. Previously, Team Mountain Fire and Team Ferocious Tiger played 2 matches and both won and lost. Their strength can be said to be on par. What? Team Mountain Fire is so powerful? They can even defeat the Ferocious Tiger team of the King of Xianxia? Heh, how can it be fake? I have high hopes for Team Wind and Thunder. You have never been to the South, so you don't know the strength of Team Wind and Thunder. I have heard that Team Wind and Thunder is one of the top 5 teams in the entire South. Hiss. Top 5? Who is the boss of Team Wind and Thunder? They are so powerful. Team Wind and Thunder's boss is Jing Yinhong, the owner of Jiangnan's Misty Rain Villa. He gathered talents from more than 40 states and counties in Jiangnan for his own use. Of course, the team he formed is brave and powerful. Wow! Then I have high hopes for Team Wind and Thunder too. Let's see when Team Wind and Thunder's competition will be held. 10th of March. It will be held on 10th of March. Team Wind and Thunder is in Group A. On 10th of March, they will be playing against Team Qingyun in Jinzhou. It will be held in Lantian County's No. 2 football stadium. I want to watch it. I have been there before. Do you think you can watch this competition whenever you want to? Did you see what is written on the newspaper? You need to buy tickets to watch the competition. The group stage tickets cost 200 coins and the knockout tickets cost 500 coins. 200 coins? Where can I buy it? I want to watch Team Ferocious Tigers competition. Outside of No. 2 and No. 3 football stadium. The tickets will be sold at 9:45 a.m. today. Damn. Hurry up and line up. Let's go. Let's go together. Chapter 1260. A ticket cost 200 copper coins. It wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. To the rich, 200 copper coins was just the cost of a meal. It wasn't even enough for a meal. However, to the poor who couldn't even afford to eat, 200 copper coins could save their lives. It was enough for a family of 5 to eat rice for a month. But then again, for those who worked hard to make a living, even if you gave them a ticket for free, they wouldn't have the time to watch the competition. Therefore, those who were well off were the main force to watch the competition. At 8:45, the tickets for the second and third football stadiums started selling on time. At this time, the two football stadiums were surrounded by many commoners. Fortunately, the two football stadiums had more than 10 ticket sales windows open at the same time. This greatly increased the speed of selling tickets. I want 2 tickets for the Wind and Thunder team against Qingyun team on the 10th of March. The closer to the front, the better. But a row of 7 seats and a row of 8 seats. Here you go. It's a total of 400 copper coins. You can use copper coins or Tang Yuan. Hey, here you go, for 100 Tang Yuan. Buddy, give my young master 2 tickets for each of the 160 group matches of the fixed rank league. Little brother, are you sure? Are you worried that my young master can't afford it? Let me tell you. No. Little brother, you misunderstood. What I mean is that the 160 group matches will be held in 2 football stadiums at the same time. Even if your young master bought 160 tickets, he won't be able to watch them all. At most, he can only watch 80 matches. That's none of your business. My young master asked me to buy 160 matches. I have to buy 160 matches. Hurry up. I don't want the seats near the front. The seats in the middle will do. But please wait a moment. There's a total of 320 tickets. You need to pay 800 strings of coins. Here you go. Here's 800 Tang Yuan. Commoners with average family backgrounds only wanted to buy 1 or 2 tickets to their favorite teams to watch the live matches and satisfy their cravings. However, a considerable number of rich young masters would not even bother to choose. They would just buy a full set of tickets and go to whichever match they wanted to watch. As for wasting resources, they didn't care at all. In addition, the tickets for this tournament were printed by the workshop. Although the craftsmanship was not as exquisite as Tang Yuan's, it was not easy for ordinary people to copy. Most importantly, there were only a few days left before the start of the tournament. Li Zishuan did not believe that there would be an expert among the people who could print the original copy of the tickets in just a few days. If such a situation really happened, he would accept it. Yamacho. A total of 70% of the tickets for the first day of the group matches were sold today. It looks like the people are very passionate about football. In the afternoon, Ma Zhou came over to report with a face full of joy. Li Zishuan shook his head and sighed. Brother Ma, don't be happy too early. In this group competition, not all the teams are strong. After the initial novelty wears off, the weaker teams will take turns to fight. The citizens will feel bored and naturally won't come to watch every match. The 2 newly built football stadiums could accommodate 10,000 people at the same time. If a ticket was sold for 200 copper coins, if 10,000 tickets could be sold for one match, that would be 2,500 strings of coins. 160 matches would be 400,000 strings of coins. Of course, this was only an ideal situation. In the group competition, the good and the bad were mixed together. The strength of each team was uneven. When they played against each other, the viewing experience would naturally be worse. Correspondingly, it was impossible for every match to be full. For some of the more unpopular matches, it was already not bad if there was a 20% attendance rate. Li Zixuan estimated that the ticket income for the group competition would be around 150,000 strings of coins. Although it was far less than 400,000 strings of coins, it was still quite a large number. Li Zixuan even planned to increase the prize money for the First Division, Tang First Division, and the Champions League next year. Marquis is right. It looks like I'm still not as good as Marquis. Ma Zhou was not stupid. After thinking for a while, he understood the key point. He chuckled and said as he pinched his stubbled chin. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, "Ha! Brother Ma, don't make fun of me." "Oh right, during the league competition, Datang Daily needs to do a good job of reporting and publicity. It's best to send someone who knows football to record every match. After the match, they have to extract the exciting process of the match in time and publish it in the next day's newspaper. This way, more people who don't have the opportunity to watch the match live will be able to understand the situation immediately." Ma Zhou's eyes lit up. He immediately gave a thumbs up and said, "Great, great, great." In this way, not only will it add a hot topic for Datang Daily, but it will also let more people pay attention to the football league. Marquis move can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "It's more appropriate to say that they complement each other." "Ha, yes. The football league and Datang Daily complement each other. Sir, I want to leave for Zhengzhou tomorrow." After Ma Zhou left, Little Fishy, who had not shown up for a long time, came to Yunshan. She found Li Zixuan and said directly. Li Zixuan was stunned and then shocked. He quickly raised his head and asked puzzledly, "Little Fishy, why do you suddenly want to go to Zhengzhou?" He originally wanted to ask Little Fishy if she had found clues about her parents in Zhengzhou, but then he felt that it was a bit too abrupt to ask. If he misunderstood, wouldn't he be reminding Little Fishy of the past for no reason? Little Fishy bit her thin lips. She was probably struggling in her heart. After a while, she took a deep breath and seemed to have finally made a decision. "Yamacho." Wei Zuoqing went south to Hunan province at the beginning of the year to rectify the illegal activities of the local officials. A few days ago, Little Fishy heard from the traveling merchants who came to Chang, and from the south that the officialdom in Hunan province has been in chaos in the past month. Thieves are everywhere. Little Fishy wants to go to Zhengzhou personally to see if there are corrupt officials who want to harm Wei Zuoqing in order to avoid being investigated. Is there such a thing? Li Zixuan was shocked when he heard this. He frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Since that's the case, then you can't go to Zhengzhou even more. You're a little girl, and you're going to such a dangerous place alone. If something happens to you, how can I be at ease? Besides, Hunan province is in chaos. This matter should be handled by the imperial court. What does it have to do with you? Even if you go, you can't change the situation, and you can't save Wei Zuoqing from danger." Chapter 1261. "Sir, I'm a reporter. I'm a reporter from Datang Daily. I'm a reporter from Datang Daily that you personally appointed back then. Only by going to the scene and witnessing it with my own eyes can the news have vitality and not be wrong. This is the responsibility of a reporter. That's what you told me back then." Yunshan Villa. Although Li Zixuan's words were reasonable, Little Fishy was not swayed at all. She looked at Li Zixuan firmly and said word by word. At that moment, Li Zixuan's heart was slightly touched. It was hard to imagine that the person who stood in front of him and said these words was only a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Although the ancient people matured early, it was rare for someone to have such awareness at this age. "That's right. I did say that to you before." Li Zixuan avoided Little Fishy's persistent gaze and turned around. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "But if the rumors are true and Hunan circuit is in chaos, I won't let you take the risk alone. If you lose your life, how can you talk about responsibility and responsibility? Little Fishy said with a sincere face, Sir, I have to go. Right now, more than half of the officials in Hunan Circuit want to kill Wei Wuxing. As the saying goes, even a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. Although Wei Wuxing has the imperial edict, it's hard for him to do anything alone. If things go wrong, his life might be in danger. And in the dark, it's easy to breed corruption and evil. Some people cover the sky in Hunan Circuit and the court is far away. The bad things he does probably won't spread out of Hunan Circuit. In this way, he'll be even more unscrupulous. So, sir, Little Fishy wants to be the light and bring a ray of light to the people of Hunan Circuit. I want to find out the truth and use Datang daily to make those corrupt officials hesitate. Let the people of Tang Dynasty see the true colors of those corrupt officials. But, sir, no buts. Last year, Little Fishy came to Chang, and from Yuezhou alone. Why can't I go to Zhengzhou from Chang and today? I have my own way of surviving, so I won't have any accidents along the way. In the past year in Chang, and although you and I are not related, you have taken good care of me. You are like Fishy's brother, but more like a teacher. Without your support and care, Fishy would still be a beggar on the streets of Chang and city. Therefore, Little Fishy is grateful to you from the bottom of her heart. Thank you for taking care of me, and thank you for letting me come into contact with such an interesting and meaningful job as a reporter. Little Fishy wants to do something for you, and also something for herself. Left Prime Minister Wei is honest and upright, abhors evil as if it were an enemy, and dares to speak frankly for the people. He is a rare good official in our great Tang. Little Yu, does not want him to be harmed by evil people, so Little Yu, must go on this trip to Zhengzhou. After saying that, Little Fishy knelt on the ground and solemnly kowtowed to Li Zishuan for a long time. Why did he say 1.5? This was because Li Zishuan had already reacted and pulled her up from the ground when she knocked on the second head. Little girl, what are you doing? Get up quickly. After Li Zishuan lifted Little Fishy up from the ground, he said with a serious expression, I don't need a reason to be nice to others, and I don't need anything in return. Since you insist on going to Zhengzhou, I won't stop you. You can go as Datang Daily's special correspondent. In fact, Li Zishuan had only taken Little Fishy in at the beginning because he sympathized with the little girl's pitiful background. That was why he had taken her in at Datang Daily's editorial department. However, as Little Fishy became more familiar with the news format, the news articles that she wrote were quite decent. In the past year, in the entire editorial department, most of the news articles that were hired by Ma Zhou belonged to Little Fishy. This girl had a strong learning ability and was very likable. She had become Datang Daily's #1 reporter and cutie. There was no one in the editorial department who hated her. Li Zishuan saw Little Fishy as a younger sister and a junior with great potential. He did take care of her on a daily basis. Thank you, sir, for your help. Little Fishy was overjoyed when she heard that. Li Zishuan shook his head. If he could, of course, he didn't want this little girl to put herself in danger. However, Chang and City is about to hold a football league and there will be a lot of hot topics. It's a good source of news. Little Fishy, are you really not going to stay? Little Fishy blinked and shook her head decisively. Oh, sir. Little Fishy feels that going to Zhengzhou to help Wei Wuxing expose the darkness of the local officialdom is far more meaningful than reporting on the football league in Chang. Seeing that this little girl was so stubborn, Li Zishuan sighed helplessly and said, Sir, you call me sir. Since you call me mister, then I naturally can't let you go alone and risk your life. Wait for me here for a moment, I'll be right there. You're not allowed to leave without permission. Li Zishuan said without allowing her to say anything, then turned and left. Little Fishy looked at Li Zishuan's back with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand why the latter left her here alone. However, her puzzlement didn't last long. After less than half an hour, Li Zishuan returned. Behind him was a little boy who was about 13 or 14 years old, wearing a Daoist robe. Sir, he is... Little Fishy was the kind of person who couldn't keep her thoughts to herself. She looked at the little Daoist boy and asked. Li Zishuan smiled and introduced, Little fishy, this is my cousin Yi Fashion. His ancestral home is the Yi clan of Nanyang, and he knows a little about martial arts. This time, when you go south to Zhengzhou, I want him to escort you. Coincidentally, he was planning to return to Nanyang soon, so there's no harm in bringing it forward a few days. Although Yi Fashion looked gentle, quiet, and weak on the surface, this child was considered half an inner force expert. His martial arts cultivation was much higher than the second generation of generals like Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin. Yi Fashion originally planned to return to Nanyang at the beginning of spring this year. After saying goodbye to his parents, he would travel the world and visit famous teachers. Now that little fishy was also going to Hunan, it was better to let these two little guys take care of each other along the way. Of course, Li Zishuan also knew that little fishy and Meng Wenhao had some feelings for each other. However, who was Yi Fashion? He was a Taoist almighty who pursued the heavenly Tao wholeheartedly. In the future, he would become the leader of the world's Taoist sections. Why would he care about these feelings? Therefore, Li Zishuan's arrangement wasn't considered to be a corner of his disciples. Sir, how can this be allowed? Why don't you let me go alone? Don't worry, there won't be any dangers. When little fishy heard that Li Zishuan wanted to send his own cousin to escort her, she was shocked and hurriedly waved her hand. Chapter 1262. Miss you, or you don't have to be so polite. Fashion was planning to return to Nanyang anyway. Sending you to Zhengzhou is just on the way. Back at the Cloud Mountain courtyard, Yi Fashion saw Li Yu waving his hand to refuse, so he smiled and cupped his fists. After living with the Li family for such a long time, Yi Fashion had more or less heard about little fishy's deeds from Lan. He was very happy to help such an intelligent and righteous little girl. Moreover, sending little Yu to Zhengzhou was just on the way. Yi Fashion had delicate features to begin with, so it was easy for him to gain the favor of others. Furthermore, his gaze was clear and his tone was sincere. Little Yu couldn't bring herself to reject him. Then thank you, sir. Thank you, brother Yi. Although Yi Fashion might not be older than her, she couldn't call him brother right from the start, right? Yi Fashion hurriedly said that she didn't have to thank him. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do here, he cupped his hands and left to pack his luggage. Little Yu, come find me tomorrow before you set off. I have something to give you. After watching Yi Fashion leave, Li Zishuan was silent for a moment before he instructed. Sir. Although little Yu didn't understand what Li Zishuan wanted to give her, she still agreed. All right, it's getting late. You should go back and prepare. Sir. Little Yu nodded and left. As soon as she left, Han Yushi walked in quietly. Husband, little Yu is leaving the capital? Li Zishuan wasn't surprised that his wife asked this directly. In fact, he had sensed that Han Yushi was eavesdropping outside the door 15 minutes ago, but he didn't say anything. Wife, do you think I'll harm her by agreeing to let her go to Zhengzhou today? Li Zishuan nodded. Han Yushi came over and held Li Zishuan's hand. She said gently, Husband, in this life and the next life, everyone has their own choice. It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. But as long as she thinks it's worth it, it's worth it. There's nothing harmful about it. Since little fishy was able to muster up the courage to bid farewell to you, she must have already made up her mind. Husband, you don't have to worry too much. This concubine sees that this child is a person with good fortune. This trip to Zhengzhou is just a small test for her. It won't be that easy for an accident to happen. Upon hearing this, Li Zishuan's brows immediately relaxed. My wife is right. It seems that I have worried too much. Yamacho, I'm coming. The next morning, Li Zishuan had just finished his breakfast and returned from his sword practice on the Cloud Mountain when Yu arrived at the courtyard with a bag in her hand. Yes. Are you ready? Do you have enough travel expenses? Li Zishuan took the handkerchief that Han Yushi handed over and wiped the sweat on his forehead as he said warmly. Yes, I'm ready. I have enough travel expenses too. For some reason, when Han Yushi stood beside Li Zishuan, Yu seemed a little reserved. She put her hands behind her back and replied softly. I guess you're anxious too. Wait here for a while. I'll go get the things for you. My wife, get someone to inform the monk that it's time for him to leave. Li Zishuan put down the handkerchief and walked into the house as he spoke to Han Yushi. Husband. Han Yushi replied. The husband and wife went their separate ways, leaving you alone in the main hall. Half an hour later, Li Zishuan carried a wooden box to the main hall. Yu was puzzled. She didn't know what Li Zishuan was up to. Li Zishuan handed the wooden box to her with a solemn expression. There's a telegraph machine and a battery to power it. Take it with you. In case of an emergency, you can send a telegram here. I'll leave the other telegraph machine in the Datong Daily editorial office and wait for news from you. Although I don't know if this telegraph machine can send messages back to Chang, and from hundreds of miles away, you should still take it with you. Who knows, it might come in handy. In this era of agriculture, there was no electricity in the entire world. The spatial spectrum was very clean and there was almost no interference. In theory, a few watts of radio frequency power would be enough to connect the entire world. This was the most basic telegraph machine. If he wanted to communicate from Zhengzhou to Chang, and it might not be impossible. Sir, Ur had been in the workshop for so long. How could she not know the preciousness of the telegraph machine? It could be said that this telegraph machine was the most important and precious thing to Li Zishuan so far. She opened her mouth in shock and wanted to refuse, but Li Zishuan interrupted her. I told you to take it, so take it. This telegraph machine won't be of much use to me for the time being. Take it first. If you need it, then it'll be the best use. Ur bit her lip and hesitated for a moment. She stepped forward and took the wooden box in Li Zishuan's hands and said, Sir, you will never be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime. You little girl, who asked you to repay me? Li Zishuan laughed. At this moment, Han Yushi walked in with Yi Fashion, followed by Yi Guozhong. Husband, grandfather and the monk are here. Han Yushi said softly. Cousin, the monk is ready. We can go now. Yi Fashion carried a bag and was still wearing a gray robe. He looked like an otherworldly being. Li Zishuan nodded and then went to Yi Guozhong and said, Grandfather, about the monk, I didn't have time to discuss it with you. It's really, little Xian, you don't have to be like this. Without waiting for Li Zishuan to finish, Yi Guozhong waved his hand and interrupted. The monk wants to go to the south to seek Taoism and visit the masters everywhere. No matter how much your grandmother and I tried to persuade him, he still insisted on it. It's just that it's been brought forward by a few days. I've thought it through. My children and grandchildren have their own blessings. I'm almost 70 years old. Why do I have to think so much? Let the monk's father and mother worry about it. Li Zishuan was surprised. He didn't expect the old man to become so open-minded in just a few months. Grandfather is right. Our children and grandchildren have their own blessings. The monk has a firm heart and a steady personality. He will be the leader of Taoism in the future and bring it to greater heights. Li Zishuan said to Yi Guozhong with a faint smile as he looked at Yi Fashion's calm face. To Yi Guozhong, it was just a blessing. Only Li Zishuan knew that it was a prophecy. Chapter 1263. In the end, Liu left with Yi Fashion. The two children didn't even have lunch. They carried their bags and rode the carriage to the south. Before leaving, little Fishy gave Li Zishuan a letter, saying that it was for Meng Wenhao, the first good friend she made in Chang. Since it was Friday and the students weren't on holiday in the morning, she could only ask Li Zishuan to help her deliver the letter. Grandfather, is the officialdom of Hunan Circuit really so dark? How much influence does the Cui family have in Hunan Circuit? After little Fishy and Yi Fashion left, Li Zishuan sighed and asked. Yi Guozhong's expression changed. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything. After a while, he sighed and said, The Cui family is the sky in Hunan Circuit. His Majesty is so determined to deal with the Cui family this time. It will definitely cause a violent backlash in Hunan Circuit. Even if Wei Zhuqing has the imperial edict in hand, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to completely clean up the officialdom in Hunan Circuit. And if he acts too hastily, I'm afraid there will be a change in Hunan Circuit. Change in Hunan Circuit. These two words were earth-shattering. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed and asked with a gloomy face, Grandfather, you mean that those local officials might join the Cui family and start a rebellion? If that was true, it would be no small matter. This meant that the Tang Empire, which had just been peaceful for less than 2 years, would be plunged into the flames of war again. Moreover, if other aristocratic families saw the Cui family's actions, they might take the opportunity to cause trouble. At that time, the internal war of the Tang Empire would erupt. Yi Guozhong nodded and said, "It's not impossible. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. The Cui family of Qinghe is a 1,000-year-old family. How many scholars and officials are dependent on them?" Wei Zheng brought the imperial edict to Zhengzhou to clean up the officialdom and destroy the Cui family's foundation. How can the Cui family be trampled on by him? Li Zishuan frowned and said, "Then I will go to the palace now and ask His Majesty to take precautions." After saying that, he was about to leave. He didn't know when, but he, who only wanted to be a carefree marquis, began to care about national affairs. Perhaps he had completely integrated into this era, into the identity of a Tang? Yi Guozhong reached out and stopped Li Zishuan. "Little Xian, don't be in a hurry to go. If I'm not wrong, His Majesty must have foreseen the situation today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Wei Zheng a group of imperial guards. His Majesty is able to govern the country and bring peace to the world. His martial prowess is capable of stabilizing the universe. His ability and skills are incomparable to the previous emperors. Little Xian, you must never underestimate His Majesty at any time. The current situation in Hunan Circuit is very likely His Majesty's intention. Perhaps His Majesty has already made arrangements in the dark, waiting for those officials and the Cui family to fall into the trap." Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he remembered who his boss was. It was Li Er. In this era, only old Li could rebel against others. In this world, who else could rebel against old Li and succeed in doing so? Even old Li's sons couldn't do it, let alone those clowns in Hunan Circuit. Maybe he was worried for nothing. "Grandfather, you're right. I was a little rash." Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said with a look of acknowledgement. It felt good to have such an old fox at home to show him the right way. "Here, Wenhao. This is a letter for you from little Fishy." In the afternoon, accompanied by the sound of the school bell and drum, the students excitedly swarmed out of the classroom. Some went home, while others went back to the dormitory. Li Zishuan stood at the entrance of the academy. When he saw Meng Wenhao walk out, he quickly called him to the side and took out the letter that little Fishy asked him to pass to Meng Wenhao. He handed it to Meng Wenhao and said, "A letter for me from little Fishy?" Meng Wenhao murmured in confusion. Then he reacted and hurriedly asked, "Yamacho, you mean little Fishy has left the workshop? Where did she go?" Li Zishuan pointed at the letter and said, "You'd better read the content of the letter first." Although Meng Wenhao was anxious, he could only do as he was told. He quickly opened the letter, opened the rice paper inside, and read the words on it. "Wenhao, I'm leaving. I'm leaving Changde. There's a place that needs me. Although it's far away, I was able to come all the way from Yuezhou to Chang'an. What's the distance now? I'm a reporter from Datong Daily. I'm needed there, so I'm going. But you don't have to worry. Sir sent someone to protect me. I'll be fine. You're the first good friend I made in Chang. I envy you. I envy you that you can become Sir's student. I envy you that you can study at Yanhuang College. But as your good friend, I'm very happy for you. Sir is a good person and a great person. Although I'm not his student, I still hope that I can become a person like him in the future, a person who can be remembered by the people all over the world. Wenhao, I hope you can also become a person like Sir. Do you remember the first time we met that day? In order to thank you for your help, I treated you to egg yang chun noodles. In the end, I met a scammer. Not only did I not eat, but I was also almost beaten. This time when I come back from my business, I must treat you to a meal of egg yang chun noodles. At that time, Wenhao, you must do me the honor. Little Fishy." As Meng Wenhao read the letter, he couldn't help but think of all the things that happened when he first met little Fishy. He couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. In the end, he quickly looked at Li Zishuan and asked, "Yamacho, little Fishy said in the letter that she was going to a place. Where is she going?" Li Zishuan heard this and shook his head. Since she didn't tell you, then I can't tell you. But Wen Hao, don't worry. I've already sent someone to protect her along the way. When she gets there will also be someone to receive and take care of her. I believe there won't be any accidents. When they arrived in Zhengzhou, Little Fishy could seek refuge with Wei Zheng. Although Wei Zheng was now in a difficult situation, it was much safer for Little Fishy to be with Wei Zheng than to be alone. Meng Wenhao felt a little relieved, but deep in his heart, there was still a trace of a bad premonition. He asked again, Yamacho, what Little Fishy is going to do, is it dangerous? Li Zishuan was silent for a moment before he replied, there is a certain risk. But this is the path that she has chosen. At the same time, this is her responsibility. I have no right to interfere, and I can't interfere. Wenhao, as her good friend, all you can do now is to believe in her and bless her. After that, Li Zishuan patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder, sighed, and walked away. Meng Wenhao's face was dull, and he felt lost. Chapter 1264. The two little guys left Chang and went south to pursue their dreams. In Chang'an, life went on as usual. The popularity of the tickets for the football ranking league did not diminish. For the past few days, there had been countless people queuing outside the two football stadiums to buy tickets. The tickets for the first day of the competition were completely sold out. Everyone wanted to see what this so-called football ranking league was like. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 8th of March. It was a sunny day, and the spring breeze was blowing. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the side gates on both sides of the two football stadiums opened at the same time. The guards of the football stadiums divided the audience into 8 groups, and everyone entered the stadium after checking their tickets. Almost everyone knew about the background of the football stadiums and the FIFA, so no one caused trouble before the start of the game. Half an hour later, all the spectators had entered the stadium. For the first match, the occupancy rate of both football stadiums had almost reached 100%. The people's enthusiasm was high, and Li Zishuan had made a fortune. Just the ticket sales for the first match of both teams added up to 5,000 strings of cash. The first game of the second football stadium was between Li Daozong's Ferocious Tigers and Liangzhou's Fergana Horses. Liangzhou was located in the northwest fortress of the empire, and the people there were tough. This team was formed by a local barbarian merchant. Last year, in the Liangzhou area, the Fergana Horses could be said to be the best. In this football ranking league, the hottest topic among the people was Li Daozong's Ferocious Tigers and Zheng Yinhong's Wind and Thunder team. Li Zishuan also wanted the two teams to have a strong match in the first game, so as to leave a good impression on the people who came to watch the game. In this way, people would be willing to come to watch the later games. However, in the group stage, it was completely based on the team's representatives drawing lots. If he really wanted to cheat, it was not completely impossible, but he did not think it was necessary. In the end, the Wind and Thunder team was placed in Group A, and Li Daozong's Ferocious Tigers was placed in Group B. It was destined that the two teams would not meet in the group stage. After the audience entered the stadium and sat down, it was the turn of the players of both teams to play. Without Li Zishuan's guidance, the players of both teams knew to change into tight clothes. In addition, to make it easier to run, they all tied up their hair. At the request of the Great Tang Football Association, the clothes worn by each team member had to be marked with a number. The number had to correspond to the player and be recorded in the FIFA. The team in black was the Ferocious Tigers. The 11 players were all burly men who looked like iron towers. The outline of their bulging muscles could be seen through their clothes. Looking at the way they walked in unison, it was obvious that they had been in the military. However, these people definitely did not know any internal martial arts, because all the players had to be checked by the bearded man before entering the field. If they knew any martial arts, they would have already been marked by the FIFA. The one in red was the Fergana Horse team. Of course, the 11 members were not as big as the Ferocious Tiger team, but they were generally younger and more energetic than the Ferocious Tiger team. Oh, the Ferocious Tigers! The Ferocious Tigers will win. When the players of both teams appeared on the field, it naturally caused a tsunami of cheers from the audience. Although their cheers could not be heard, because people in this era still did not know what cheers meant, The huge cheers were enough to explain everything. Most of the people who could come to Lantian County to watch the game were Chang and locals. In the face of the ferocious Tigers versus Fergana horse team, the audience instantly chose a side, which was to cheer for the ferocious Tiger team. Wow! The ferocious Tiger team's lineup is so neat. And each of these people is so burly. The ferocious Tiger team is definitely not a match for them. That's right. That's right. These people are said to be the former soldiers of the king of Xianxia. Each of them is well trained. Today's game will definitely be won. But why do I feel that the ferocious Tiger team is not bad? I heard that the strength of this team is top-notch in the Liangzhou area. But, Wang Qingyi, whose side are you on exactly? Of course I'm on the ferocious Tiger team's side, but I was just discussing the matter as it is. Bullsh*T. You're such a busybody. In my opinion, the ferocious Tiger team will win. Now it's just a matter of how many wins they have. I'm guessing at least 3 goals. I'm guessing at least 5. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and it was extraordinarily lively. On the field, after throwing a copper coin, the ferocious Tiger team obtained the right to pick the side, and the ferocious Tiger team obtained the right to kick off. According to the rules, the ball needed to be placed on the center of the field when kicking off. All the players had to be in their own half of the field, and the opposing team members should be at least 3 feet away from the ball until the game started. As the referee on the field let out a long bamboo whistle, the number 1 player of the ferocious Tiger team gently kicked the ball placed on the center of the field to his number 3 player, and he quickly ran to the opposing team's half of the field. The first game of the Tang Football Association's ranking league officially began. Markyong, and what do you think of this King's team? In the first 15 minutes of the game, both teams fought fiercely, trying to take the lead to score. However, the strength of the center-backs of both teams was not to be underestimated, so after 15 minutes, there were a few shots, but not a single goal was scored. Li Daozong, who was in the stands, was not in a hurry. Instead, he asked Li Zishuan beside him with an indifferent expression. Today was the first game of the ranking league, and it was also the ferocious Tiger team's debut, so Li Zishuan and Li Daozong were both present. Not only that, Li Daozong had even brought Li Shuiyan along. The young lady was sitting on Li Daozong's lap. Li Zishuan might have been an otaku in his previous life, and had never played football, but he had watched a lot of serious football matches, so he had a good eye for a game. Upon hearing this, he thought for a moment, and instead of answering he asked, "Your Highness, do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Li Daozong was first stunned, but then he laughed out loud. "Ha! Interesting. Interesting. Then this king wants to hear, what's the lie? What's the truth?" Little Shuiyan also turned her head at this moment, and shifted her gaze from the field to Li Zishuan. Her big cute eyes blinked, as if they could speak, making her look extremely cute. Li Zishuan could not help but be melted by the little loli's cuteness. He smiled at Li Shuiyan, then looked at Li Daozong and said, "Hee hee. If your highness wants to hear a lie, then every member of the ferocious Tiger team is tall and strong, like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountains. No other team can match them." Li Daozong frowned. This sentence seemed to be the truth to him, but Li Zishuan was lying. Then what's the truth? Chapter 1265. This is the truth. Your Highness, although your ferocious Tiger team is brave and fierce, but in terms of speed and flexibility, they are still slightly lacking. Liangzhou's Fergana horse team can be said to be like their name, running like the wind. Previously, the ferocious Tiger team made 2 mistakes in passing, both of which were caused by underestimating the opponent's speed. Moreover, in this quarter of an hour, the ferocious Tiger team's ball was intercepted more than the Fergana horse team. In addition, in terms of stamina, this nephew presumptuously asserts that the ferocious Tiger team will definitely be inferior to the Fergana horse team in the later stages. Lantian County's number 2 football stadium stands. Li Zishuan insisted on listening to the truth, so Li Zishuan had no choice but to speak his own analysis truthfully. As the saying goes, those closely involved can't see the game clearly, while those on the sidelines can see the game clearly. The players on the field may not understand their own strengths and weaknesses, But Li Zixuan, who was half an expert, was able to see through some key information after watching for a while from the stands. Li Zixuan repeatedly nodded his head as he listened to the first few sentences, but when he heard the last sentence, he had a disapproving look as he said, "How can Mark Yong and conclude that the ferocious tiger team's stamina is inferior to the Fergana horse team? You must know that although the ferocious tiger team's members are not martial arts experts, they are all heroes who have been in the army for at least 4 to 5 years. How can ordinary people be compared to them?" Li Zixuan replied neither hurriedly nor slowly, "Your Highness, as far as I know, the ferocious tiger team's members are all above 30 years old, while the Fergana horse team's members are all below 25 years old. The youngest one is only 17 years old. In terms of strength, they are indeed inferior to the ferocious tiger team, but in terms of stamina, the ferocious tiger team cannot compare to them. In addition, in terms of tactics, the ferocious tiger team does not have a complete set of tactics. Instead, they have a feeling of blocking soldiers with arms and water with earthwear. On the other hand, the Fergana horse team can often play some small coordination, and the ferocious tiger team's players are unable to break through and also difficult to defend. So, before the end of the first half, if the ferocious tigers can't widen the score and secure victory, there's definitely a risk of losing in the second half. According to the experience of his previous life, generally speaking, a player's golden age began at the age of 19, reached its peak at the age of 24 to 26, and slowly came to an end at the age of 28. Around the age of 30, many professional players would choose to retire or leave the main position. This was because when a person passed the age of 30, their muscles would begin to atrophy, and their physical ability would begin to decline. Some players who were disciplined and diligent in training might be able to delay it, but players who indulged in debauchery all day might even bring it forward. Even though the players of the Fergana Tigers had trained in the military for many years, in terms of endurance, they were definitely not as good as the young lads of the Fergana Tigers. Moreover, Liangzhou was located on the frontier and was often harassed by the Turks. The people there were tough and valiant. For the Fergana precious horses to be able to stand out from that place, their strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Brother Xiao Xian, are you saying that Royal Father's ferocious tiger team is going to lose? But Xueyan thinks that the uncles in the ferocious tiger team are very strong. Li Xueyan had already reached the age where she could understand things. She could still understand the gist of Li Zixuan's words. After Li Zixuan finished speaking, the little girl pouted her cute little mouth and said. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Ha! Big brother didn't say that the ferocious tiger team would definitely lose. They still have a good chance of winning. Xun, let's just watch carefully." Little Xueyan replied with an and turned her attention back to the field. Li Daozong, on the other hand, frowned and fell into deep thought. On the field, the center back of the ferocious tigers rolled the ball and passed it to the feet of another center back. The latter dribbled 2 steps and passed a player of the ferocious horses. Then he made a long pass, intending to send the ball to the feet of his own center forward. Who would have thought that this pass would be intercepted by the center forward of the ferocious horses? The surrounding audience was in an uproar again. F***CK. It was intercepted again. What's going on? If the pass isn't accurate, then don't blindly spread it. This time, the ferocious tiger team is in danger. The speed of the Fergana Tigers is very fast. This is already the 3rd time that they have intercepted the ball of the ferocious tiger team, right? The ferocious tiger team is actually playing well, but I didn't expect the strength of the Fergana Tigers to be so tyrannical. The audience discussed animatedly, but Li Daozong's face was gloomy and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. Marquis Yong, in your opinion, if the ferocious tiger team wants to win this match as soon as possible, what changes do they need to make? The Fergana Tigers' one chance to counterattack was finally narrowly neutralized by the 2 defenders of the ferocious tiger team. However, Li Daozong couldn't sit still anymore. He turned his head and humbly asked for advice. From the looks of it, he finally believed in Li Zixuan's evil. Li Zixuan frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. He said, "The ferocious tiger team's offense is easily intercepted, but fortunately, their defensive ability is quite good. They have played until now and have not fallen behind in the score. I think they must have practiced a lot of tactical changes on a daily basis. Next, if the ferocious tiger team wants to quickly break through the opponent's defensive line, first, they need to completely give up on long passes to the ground. This is because the opponent's running speed is very fast and their reaction is very flexible. Second, they need to make use of more short-distance passes. Through the player's constant change of formation, they can bring the ball to the opponent's penalty area. This is because the ferocious tiger team has a considerable advantage in terms of individual strength and dribbling ability. In terms of the evolution of formation, the ferocious tiger team has an absolute advantage. We need to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. Third, I see that the defensive ability of the two defenders of the ferocious tiger team is very outstanding. The next time they intercept the opponent's ball, they can directly pass the ball from the back half of the field to the front half of the field. Of course, they need to leave a striker in the front half of the field. This move is called defensive counterattack. It can often produce unexpected results. When Li Daozong heard this, his eyes lit up. However, he still had some doubts, so he asked, "What is a defender and what is a striker?" Li Zishuan sweated and said, "I don't have time to explain this in detail. The general idea is that a defender represents a player in the backfield who defends, and a striker is a player who creates opportunities for his teammates and dribbles the ball to break through and score. Your Highness, what do you think of these three suggestions?" Li Daozong pondered for a moment and clapped his hands. "Good. We'll do as you say. I'll immediately ask the team manager to inform the players to change their tactics." After that, he whispered a few words to a middle-aged man behind him, and the latter hurried down the stands. What a good way to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. What a good defensive counterattack. I didn't expect this. A small football game, because of the two of you, is a bit like two armies facing each other. Interesting. Really interesting. When the ferocious tiger team in the field had just started to implement the new tactic, Li Zishuan and Li Daozong heard Li Er's laughter. The two of them were shocked and quickly turned around. They saw Li Er in his regular clothes walking towards them with Li Qingqian following behind him. Chapter 1266. Greetings, Your Majesty. In Lantian County No. 2 football stadium, Li Zishuan and Li Daozong saw Li Er coming over and quickly got up to greet him. Without waiting for them to finish, Li Er waved his hand and said, "No need to be so courteous. I just finished the morning court. I'm just here to take a look." In fact, he was not the only one who came over. The civil and military officials in the court, many of them who had no official duties, came over after the morning court. Football was a new hot-blooded sport. Not only did the people like to watch it, but the court officials also liked to watch it. Of course, in order to avoid criticism, the officials would not personally set up a team. Only people like Li Daozong from the Li Tang Empire or those nobles who had nothing to do all day would mess around with a team. Because these people did not have official duties, they did not care about hard work and reputation. They just wanted to play all day long and no one could say anything. "Your Majesty, this way please." Li Zishuan led Li Er to where they were sitting before. This area was considered the VIP room of the entire football stadium. It was separated from the audience by a tarpaulin. Many people in Chang and city had seen Li Er before. In order to avoid causing a commotion, they could only arrange for old Li to sit in the private room. Shui Yan, come to me." When Li Er saw the delicate little Shui Yan, he suddenly smiled and waved his hand. "Shui Yan greets royal uncles." Li Shui Yan hesitated for a moment, then walked over and said crisply, Good. Li Er placed the little Shui Yan on his lap. Then, his attention was quickly attracted by the football match. He patted Li Shui Yan's head and smiled at the two people beside him. You don't have to be restrained. Let's finish watching this game first." Off the field, the situation suddenly changed. The ferocious tigers, who had been mysterious previously, suddenly changed their style of play after the team manager's tactical deployment. They suddenly became more stable and organized. The long passes to the ground were gone, and the short-distance cooperation between the players suddenly became more frequent. Every time a ferocious Tigers player dribbled the ball, there would be a player in the most correct position to cover and receive. A few passes could be said to be smooth as flowing water. The audience outside the field was amazed. What a beautiful pass! The ferocious Tigers player 10 came at the right time. No! The direction of the pass from player number 9 to player number 10 should have been predicted. They had already calculated the distance and position between the two sides. It's too scary. Isn't their cooperation too tacit? Flawless. Smooth and flowing. They had arrived at the forbidden zone. The ferocious Tiger team has entered the restricted area of the Fergana horse team. Whoosh! It was the ferocious Tigers on the field. After a series of wonderful combination of quick plays and quick passes, they finally broke into the penalty area of the ferocious horses once again. At this moment, the football was at the feet of the ferocious Tigers' number 1 player. He was less than 2 feet away from the opponent's goal, and there were no teammates near him. There were only 2 opposing defenders who were rushing towards him. At this critical moment, the spectators in the stands fell silent. Every one of them had their hearts in their throats. Li Er's face was also flushed with excitement. His pair of tiger-like eyes stared unblinkingly at the ferocious Tigers' number 1 player. At this critical moment, the ferocious horse's goalkeeper actually chose to abandon the goal and attack. The ferocious Tigers' number 1 player could not help but be overjoyed. He suddenly accelerated, and when he was about to reach the opponent's goalkeeper, he made a wonderful feint and bypassed the opponent's goalkeeper. Oh, they're going in. They're going in. Shoot. Ferocious Tigers. Shoot. Although they had not shot, the spectators in the stands were already cheering in advance. The ferocious Tigers' number 1 player did not disappoint. His right foot kicked the football fiercely and completed an unobstructed shot from outside the opponent's goal. Without the commentator to liven up the atmosphere, the 10,000 spectators in the stands were already ignited by themselves. Cheers, screams, loud roars. It was as if the entire football field was going to be overturned. The entire Wuning Square in Lantian County could hear the deafening roars from here. Could. At this time, Li Er had already placed the little snow goose on the ground. He stood up and cheered loudly with a face full of excitement. Football was an extremely hot-blooded sport. Of course, the most hot-blooded time was the moment when a goal was scored. It was especially hot-blooded and made people want to explode on the spot. Moreover, the deafening cheers in the football field at that time made it easier for people to enter an extremely excited state. No one could resist such a fatal temptation. At this moment, Li Er no longer had the majesty of an emperor. He was just like a fanatical football fan. Li Zishuan and Li Zishuan were not any better. The ferocious Tigers belonged to Li Daozong. Now that they had scored a goal, the happiest and most excited person was undoubtedly Li Zishuan. As for Li Zishuan, although the football matches he watched in his previous life were countless times more exciting than this, ever since he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he did not have modern high-tech electronic devices. His life had actually been quite dull and boring. Today's football match had finally allowed him to find a bit of the hot-blooded feeling. He too jumped up from his chair and cheered loudly. Beep! The referee blew a long bamboo whistle and announced that the goal was valid. The match continued. In the next 15 minutes of the first half, the ferocious Tigers did the same thing and scored another goal. At this time, the first half had just ended. The players from both teams were taking a short break and adjusting their tactics. Li Daozong saw the boss of the ferocious horses team with a gloomy face and went back to rest with his players. He could not help but smile and said, "Hee. Looks like today's match has been decided. The ferocious Tigers can finally get these 3 points." Li Er smiled and said, "Daozong, your ferocious Tigers are quite good. Moreover, these people should be from the military, right? Not bad, not bad. They did not disgrace the Tang dynasty's military. Your Majesty is wise. These players are indeed good players from the military. Although they do not know martial arts, their individual strength is definitely not bad." Li Daozong clasped his hands and said. Li Zishuan at the side frowned and said, Your Highness, it is still too early to say that the ferocious tigers have won. The test for them has just begun. Li Er looked over in confusion. Li Daozong frowned and asked, why is that? Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, stamina. Stamina has always been the biggest problem that the ferocious tigers face. Don't look at their limitless glory in the first half. These two goals have already exhausted most of their stamina. On the other hand, the ferocious horses team is full of hot-blooded youths. During the break, they will be able to recover more stamina. In the second half, the ferocious tigers team's goal will be welcomed by the opponent's continuous and fierce attacks. Chapter 1267. Xiao Xian. How should the ferocious tigers deal with this? Li Zishuan was now completely convinced by Li Zishuan. He also felt that Li Zishuan's analysis was reasonable. The ferocious tiger's stamina was indeed not as good as the ferocious horses. Therefore, he did not care about losing face and directly asked Li Zishuan, shrink the front line and focus on defense. Changing the formation is the strength of the ferocious tigers. Next, let them build their own half of the field into an iron wall. Strive for everyone to run the shortest route to achieve the best results. Of course, while defending, they also have to wait for an opportunity to counterattack. After all, the best defense in the world is offense. Currently, the ferocious horses are the ones who should be anxious. Your Highness, let the players defend well. They can even pass each other's feet in their own half of the field to stall for time. Wait for the opponent to make a mistake, then give a fatal blow and completely seal the victory. Li Zishuan looked at the backs of the ferocious tigers players and said. Li Zishuan nodded slightly. He, who had experienced hundreds of battles, could naturally see that Li Zishuan's arrangement was the best plan. Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment and nodded, okay, thank you. Then, he turned his head and gave a few instructions to the manager of the ferocious tigers. The manager took the order and left, presumably to make tactical arrangements. After about a quarter of an hour, the second half began. Both teams changed sides and played again. When they came on the field, the audience in the stands gave the ferocious tigers the loudest cheers. These people were addicted to watching the ferocious tigers in the previous 45 minutes. The ferocious tigers did not disappoint them. They scored 2 goals in a row, making most of the people in the stands become loyal fans of the ferocious tigers. Isn't it a matter of course for the fans to cheer for their favorite team? Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan secretly smiled. This was the result he wanted. The appearance of fans was the symbol of the prosperity of football. If there were no fans, modern football would not be so popular. It might even die out in the middle of the game. When the number of soccer fans in Great Tang grew larger and larger, it would be hard for Great Tang's soccer to not flourish. By then, Great Tang, as the country of origin of world football, no matter how weak it was, it wouldn't be as weak as the modern-day national football team. It would definitely become a world football powerhouse. By then, Han football would no longer be a joke in the eyes of foreigners. By then, Li Zishuan would have achieved his goal of bringing football to Great Tang 1,000 years in advance. Beep! The referee blew the whistle and the Fergana horses kicked off. Under the cover of the 3 players and the coordination of the passing, the football quickly charged into the Fergana Tigers' front half of the field. His attacks were as swift as lightning. The Fergana horse team had played the entire half of the field, but they still retained their physical strength. Under their sudden outburst, the ferocious tiger team was actually somewhat unable to withstand it. Quickly get into a defensive formation. Everyone defend. The manager of the ferocious tigers was sweating profusely. He stood by the side of the field and shouted. He did not care if the players on the field could hear him. The sudden change in style caused the audience in the stands to be unable to react for a moment. When they finally reacted, they could not help but turn pale with fright. What's going on? Didn't the ferocious tiger team play well in the first half? Why is the Fergana horse team going to shoot now? It seems like the ferocious tiger team's physical strength is failing? Their physical strength is failing? How is that possible? The ferocious tiger team scored 2 goals in the first half. How can their physical strength be failing? The reason why the Ferocious Tiger team was able to score in the first half was because of their ingenious coordination. Now that the Fergana Horse team has changed their style and is attacking with all their strength, the Ferocious Tiger team is in danger. The Ferocious Tiger team will win. It was unknown who shouted loudly, but the audience in the stands began to shout. For a moment, the shouts of "the Ferocious Tiger team will win" became louder and louder. It even reached the sky. Li Xiaogong looked at the Ferocious Tiger team players below the stands and could not help but clench his fists. The Ferocious Tiger team was destined to withstand pressure in the second half. However, whether they could withstand the pressure completely depended on the Ferocious Tiger team players' teamwork and performance. The roaring in the stands more or less gave the Ferocious Tiger team players some invisible strength. They quickly restored the formation that was previously disrupted by the opponent and resisted the Fergana Horse team's attack with all their strength. In the end, the Fergana Horse team's wave of attack was intercepted by the combined efforts of the two defenders of the Ferocious Tiger team. The goalkeeper went out to catch the ball that was rolling and then threw the ball to his own players. Next, there was a jaw-dropping scene. The Ferocious Tiger team players actually moved left and right in their own half of the field. The audience in the stands was in an uproar. What are the Ferocious Tiger team players doing? Why aren't they attacking? It looks like they are stalling for time. That's right. Anyway, the Ferocious Tiger team is leading by 2 o'clock. As long as they drag it out until the end of the game, they will be able to get these 3 points. But isn't this against the rules? It really doesn't seem to be against the rules. Isn't that too sullen? If the Ferocious Tiger team doesn't attack, how can they be called the Ferocious Tiger team? Why don't we just call them the Tortoise team? Some of the audience expressed their understanding of the Ferocious Tiger team's passive game, but some of the audience felt very angry. After all, everyone hoped that the person or team they liked was super powerful. Moreover, attacking football was obviously more interesting than defensive football. The boss of the Fergana Horse team did not know what the audience was thinking, but he was so angry that he was about to stomp his feet. He stood by the side of the field and shouted loudly, "Attack! Everyone, press up and attack. You must break the goal." With a boom, almost all the Fergana Horse team players moved out and entered the Ferocious Tiger team's half of the field to fight for the ball. After all, they were young men. They were full of vigor and energy. After a few fights, the ball quickly fell to the feet of the Fergana Horse team players. Several players cooperated with each other and fought with the Ferocious Tiger team players several times. Finally, the ball was shot into the opponent's goal. That's in. The audience in the stands sighed, but this did not prevent the Fergana Horse team players from celebrating. All the players hugged each other. After being suppressed for half of the field, they could finally party to their heart's content. Just play like this. Equalize the score as soon as possible. The boss of the Fergana Horse team shouted at the top of his voice. His players did indeed do so. When there was still a quarter of an hour before the end of the game, the number 1 player of the Fergana Horse team finally sent the ball into the Ferocious Tiger team's goal once again. That's in. We equalized the score. The Fergana Horse team players celebrated in the Ferocious Tiger team's half of the field, but the Ferocious Tiger team players were all gloomy. Hurry up and score another goal. We have to win this game. The boss of the Fergana Horse squad shouted once more. Chapter 1268. From a 2 o'clock lead in the first half to a 2-2 tie, the sudden change in the situation caught everyone off guard. Li Daozong pursed his lips tightly. In the first half, he felt that victory was within his grasp, but now, at the end of the first half, after Li Zishuan's analysis, he knew that the Ferocious Tigers would be at a disadvantage in the second half, but he did not expect them to be at such a disadvantage, so much so that they were directly equalized by the opponent. Moreover, according to the current momentum, the Ferocious Tigers' goal would definitely be broken through again in the following period of time. At that time, not only would the Ferocious Tigers not get 3 points, they might not even get 1 point. The atmosphere in the stands suddenly became solemn. Although many people were scolding the Ferocious Tigers players for not living up to expectations and wasting a good situation, they still hoped that the Ferocious Tigers could win. Perhaps this was the modern national football fans' attitude towards the national football team. The Ferocious Tigers players all had solemn expressions, and the Ferocious Horses players on the opposite side were all crazily pressing into the Ferocious Tigers' half of the field as if they had been injected with chicken blood. However, the continuous fierce attacks since the start of the second half had consumed more than half of their stamina. On the other hand, although the Ferocious Tigers had been suppressed in the second half, they had been shrinking and defending in their own half of the field, moving their feet left and right. In comparison, the Ferocious Tigers players had consumed much less stamina. Therefore, at this time, the physical condition of the players on both sides had basically reached the same level. In fact, the Ferocious Tigers' condition was even slightly above the Ferocious Horses. This was a very important detail, but the Ferocious Horses' boss, who was anxious to let the team take the lead, neglected this detail. For him, nothing was more important than scoring another goal. Attack! Everyone! The Ferocious Horses' boss roared crazily on the sidelines. His players were also attacking crazily on the field, but how could they easily break through the Ferocious Tigers' meticulously built iron bucket formation? The previous 2 goals were only because they used their physical advantage to force a breakthrough. The breakthrough was very difficult. Now, their physical advantage no longer existed. The scales of victory were gradually tilting towards the Ferocious Tigers. On the field, after the 2 sides fought a few times, seeing that the time left was getting shorter and shorter, the bloodthirsty Fergana horses, who wanted to score another goal, finally stopped holding back. They completely gave up on defense, and the only 2 defensive backs left in their half of the field also rushed to the Fergana Tigers' half of the field to join in the fight. Liao Pengfei, send it to me. At that moment, the football suddenly landed at the feet of one of the Tigers' defenders. Another player roared loudly as he ran out. Bam! The player named Liao Pengfei did not hesitate to do a side pass and sent the football in the direction that the player was heading. At the same time, the number 1 player of the Ferocious Tigers, who had been pacing back and forth near the midfield, suddenly sped up and dashed madly toward the Fergana horse's goal. His speed was as fast as a cheetah. By the time the Fergana horse's players and the boss realized it, the player was already less than 5 feet away from the goal. Bam! The Ferocious Tigers player who received the football did not hesitate to kick the football under the ball. The football flew high ahead like a cannonball, and its destination was the direction that the number 1 player was heading. Return to defense. Quickly return to defense. The Fergana horse's boss, who was still in a state of madness, came back to his senses at this moment. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. The Fergana horse's players had already reacted. They all ran toward their own goal in a panic like a swarm of bees. Well, in the stands, the spectators who were already in a state of despair suddenly burst into an uproar. They were first shocked and incredulous. Then, they excitedly stood up from their seats and shouted in unison at the top of their voices. Ferocious Tigers! Victory for sure! Ferocious Tigers! Victory for sure! Ferocious Tigers! Victory for sure! Li Daozong, Li Er, and Li Zishuan also stood up from their seats at this moment. Their eyes stared intently at the field without blinking. They saw that the number 1 player on the field had already received the falling football at this time and had single-handedly charged into a spot 3 feet in front of the goal. He could directly shoot at this distance, or he could play it safe and dribble forward before shooting again. The Fergana horse's goalkeeper did not dare to abandon the goal to attack this time because he had suffered a loss in the first half. He bent his body and stared at the number 1 player of the Ferocious Tigers with a guarded expression. At the same time, he secretly prayed that his teammate could rush over before the opponent shot. Bam! The number 1 player of the Ferocious Tigers did not choose to continue dribbling forward because he felt that it was too late. The back of his right foot fiercely knocked against the lower right side of the football. With a bang, the football left behind a series of afterimages in the air and rushed toward the Fergana horse's goal. At this moment, everyone on the field felt as if the world had suddenly quieted down. They could not hear cheers or roars. It was as if they could only hear the sound of their own breathing. The Fergana Horses players who rushed to the backfield to help stopped at this moment. They stared at the football in the sky with wide eyes and prayed frantically in their hearts. Don't go in. Don't go in. The Fergana Horses goalkeeper focused 120% of his attention at this moment. He looked at the football in the sky and quickly judged the landing point of the football in his heart. Top right corner. In a flash, the goalkeeper made a judgment. At the same time, his body also reacted. His whole person bounced up from the ground and rushed toward the upper right corner of the goal. Oh no! Some of the spectators in the stands with good eyesight felt their hearts skip a beat. They secretly cursed because the flying direction of the number 1 player of the Ferocious Tigers was vaguely toward the upper right corner of the goal. Li Daozong and Li Er both clenched their fists. A few blue veins could be seen on their foreheads. It was obvious that the two of them were also very nervous at this moment. Just when everyone thought that the shot was going to be blocked, the football suddenly changed direction when it was 5 feet away from the goal and went straight toward the lower left corner of the goal. The Fergana Horses goalkeeper closed his eyes in despair. He was still in the sky at this time. Even if he saw the football change direction, what was the use? Bang! In the end, the football fell into the net without any suspense. This was the whistle that indicated that the goal was valid. Coincidentally, it was followed by 2 short and 1 long whistle that signaled the end of the game. Oh, it went in. The ball went in. The Ferocious Tigers won. The Ferocious Tigers won. Ha! At this moment, the entire football field was like a powder keg that had been ignited and completely exploded. Cheers and roars rose and fell one after another. The Ferocious Tigers finished off the Fergana Horses with a strange shot at the last moment. This made many spectators in the stands unable to help but hug each other and cry with joy. Even though they did not know each other before, they got to know each other because of the game. Because of such an exciting game, this was enough. They won. The Ferocious Tigers actually won. Ha! Li Xiaogong hugged the little snow goose behind him and gave it a big kiss. Then he talked to himself excitedly. Chapter 1269. Wonderful! Too wonderful! In the stands, Li Er was not clapping his hands and laughing. Instead, he was waving his fists and laughing excitedly without the image of an emperor. Then he smiled and said, Daozong, in my opinion, why don't you let Li Zishuan train your feral tiger team? This kid knows more about football than you do. Ha! Li Daozong hugged Li Xuan and turned his head to look at Li Zishuan. With a face full of smiles, he said, Your Majesty, I would like to hire the Marquis of Yong and to coach the team, but firstly, I can't afford the price. Secondly, the Marquis of Yong and is usually busy with official business. I'm afraid he has no time to take care of it. Li Er laughed. Ha! It's true that you can't afford it. This kid is the one who doesn't lack money in the whole Tang Empire. Just the money from the tickets for this match should be quite a lot, right? Li Zishuan took 2 steps forward and clasped his hands. He smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, the money from the tickets will eventually belong to the Tang Empire Football Association. It will not fall into my personal pocket. No matter how much money I earn, it has nothing to do with me. Since the Tang Empire Football Association was an official organization recognized by the imperial court, Li Zishuan naturally had to distance himself from the association. This was a matter of principle. Li Er praised in his heart. Then he smiled and said, Ha! You brat, you're really clever. But in my opinion, if you can build a team yourself, it will be very interesting. Li Zishuan was speechless. Your Majesty, I will never take the initiative to build a team. How can I be both a referee and an athlete? Li Er was stunned. Although he had never heard of the term athlete, he could roughly guess the meaning from the words. After thinking for a while, he could not help but feel that this sentence was very interesting. Ha! What a good way to be both a referee and an athlete. It's rare that you don't forget to be fair. Li Zishuan smiled. Ha! Your Majesty has handed the Tang Empire Football Association to me. How can I be sloppy? Moreover, given this subject's understanding of soccer, if we were to form a team, who in the Great Tang would be a match for us? Li Zishuan's tone was very calm, but the content of his words was full of arrogance. Li Er and Li Daozong were both stunned. They subconsciously sighed in their hearts at Li Zishuan's arrogance. However, after giving it some thought, they knew that Li Zishuan was not boasting. They could tell just by looking at the difference in the performance of the tigers after they were instructed on the spot. Moreover, Li Zishuan probably had his own unique way of training the team. If that was the case, then his team was really invincible. Your Majesty, I heard a few days ago that the officialdom of Hunan province is in chaos. Thieves are everywhere, and it can be described as chaotic. I'm afraid that Wei Zhuqing is in danger in Zhangzhou. After leaving the football field, Li Zishuan walked with Li Er for a while. Seeing that there was no one around, Li Zishuan asked tentatively. Hearing this, Li Er stopped in his tracks. He frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, I already know about this matter. You don't have to worry about Wei Xuanqing's safety. I have my own plans. However, as far as I know, your cousin Yi Fashion took a girl from your workshop to the south a few days ago. They should be going to Hunan province, right? Li Zishuan was not surprised that Li Er knew that Li Yu and Yi Fashion had left Chang. He cupped his hands and admitted, Your Majesty, the two of them are indeed going to Hunan province. Fashion is going back. There's no need to say more. I don't care where the two of them are going, but now is a critical time. On one hand, they have to pay attention to their safety. On the other hand, don't act recklessly and ruin my plans. After saying that, Li Er did not explain further and left with his two bodyguards. Li Zishuan was left standing in the same place, quietly thinking. The first match of the group stage could be said to be full of ups and downs and wonderful beyond compare. The spectators who were present felt that the trip was not in vain. After Li Zishuan finished watching the game, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because the first game was so exciting, the popularity of football would definitely be completely brought up by this game. With a good start, he was only halfway to success. Next, he could finally put down the affairs of the Football Association at ease and concentrate on the matters of the dam. As for the chaos in Hunan province, through the previous conversation, he knew that old Li must have a rough idea in his heart. Then, there was no need for him to worry about it. At noon, the second match of the two football stadiums ended at the same time. Tens of thousands of spectators left the stadium one after another. After the burning atmosphere in the stadium, they were now all fired up. They were about to bring this craze to Lantian County and Chang and City. The Ferocious Tigers game this morning was so F***ing exciting, especially the last goal. At that time, my hair stood on end. The last goal was so F***ing beautiful. Who the F***ck would have thought that the football could turn in the sky? The number one player of the Ferocious Tigers is too amazing. What's his name again? Who knows? I want to be sworn brothers with him. That person is called Lu Changfeng, but you want to be sworn brothers. Are you worthy? If he wants to be sworn brothers, he should be sworn brothers like me. **ck. Lu Shixiang, what right do you have to say that I'm not worthy? Hey! Because you're not as tall as me. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was lunchtime. In all the restaurants in Lantian County, there were discussions about this morning's game. Of course, there were even more discussions about the Ferocious Tigers vs Ferocious Horses game. Many people even became die-hard followers of the number one player of the Ferocious Tigers, Lu Changfeng, who scored twice on the field. The direction of public opinion was developing in the direction that Li Zishuan expected, and it was getting more and more intense. The next day, the Ferocious Tigers defeated the Ferocious Horses 3-2 at the last minute, became the headline of Datang Daily. People could be heard talking about yesterday's game everywhere in Chang and City. The ranking league had completely become the hottest topic among the people. Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, the Ferocious Tigers of the King of Xianxia defeated the Ferocious Horses of Liangzhou at the last minute. It was so exciting. I heard. Unfortunately, I didn't go to watch it yesterday. Brother Zhang, did you go yesterday? I didn't go either. Then how did you know that the game was exciting? Of course, I heard it from others and saw it in the newspaper, but I plan to watch today's game. Brother Zhao, do you want to go with me? I want to go, I want to go. I have to go. Let's hurry to the football stadium in Lantian County and see if there are any tickets left. Chapter 1270. The ferocious tiger's comeback became a hot topic in Chang and the surrounding counties. This directly led to the tickets for the next day's game being sold out. The two football stadiums were full again. Many people who came late couldn't even buy tickets, so they could only listen to the cheers from outside the football stadiums. As for Li Zishuan, he didn't care about the league anymore, because the dam that had been prepared for a long time had officially started construction. On the 9th day of the 3rd month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan, Li Zishuan, Mo Zhong, Yan Xiaoning, Faubert, and county magistrate he led the newly recruited more than 20,000 craftsmen to the bank of the murky river and officially started construction. The management style of the entire construction team was exactly the same as the management style of the army during the construction of Yanhuang College. The construction team was divided into 5 regiments. There were teams in the regiments and groups in the regiments. The specific tasks were given by the HQ, and in the end, it was assigned to everyone. Of course, the most important thing was that there was a complete set of rewards and punishments. This was the best way to motivate the craftsmen and workers to work. This time, many of the people in the construction team had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College last year. The news spread like wildfire. Those who participated in Li Zishuan's construction for the first time knew that as long as they worked hard, they could become rich and completely turn their lives around. Gu Xiaomao, who opened a supermarket in Yanhuang College, was the most typical example of someone who became rich by participating in Li Zishuan's construction team. It was said that the Gu family now had a supermarket branch in Chang and city, and their business was booming. Based on that, Li Zishuan did not need to say any inspiring words at all during the groundbreaking ceremony. More than 20,000 craftsmen and workers were already rubbing their fists and rubbing their hands impatiently. They were all full of motivation. Why would Li Zishuan need to motivate them? With a command, more than 20,000 people started to dig the canal, quarry the stone, pull the soil, and transport the cement. The murky river outside Plum Village became lively all of a sudden. As far as I know, Lantian County hasn't been this lively for many years. County Magistrate He, as the parent official of Lantian County, naturally had to personally come and take a look at such a big project like the dam. Seeing the bustling scene on both sides of the Ba River, he couldn't help but pinch the small tuft of beard on his chin and smile. This sentence could be said to have a double meaning. The current Lantian County was not only bustling because of the construction of the dam, but also because of the Great Tang FIFA Ranking League being held in Lantian County. The most direct feeling was that the number of merchants coming and going at the county gate every day was dozens of times more than before. Where there were people, there were business opportunities. Many merchants from other counties saw this and wanted to open a shop in Lantian County. This caused the prices of shops in Lantian County to soar. Today's Lantian County's prosperity had already leaped to the top among the counties around Chang and city. There was no doubt that it was the top. Recently, county magistrate he was so happy that he could wake up from his dreams. These were all political achievements. Li Zishuan smiled slightly. He looked at the workers and craftsmen who were digging the canal and said with a yearning look, "This is just the beginning. In the future, Lantian County will be the place where Great Tang's industry flourishes. When that time comes, merchants and students from all over will gather. That will be lively. Dams, hydropower stations, electric appliances, 3 acids and 2 alkali, chemical, machine tools, heavy machinery industry. These were all projects that Li Zishuan was about to start or was about to start. If he could really complete all of them, then Lantian County's status would definitely rise to another level. It was even possible that it would surpass Chang and city. County magistrate he wasn't a pedantic scholar. Ever since Lantian County became Li Zishuan's fief, he had spent some time to understand engineering. After listening to Li Zishuan's description, his eyes lit up. Finally, he sighed and said, "This lowly official looks forward to that day. Industry can lead the people to become rich." This was County Magistrate He's most direct understanding of industry. Previously, for example, Chitsu Pavilion and Chitsu Pavilion Workshop, they could be said to be making a lot of money every day. Now, Li Zishuan was building a dam. Although he didn't know how the dam would make money, because of the construction of the dam, tens of thousands of people in Lantian County could come over to help and earn a generous salary. That was enough. More than 80% of the workers in the construction team were from Lantian County. Initially, under County Magistrate He's suggestion, they were all recruited from Lantian County. If they weren't able to get enough workers, they would go to other counties. Therefore, all the adults in Lantian County were recruited. Li Zishuan's dam directly led to the employment of the entire county's people. That's right. Marquis, is your Marquis residence in Lantian County also going to start work? County Magistrate He suddenly remembered that the Marquis residence project was suspended and quickly asked Li Zishuan. Under the condition that the dam's construction progress is not affected, we can start works. If you need money, you can directly ask Butler Wang for it. Li Zishuan nodded and replied. As the king of Lantian County, if he didn't even have his own residence, how ridiculous would that be? The Marquis residence in Lantian County was more symbolic than practical. Marquis, don't worry. It definitely won't affect the construction of the dam. County Magistrate He smiled and cupped his hands respectfully. Li Zishuan smiled and then walked to Mo Huai's side and said, Mr. Mo, I'll have to trouble you and Xiaoning with the dam. If you encounter any problems, get someone to inform me at any time. Building a dam was a huge and arduous project. It definitely couldn't be done overnight in a short period of time. According to their original plan, they would first dig a drainage channel from the middle to divert the murky river's water from the middle and lower the riverbed's water level. Only then could they build the dam and build it. Just digging this drainage channel would probably take at least a month. In the following period of time, he definitely couldn't come here every day to supervise the work. He still had a lot of things to do, but the construction of the dam was indeed his most important project this year. Of course, he hoped that it would be completed as soon as possible. Yan Xiaoning, who was beside him, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. He thought to himself that this bad friend of his was probably going to be a lazy shopkeeper. However, although he thought so, he didn't say anything to undermine Li Zishuan. After all, he still treated Li Zishuan as a brother in his heart. Yamacho, don't worry. I'll do my best to build the dam as soon as possible. Mo Zhong cupped his hands and said solemnly. Back when the Mo family was at its peak, building a dam was a piece of cake. However, now that the Mo family was in decline and their talents had withered, this dam was still a big challenge for Mo Huai and the others. There were many technical difficulties that needed to be overcome. Good. I'll celebrate with all of you when the time comes. Li Zishuan laughed heartily. Chapter 1271. The bigger the fief, the more things changed, because Li Zishuan wanted to lead more people to become rich. In addition, he also had many other positions on his shoulders, such as the president of the Tang Football Association, the general manager of the Yanhuang Bank, and so on. He was busy every day. At this time, he deeply felt the importance of talents. If he had talents in related fields, he could completely unload a part of the heavy burden on his shoulders and hand it to others, while he himself could focus on developing engineering. Therefore, recently, he had been giving Li Ku more and more special lessons. He wanted to instill some basic knowledge of finance into Li Ku as soon as possible. Then, he would place Li Ku in the Yanhuang Bank for an internship until Li Ku was fully in charge of Tang Dynasty's Yanhuang Bank. In this feudal era, the position of central bank governor was a hot potato to him. The sooner he handed it over to the royal family, the sooner he could be free. Li Zishuan was not greedy for power, and he was not greedy for money in this life. As long as the next leader of the Yanhuang Bank was capable and knowledgeable about finance, he was willing to hand over the position of central bank governor. After all, he had shares in the Yanhuang Bank. Since he could earn money by lying down, why would he work so hard every day? Little Ku, what's your next lesson? In the Amacho office, Li Zishuan was giving Li Ku special lessons again today. In order to instill financial knowledge into this child, he had taken up a lot of Li Ku's normal learning time recently. Oh, it's chemistry. But I heard that Mr. Wang was sick these 2 days. It should be another chemistry teacher coming over to replace him. Li Ku raised his head and replied, "Oh, chemistry class? Let's skip it then. I happen to be free today, so I'll teach you more." Li Zishuan nodded and replied. Li Zishuan had already been set as Tang Dynasty's future economist. For physics and chemistry classes, Li Zishuan felt that there was no need for this child to listen to every lesson. To an economist, these classes were too hardcore. Speaking of which, as a principal, he actually encouraged students to skip classes. He could be considered as the weirdest principal in history. Thus, Yamacho. Li Ku frowned and thought to himself that he would have to look for other students to tutor him this weekend. Although he did like economics, he also wanted to be a well-rounded student. He still wanted to get a good ranking in the next final exam. If he continued to skip physics and chemistry classes, he would most likely fail in the final exam. Oh, by the way, you mentioned earlier that Mr. Wang has been sick recently. What kind of illness? Are you all right? Only now did Li Zishuan notice another piece of information in Li Ku's words. Every single one of the professors of the academy was a treasure. Losing any one of them would be a great loss to the academy. He had no choice but to take them seriously. Li Ku scratched his head and recalled, "I think it's abdominal pain. I heard that Daoist's son has already taken a look at Mr. Wang. It shouldn't be a big problem." Li Zishuan frowned slightly. Abdominal pain could be serious. After all, there were many organs in the human abdomen. You can rest for a quarter of an hour first. We won't rest for the next 2 periods. We'll go straight to school. Li Zishuan made up his mind to ask Sun Simiao about it in the afternoon. He then turned to Li Ku and said, "Yes, Yamacho. Young master, you're here?" In the afternoon, Li Zishuan went to Sun Simiao's courtyard after lunch. In the courtyard, who was actually using a medicine roller to grind herbs. After noticing Li Zishuan's arrival, who quickly stood up and greeted him. "You're actually grinding herbs." Li Zishuan glanced at the medicine roller on the ground and said with a friendly smile, "Master has used up a few herbs here. He needs to replenish them as soon as possible." "Young master, are you here to look for master?" Who replied with a smile. This girl's smile was very beautiful. It was like a spring breeze caressing one's face. It made people feel very comfortable. In modern terms, her smile was called a healing smile. Since Sun Simiao brought her back to Chang, and last year, the master and disciple had been living in Yunshan. Not only did Hu help Sun Simiao treat illnesses, but she also took care of Sun Simiao's daily needs. It was as if she treated Sun Simiao as her own elder. The villagers were the most simple people. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. What's more, healing her eyes and allowing her to see again was a great kindness. That's right. Is Priest Sun here? Li Zishuan was happy from the bottom of his heart when he saw that the melancholic girl from before was now living so happily. He nodded and asked, "Master is in the house. Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang are also here. Young master, you can go in directly." Hu looked around the room and said to Li Zishuan with a smile, "Then I'll go in first." Li Zishuan made a sound of acknowledgement and walked towards the inner room. Yamacho is here. The commotion in the courtyard could be heard in the house. Li Zishuan had just walked to the door when Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang came out to welcome him. Let's go in and talk," Li Zishuan said with a smile. They entered the house and exchanged greetings. Li Zishuan asked about Wang Ji's illness. Sun Simiao pondered for a moment and stroked his beard. Mr. Wang's illness is in the spleen and stomach. He likes warmth and dislikes cold. Recently, he has been having abdominal pain. In my opinion, it's very likely that it's because of long-term alcohol abuse, causing his spleen and stomach to be weak. Recently, he's been overworked or suffering from the cold, causing his abdominal pain to be particularly severe. I've already given him a few prescriptions to warm his spleen and relieve his stomach pain. They'll take effect in 1 day and he'll recover in 3 days. Xiaoxian, you don't have to worry. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he wondered if he should find a way to make Wang Ji quit drinking. One had to know that drinking was the most harmful to the stomach. Although the bearded man was also a heavy drinker, his internal energy was strong and he naturally didn't care about this little loss. Wang Ji was different. This old man was just a weak scholar after all. If he continued drinking like this, he probably wouldn't live past 60 years old. Besides, looking at the history of those scholars who were addicted to alcohol, how many of them lived long? Thank you, Master Sun. Li Zixuan sincerely bowed to Sun Simiao and said. Sun Simiao waved his hand and said, it's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. At this time, Dr. Qin next to him laughed and said, Yamacho, before you came, Brother Wang and I were discussing with Dr. Sun about the medical school of Yanhuang College. Since you're here, you can also give us some ideas. The medical school was the condition that Li Zixuan promised last year in order to tie Sun Simiao's heart. In addition, there was also the joint medical center of Tang Dynasty. These were all going to be started this year. Li Zixuan said with a smile, Dr. Qin, you three can decide on the medical school's matters yourselves. After the medical school is established, we can first give all the teachers in the college a physical examination. Those who are sick should be treated quickly, and those who have hidden diseases should be treated regularly. Chapter 1272. At the end of July, the medical school's entrance exam will begin. I will ask Mr. Ma to publicize the medical school in advance on Datang Daily. On the one hand, we will recruit some doctors with noble medical ethics and excellent medical skills to be teachers. On the other hand, we will recruit students who are interested in medicine. In the courtyard, Li Zixuan looked at Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Sun Simiao, the three future elders of the medical school, and said, the medical school was different from the current Yanhuang College's teaching system. According to the modern university education model, the current Yanhuang College couldn't even be considered as a college in a university. At most, it could be considered as an ordinary middle school, because it only taught students the most basic mathematical, physical, and chemical knowledge. However, the medical school of the future Yanhuang College was equivalent to the medical school of the university in his previous life. This was a subdivision of the specialties into the college. There was still a big difference between the two. Dr. Qin nodded and said with a smile, that's good. When Yanhuang College recruited the first batch of students, they also used Datang Daily to advertise. Now, they were just doing the same thing. They were already familiar with it. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, the examination content of the entrance exam, as well as the doctors who come to apply for the medical school, will depend on the three of you to personally check. Oh, in addition to this, there are also teaching materials. The future medical school will combine theory and practice, so teaching materials are necessary. I wonder if Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Daoist Sun have any ideas? Xiaoxian, wait a moment. After the voice fell, Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang looked at Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao smiled, got up and walked into the side room. After a while, he came out with a stack of manuscripts and handed it to Li Zixuan, saying, Xiaoxian, since last year you suggested this poor Daoist to recruit disciples and teach them what I learned, this poor Daoist began to write a book. Some of the diseases and treatment prescriptions I encountered in my travels over the years have been organized into a book. Although this book is not finished yet, it should be able to be used as teaching materials for the medical school for the time being. In the future, this poor Daoist will continue to expand and perfect this book. A prescription for 1,000 gold pieces? Li Zixuan took the stack of manuscripts and saw the words, priceless prescription, on the front page. He couldn't help but be lost in thought. His little butterfly had finally affected the course of history. This 1,000 gold prescription should have been written during Li Ji's Yonghui era. Because of his arrival, it should be brought forward. That's right. I think that the value of life is more precious than 1,000 pieces of gold, and a prescription can save people from danger. It is very appropriate to name this book with 1,000 pieces of gold. What do you think, Xiaoxian? Sun Simiao stroked his beard and smiled. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and sighed. What Daoist priest said is true. Life is precious, how can it be compared with money? This priceless prescription is the result of Daoist priest Sun's hard work. If it can be used as a teaching material for medical schools, Thousands of doctors and thousands of patients in the future will be grateful for Daoist priest Sun's kindness. When Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang saw Sun Simiao come out with a stack of manuscripts, they were slightly moved. This time, they gathered around Li Zishuan, wanting to see what was recorded in this book. After all, the author of this book was a divine doctor recognized by the Tang Empire. As doctors, they had to read it no matter what. Sun Simiao shook his head and laughed. "Ha! Xiaoxian, you are also well versed in medicine. Help this poor Daoist take a look at the contents of this book. Since it is a teaching material, it should be strict. As a Yamacho, you have to check it first." Li Zishuan was shocked. Is there a mistake? He is facing the king of medicine, Sun Simiao. His masterpiece actually needs me to check it? He hurriedly said, "Daoist priest Sun, you are asking too much of me. With my insignificant medical skills, I am not qualified to check it for you. In my opinion, why don't we let Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang take a look?" When Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang heard this, they waved their hands and said, "Yamacho, you must be joking. Our medical skills are not as good as Dr. Sun's. We are not qualified to comment. When a person was slightly stronger than you might still have thoughts of competing with them. But when a person was several times or even dozens of times stronger than you, the only thing left in your heart was to look up to them. Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang were in this situation. Why don't we read it together?" In the end, Dr. Wang couldn't hold back the loneliness in his heart. Oh no, it was curiosity. Swordsmen would want to try out a famous sword with their own hands. Doctors would also want to read a great medical book or two. That's great. Li Zishuan nodded. In this life, he didn't know nothing about traditional Chinese medicine. He also wanted to read Sun Simiao's Priceless Prescriptions. Sun Simiao's Priceless Prescriptions only had 10 volumes. Volume 1 was the general theory of medicine, herbal medicine, and so on. Volumes 2 to 4 were gynecological diseases, Volume 5 was pediatric diseases, Volume 6 was 7 orifice diseases, Volume 7 to 10 was wind diseases, beriberi, typhoid, and so on. In total, it recorded more than 1,400 prescriptions. According to the official history, Priceless Prescriptions had 30 volumes, a total of 233 prescriptions, and more than 5,300 prescriptions. Obviously, the current Priceless Prescriptions was still incomplete. It would continue to be expanded and perfected. Without carefully scrutinizing the correctness of each prescription, the three of them only roughly went through the contents of the 10 volumes of Priceless Prescriptions. It took them nearly an hour. During this time, the three of them couldn't help but exclaim at the descriptions of pathology and treatment methods in the book. When they flipped to the last page, they were shocked to find that they had finished reading it. This book contains a wide range of classics, and we can see Dr. Sun's rich medical experience from it. It's simply an excellent teaching material for medical school. I'm really glad for the future medical school teachers and students. Thank you for teaching me, Dr. Sun. After savoring it for a moment, Dr. Qin clasped his hands solemnly and said to Sun Simiao. Dr. Wang echoed, "Dr. Qin's words are very good. I admire Dr. Sun's medical skills." Sun Simiao waved his hand helplessly and said, all right. I asked you to help me find mistakes, so stop praising me." Everyone was speechless. They thought that other people's medical books might have mistakes, but you are Sun Simiao. How could your medical books have mistakes? Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Priest Sun, you don't have to be so humble. The medical school will use this Priceless Prescriptions as teaching material first. Later on, Priest Sun, you will bring Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and the other teachers of the medical school to complete the Priceless Prescriptions together. Other than studying, the medical school students will also have to go to the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center regularly to try to treat patients. From next month onwards, we can build a Tang Empire Joint Medical Center in Lantian County and Chang'an City respectively." Chapter 1273. Medical Practitioners Should Practice. People who practice medicine must have rich experience in treating illnesses and saving lives. Yamacho is using the Tang Empire's Joint Medical Center to complement the medical school's teaching. Wonderful. Dr. Wang clapped and sighed. Actually, in addition to prescriptions of 1,000 gold, I think Priest's son and the two of you can consider compiling a medical reference book on the medicinal properties of herbs for students to refer to in the future. After handing the prescriptions of 1,000 gold to Sun Simiao, Li Zixuan suddenly had another idea in his mind. He looked at Sun Simiao and the others and said, "Medicinal properties of herbs?" Sun Simiao frowned and said, "Xiaoxian, most of the medicinal properties of herbs are recorded in Shinnong's classic of Materia Medica. Why do you have to go the extra mile and write another book?" Shinnong's classic of Materia Medica, also known as Materia Medica or Materia Medica, was one of the 4 classics of Chinese medicine. It was the earliest Chinese medicine book in China. It originated from Shinnong and was passed down orally from generation to generation. It was compiled into a book during the Eastern Han Dynasty. The book was not written in a short period of time, and the author was not a single person. Li Zixuan shook his head. Of course, he knew about the existence of Shinnong's classic of Materia Medica, but he didn't mean to write another book. He wanted to write a medical book similar to Compendium of Materia Medica. He pondered for a moment and said, "Priest's son, Shinnong's classic of Materia Medica does record the medicinal properties of a large number of herbs, but the classification method is a little rough. Moreover, many of the records have been lost for a long time, so it's inevitable that there will be some mistakes. For people who practice medicine, a small mistake is likely to cost the patient's life. Therefore, I hope the 3 of you can spare some time in the future. On one hand, you can revise and correct the mistakes in Shinnong's classic of Materia Medica. On the other hand, you can divide the herbs recorded in Shinnong's classic of Materia Medica into categories according to the compendium and form a complete and detailed herbal reference book. Just like the Tang Dynasty Dictionary to Scholars, the herbal reference book that the 3 of you will revise in the future will be the Tang Dynasty's herbal reference book. Doctors can quickly find out the medicinal properties and effects of certain herbs through this book. For example, the 3 of you can divide the medicine into different parts according to its properties, and each part can be further divided into several categories. Li Zixuan had not read the Compendium of Materia Medica in his previous life, so naturally he did not have a complete memory of it. However, even if he had read it in its entirety, he would not copy the Compendium of Materia Medica for Sun Simiao and the rest. In Li Zixuan's previous life, the Compendium of Materia Medica had a very high status. Not only was there a corresponding text in elementary school textbooks, but it was also called the Encyclopedia of Ancient China by Darwin. However, the Compendium of Materia Medica's contribution to TCM was very low, and it was far from being praised by elementary school textbooks and Darwin. At that time, the historical background was that Sun Simiao's prescriptions of 1,000 gold had a large amount of Daoist yin and yang concepts, while Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica was more inclined towards botany. Darwin definitely did not understand the Daoist yin and yang theory, but he felt that some of the points in the Compendium of Materia Medica could support his own theory of evolution. Therefore, he wantonly promoted and praised it in the West. In the Ming Dynasty era, the general trend was that foreign monks were good at chanting scriptures, and if foreigners said that it was good, then it was naturally excellent. Therefore, the status of the Compendium of Materia Medica was infinitely raised. It could be said that the fame of the Compendium of Materia Medica was the result of a deliberate hype by foreigners to support its academic theory. At that time, the textbook was edited to cater to this hype and carried out another false packaging Li Shizhen as a great TCM scholar. But in reality, Li Shizhen's contribution in the field of Materia Medica was far less than his contribution in the field of pulse diagnosis. When he first became famous, he relied on the 2 medical books, Lakeside Pulse Technique and Examination of the 8 Extraordinary Meridians, and not the Compendium of Materia Medica. In his previous life, Li Zixuan had a master's degree friend from the Capital University's medical department who said that in the Chinese Medicine Encyclopedia, only 3 herbs were recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica. The rest were mostly recorded in the Shinnong's Materia Medica and the Materia Medica collection annotations, written by Tao Hongjing of the Southern Liang Dynasty. In other words, when it came to the commonly used Chinese medicine, Chinese medicine was basically based on the Xinnong's Materia Medica and Tao Hongjing's Materia Medica. Moreover, although the Compendium of Materia Medica recorded as many as 1892 types of medicine, Li Shizhen was just a poor doctor in the countryside who did not even have a published book. Naturally, he did not have the financial resources and ability to verify each and every one of these 1,892 types of medicine. This led to many of the medical records being untrue. In the end, in the Compendium of Materia Medica, there were such absurd prescriptions as foot binding cloth to treat typhoid and fever, and hanging rope to treat insanity. However, this did not mean that the Compendium of Materia Medica had no merit. Its greatest contribution was that it opened the way for the classification of medicinal herbs. It used a man-made classification method. Compared to the rubbish and primitive classification methods in the previous medical books, the Compendium of Materia Medica's man-made classification method was many times more advanced and scientific. In the Compendium of Materia Medica, Li Shizhen divided all the medicinal herbs into 16 divisions: water, fire, earth, metal, stone, grass, valley, vegetable, fruit, wood, clothing, insect, scale, mesa, bird, beast, and human. Each division was further divided into several categories, with a total of 62 categories. Among them, there were 1,195 types of plants, 340 types of animals, and 357 types of ores. With such a classification, if a doctor wanted to find out the medicinal properties of a certain medicinal herb, it was simply too convenient. It was as convenient as looking up rare words in the Tang Dynasty dictionary. Therefore, what Li Zixuan wanted to do was to recommend the excellent classification method of medicinal herbs in the Compendium of Materia Medica to Sun Simiao and the others. He wanted them to use this classification method to organize some of the previous medical books and form a medical reference book similar to the Compendium of Materia Medica. He believed that with the ability of these three people, the quality of the medical book organized by them would definitely not be lower than Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica. Yamacho, if we use this classification method to organize the previously recorded medicinal herbs into a book, then when the students learn about medicine, it will undoubtedly be more convenient and faster. After listening to Li Zixuan's detailed explanation, Professor Qin and Professor Wang looked at each other and praised. Xiao, your method of classifying medicinal herbs is indeed superior. It can be understood at a glance. I will find some time in the future to organize such a medical book for the medical school. Sun Simiao also nodded and praised. Then, he changed the topic and said with a smile, "But if I remember correctly, Xiao, you promised to make a tool for me to see small things last year. But it has been almost a year. Xiao, have you forgotten about this matter?" Li Zixuan was stunned. He didn't expect old Sun to ask him to repay his debt. Chapter 1274. Cough cough. Ink girl. You're still busy? After assuring Sun Simiao that he would deliver the microscope within a month, Li Zixuan left the courtyard. He wanted to go to another courtyard to look for Mo Lingwei, but he was informed by the servants that Mo Lingwei was in the workshop. Li Zixuan had no choice but to leave Yunshan and go to the workshop. He found Mo Lingwei in a small house beside the steel factory. Yamacho? Mo Lingwei raised her head and looked at Li Zixuan in surprise. Yamacho, you're finally here. In the past month, I've already understood all the principles of the generator. I'm now letting the workshop's craftsmen try to build it. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows in surprise and said happily, Ink Girl is really talented. You can understand the generator so quickly. Cough cough. But don't worry about the generator. There's something more urgent that needs Ink Girl to do. Mo Lingwei frowned in dissatisfaction. She wasn't the kind of person who liked to give up halfway. Yamacho, what can be more urgent than the generator? According to my estimation, I will be able to build the generator in another half a month. Can you postpone your matter for a while? Although this girl was usually fierce and loud in front of Yan Xiaoning, she was still quite restrained in front of Li Zixuan. In the end, it was because Li Zixuan was simply too perfect. His knowledge and martial arts were all at the level of a grandmaster. The more she understood Li Zixuan, the more she felt like she was looking up at a mountain. Therefore, she was quite respectful to Li Zishuan, the Yamacho of the academy. After all, the one who was more accomplished was the teacher. If Yan Xiaoning said these words now, Mo Lingwei would definitely explode. Half a month. Ink Girl seems to be very confident. Li Zishuan smiled and said, but in half a month, the dam won't be built. Even if the generator is built, I'm afraid it won't be useful. Also, my matter isn't difficult for Ink Girl. I estimate that it won't take more than half a month. Mo Lingwei frowned and thought for a while. Finally, she nodded and said, all right. Yamacho, what do you want? Li Zishuan said, Ink Girl, the academy is about to set up a medical school. I want you to build a microscope for the medical school. The previous telescope was used to see the stars thousands of miles away, but this microscope is used to see the microscopic objects or living things that are invisible to the naked eye. Mo Lingwei asked curiously, Yamacho, isn't this a magnifying glass? I've already made one for Master Lu and the others. Besides, what kind of small things can't be seen with the naked eye? Li Zishuan was helpless. The textbooks in the academy included mathematics, physics, chemistry, and geography, but there was no biology. Therefore, not only did Mo Lingwei not know about the concept of microorganisms, none of the teachers and students in the academy knew about it. The reason why he didn't include biology in the academy's curriculum was because he had his own considerations. The most basic theory of biology was evolution. If he wrote that humans evolved from monkeys in the book, wouldn't it cause a huge uproar? Would Li Er, who called himself the true dragon, forgive him? Would the descendants of the Yellow Emperor forgive him? Darwin proposed the theory of evolution in the 19th century. At that time, the power of the church was greatly weakened. Moreover, the scientific system in the Western countries had already been formed. The ideology of tolerance had already been born, and there was a lot of tolerance for a hypothesis. Of course, the most important thing was that Darwin's theory of evolution couldn't be found to attack God. Therefore, the church believed that Darwin didn't oppose God. In the current Tang Empire, the wisdom of the people hadn't been developed. Everyone still believed that humans were created by Nuwa. It was really not the right time to propose the theory of evolution. Therefore, when Li Zishuan established Yanhuang College, he directly banned the course of biology. Of course, there were many unreasonable things in doing so, and it wasn't conducive to the development of medicine. Later on, he might release a shortened version of the textbook, Biology, but that was a story for another time. Ink Girl, a microscope is not the same as a magnifying glass. Its magnification is higher than a magnifying glass, and it can see things more clearly. As for things that can't be seen with the naked eye, Ink Girl, have you seen rotten meat? Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and smiled. Mo Lingwei was a little confused. She was startled and replied, of course I've seen rotten meat. Yamacho, why are you talking about this? Li Zishuan smiled and said, the reason why the meat will rot after a long time is actually because there are very, very small insects in the air that we breathe. Some of these insects eat meat, and they can digest it. Therefore, after a long time, the meat will completely rot. When Mo Lingwei heard this, her face suddenly became frightened. She quickly covered her nose and widened her eyes. She said, Yamacho, then there are many insects that can enter our bodies through our mouths and noses. It's over, I'm going to become a pile of rotten meat. I'm still young, I don't want to die yet. Towards the end, this girl's voice had a hint of sobbing. Li Zishuan helplessly rolled his eyes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, ahem. Ink Girl, although there are some insects that can enter our bodies through the air, there are many things in our bodies that can kill these insects. Therefore, only dead people's bodies will rot, and living people won't. Ink Girl, don't worry too much. Mo Lingwei blinked and put down the slender hand that was covering her nose and mouth. After holding it in for a while, this girl's face was red. She quickly took a few breaths and said angrily, phew! You scared me to death. Yamacho, why didn't you finish your sentence? You made me think that I was going to rot. Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself, you're the one who was too dramatic. Are you blaming me? Okay, Ink Girl, let's get back to the topic. Let me tell you about the structure of a microscope. Li Zixuan coughed twice. Then, he saw that there was chalk and a small blackboard in the room. He walked to the blackboard and picked up the chalk. He began to draw as he explained, the simplest microscope is actually a convex lens. However, this convex lens is a little special. Its curvature is very large, and its focal length is very short. The magnification factor is much larger than a normal convex lens. Of course, this kind of convex lens requires the skills of the lens maker. What I'm going to tell Ink Girl today is not this kind of single convex lens magnifier. Instead, it's made up of two convex lenses. One with a long focal length is called the objective lens, and the other with a short focal length is called the eyepiece. The light reflected by the object first passes through the objective lens to form an image. At this time, the object should be between 1 and 2 focal lengths of the objective lens, forming an enlarged inverted image. Then, using the first image as the object, it passes through the eyepiece to form a second image. Chapter 1275. Microscopes were not a unique product of advanced industrial society. In the beginning, microscopes were made by hand. In 1590, 2 Dutch opticians and their father began to try to make microscopes with lenses. They put some lenses into a circular tube, and an important discovery was made. Objects near the bottom of the tube were magnified, and the magnification was much higher than that of any single magnifying lens. To a large extent, their first microscope could be considered an innovation. It could not be used as a scientific instrument because the magnification was only 9 times, and the image was somewhat blurry. The world's first real microscope appeared in the late 17th century. The inventor was Leeuwenhoek, a Dutch cloth merchant and pioneer of microscopes. He made a simple microscope by himself. It only had one lens that could be held in the hand for observation. Leeuwenhoek made greater achievements than his contemporaries by making lenses in an innovative way. He made a lens out of a small glass ball, and the magnification reached 270 times. At that time, the magnification of other microscopes was only 50 times. He used this lens to make the world's first practical microscope. Currently, Li Zixuan's workshop had no shortage of opticians who knew how to polish lenses. Mo Lingwei also knew how to polish lenses. However, the most difficult part of a biconvex microscope was not the lens, but a series of fine adjustment devices. Li Zixuan planned to imitate Leeuwenhoek's microscope. He would connect a convex lens with a long screw to a metal holder, and through the small displacement caused by the screw, he would be able to adjust the focus of the microscope. Currently, there were no lathes in the workshop. The screws needed to be polished and carved by hand, which was more time-consuming. Yamacho, I understand what you mean. This microscope should be easier to make than astronomical telescopes. The lecture on the principle and manufacturing process of microscopes lasted for almost 2 hours. The small blackboard was full of light circuit diagrams and formulas. At this time, Mo Lingwei said excitedly. Li Zixuan nodded slightly and said, generally speaking, microscopes are simpler than astronomical telescopes. After all, Ink Girl, you are very experienced in polishing lenses. Mo Lingwei immediately frowned and said, Yamacho, polishing lenses is very troublesome. Look at my hands. They used to be smooth, but now they are a bit rough. How can I get married in the future? How about I ask Xiao Ning to help me polish lenses? Looking at Mo Lingwei's white and flawless slender hands, Li Zixuan was speechless. How was it rough? Wasn't she lying through her teeth? Ink Girl, Xiao Ning has been busy building dams recently. How can he have time? But what you said is not unreasonable. How about this? I will ask someone to make some skin protection treasures in the future. How about I give you some? Speaking of cucumber masks not only on the face, but also on the hands? Li Zixuan thought silently in his heart. Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up. Now everyone had a consensus that Li Zixuan's products must be the best. Although she didn't know what could protect her skin, it didn't stop her from ordering one from Li Zixuan. Okay. Yamacho. Then it's settled. Helplessly, Li Zixuan walked out of the workshop. He cursed in his heart. If Yan Xiaoning married Mo Lingwei, the Yan family would be lively in the future. This girl is lively and interesting, but sometimes she is very noisy. Husband, Dad wrote a letter. When he returned to the Yunshan residence, Han Yushi greeted him as soon as he entered the courtyard. Oh, what did father-in-law say in the letter? How is he doing over there? Li Zishuan held his wife's slender waist and asked with a smile. Han Yushi struggled but couldn't break free, so she gave up. She turned her head to look at Li Zishuan and replied, Father said that he bought 3 farmsteads over there and has already dug the sewage treatment pond near the mine. It's already in use. He asked someone to buy a lot of curved plows from the workshop and rented them for free to the people who don't have plows. The spring plowing over there has already started a few days ago. Father even let the commoners drink boiled water. He said that if anyone was found to drink unboiled water, their rent would increase by 5%. Now, Father's manners were the manners in Yifang County that loved to drink boiled water the most. County Magistrate Wang of Yifang County has praised them many times. Oh, Dad also asked you in the letter. Now that the sewage treatment pond is done and the water quality of the river beside the villages has also improved, what else should be done? Li Zishuan nodded slightly. It seemed like Han Tianhu wanted to move the Han family village's development model over there. He pondered for a moment and said, since there is a sewage treatment pond, the next step is to plant trees. Plant trees beside the river. Once there are more trees, not only will the water in the river become cleaner, but the air will also become fresher. Lan Province was rich in water sources. Not only did the Yellow River flow through the western part of Lan Province, but there were also small rivers like the Lan River, Lani River, and Weifan River. Rich water sources meant that there was a variety of crops, so the people in this area lived a very happy life. It was also because of this reason that the political and economic centers of the dynasties before the Song dynasty were all in the north. However, after the population expansion of the Sui and Tang dynasties, as well as the chaos at the end of the Tang dynasty, serious soil erosion would occur in the Lus Plateau, causing the water source to be polluted and even dry up. At that time, this land would no longer be a livable land, and China's political and economic center would gradually move southward. The most direct and effective way to control soil erosion and water pollution was to plant trees. Not only did they plant trees in Yifang County, Li Zishuan also wanted to suggest Li Er to plant trees in the waters near Chang and on a large scale. Chang was currently the largest city in the world, with a population of over 1 million. At its peak, the population exceeded 2 million. Even though Chang was surrounded by 8 rivers now, behind the prosperity of Chang was a serious drain on its natural resources and ecological environment. It was destined to not last long. The modern Chang had always been lukewarm among all the provincial cities in the country, and one of the most important reasons was the lack of water. Yes, the modern Chang lacked water. The Tang dynasty's 8 rivers around Chang had no water left in the modern era. If not for the Heiha River Diversion Project, who knew what would happen to Chang? If Tang dynasty wanted to stand at the top of the world forever, and if Chang wanted to continue to prosper and expand, then the Forest Protection Project had to be started now. Han Tianhu's letter gave Li Zishuan the idea of promoting Tree Planting Day in Tang dynasty. If the momentum was good, it might really work. The main thing was to think of a way to convince Li Er. Chapter 1276. Arbor Day? Guanyin servant. Do you think this kid has nothing better to do? He wants to plant trees? 2 days later, in the evening, Li Er was reading memorials in the Hall of Nectar. He saw a strange memorials and couldn't help but laugh at Empress Zhang's son who was beside him. At this time, Li Zishuan spent an entire day organizing a memorials that suggested Li Er to promote Arbor Day and to encourage the people of the Yellow River region to build more protective forests. During this time, he also went to the Yanhuang College Library to look up a lot of ancient books. Oh, it was worth mentioning that since the day the library of Yanhuang Academy was built, Li Gang had been working hard to expand the number of books inside. Many of the unique books that even the nobles could not get their hands on were all obtained by old Mr. After the printing department of the workshop made copies, they would be sent to the Academy's Red Tower to expand the library. Today, The Yanhuang College Library could be considered the second largest collection of books in the vicinity of Chang'an City. As for the first place, it would definitely belong to the royal family. However, based on this trend, it would only be a matter of time before the Yanhuang College Library's collection surpassed that of the royal family. However, even though Li Zixuan spent a lot of effort on this memorials, Li Er's first reaction when he saw it was to sneer. This couldn't be blamed on old Li. Throughout history, the emperors only cared about the people and their own country. Who would be so free as to care about the environment and planting trees? In the entire ancient China, no one would have such a concept. Planting trees? Your Majesty, whose memorials is this? Could it be from the Marquis of Yong'an? Empress Xianxia heard this and asked with a smile. With her intelligence, she didn't need Li Er to remind her to guess who the author of this strange memorials was. Other than Li Zixuan, there was probably no one else in the imperial court who could think so wildly. Thus, Guanin's servant is indeed smart. It was written by Li Zixuan. This kid, his writing is quite interesting. Li Er laughed as he watched. Suddenly, he couldn't laugh anymore. His face revealed a look of surprise. Empress Xianxia was surprised. She calmly turned her body to the side and cast her gaze on the memorial in front of Li Er. Gradually, the disdainful sneers in the hall disappeared. Instead, a solemn atmosphere gradually filled the hall. After a quarter of an hour, Li Er stood up and walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back. He then instructed Zhao Song in the hall. After the morning assembly tomorrow, have Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, Xiao Yu, and Yan Lide stay behind to discuss matters. Also, summon Li Zixuan to the palace tomorrow to wait for the emperor. Zhao Song's eyebrows twitched. He hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists solemnly. This old servant obeys. Husband, do you think His Majesty will listen to what you say? After dinner, Han Yushi came to the study room with a cup of hot water. Seeing Li Zixuan reading a book, she couldn't help but ask. Obviously, she had also read the contents of the memorial. Li Zixuan raised his head and said with a smile, What? There's a saying that goes, do your best and know your destiny. This memorial is already the best your husband can do. Furthermore, I've asked Li Gang and Ma Zhou to help me check it out. If His Majesty can listen to these words, it will naturally benefit the future generations. If he can't, your husband will also find a way to do his part. After all, I don't want our future generations to not even have a mouthful of clean water to drink. These words were not alarmist words. According to the current development of the Tang Empire, in less than 20 years, it would enter a full flourishing age. At that time, the population of the Chang'an area would continue to surge. This would bring great pressure to the ecological environment of the Lus Plateau. The water of the Yellow River would also become more turbid. The 8 rivers circled Chang'an, but at that time, could the 8 rivers really support the supercity of Chang'an? In fact, in ancient times, the Yellow River was not called the Yellow River at first, but the river. The river was called the Yellow River because the color of the water changed. Therefore, the surname of the Yellow River was Yellow. The name Yellow River started in the Eastern Han Dynasty, but as early as the spring and autumn period, there were written records that the water of the Yellow River was not clear. However, during the Han Dynasty, the yellow color of the water became more eye-catching, so people called it the Yellow River. In the middle of the Han Dynasty, the Grand Marshal Zhang Rong, courtesy name Zhonggong, said, "The water of the river is heavy and turbid. It's called a stone of water and 6 buckets of mud." This was a phenomenon that no one had mentioned in the early Han Dynasty. In the middle of the Western Han Dynasty, the Jingshui River was famous for its turbid flow. During the time of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, the Jingshui River was used to irrigate the farmland and improve the soil. The Jingshui River and the Wei River Basin were the earliest areas of agricultural development in the Lus Plateau. With this kind of development, the original vegetation was destroyed and soil erosion increased, causing the water of the Yellow River to become more and more turbid. It probably developed in the Eastern Han Dynasty and became conspicuous, hence the name Yellow River. As the Tang Empire entered a full flourishing state, the Lus Plateau would have to support more people. At that time, a lot of farmland would be exploited and the soil erosion in the Yellow River Basin would become more serious. Li Zishuan said that his children and grandchildren would not be able to drink clean water in a few years was completely possible. Children and grandchildren. Han Yushi's expression suddenly became a little complicated. She muttered in a low voice, "Husband, when can we have our own children? I'm already 16 years old this year." After saying that, she blushed. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. This sentence that he said, the focus was not on this at all, okay? "Husband, what are you doing? Put me down quickly." "Hee. Wife, don't you want children? Let's go make a child." The next morning, the young couple was having breakfast in the courtyard when Zhao Song came to pass the imperial edict, asking Li Zishuan to enter the palace to wait for the emperor. Although Li Zishuan's expression did not change, he could not help but feel happy. After all, he was not a proper civil official and was not as experienced as Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling when it came to writing memorials. Although the process of drafting this memorial was helped by Li Gang, Ma Zhou, and the others, he was still not confident. Now that Li Er was willing to summon him to the palace to discuss matters, the matter was basically half done. The few of them rode fast on horses and rushed all the way to the imperial city. After handing Whitey over to Pang Feiji, Li Zishuan followed Zhao Song through the palace gate and went straight to Taiji Palace. In Taiji Palace, Li Zishuan and the other officials were in the morning court. Naturally, Li Zishuan could not interfere at this time. This was not the same as being late for class and making up for a report. The morning court was very formal. Besides, old Li's imperial edict asked Li Zishuan to wait in Ganlu Hall, not to participate in the morning court. Chapter 1277. Inside the Ganlu Palace. Just when Li Zishuan was bored out of his mind and wanted to find a place to sit down and rest, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the palace. Li Zishuan's face turned solemn, and he hurriedly stood in the hall. "Ha! You must be impatient from waiting, right?" Sure enough, the person who came was Li Er. Old Li walked into the hall with a majestic gait. When he walked to Li Zishuan's side, he said with a smile that was not a smile. Although Li Zishuan also had this thought in his heart, he was not stupid enough to say it out loud. Hearing this, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty must have something important to tell me by summoning me to the palace. I'm in high spirits right now, ready to listen to the imperial lecture. How can I be impatient?" "Ha, you brat." Li Er used his finger to point at Li Zishuan and snappily smiled. Then he walked towards the seat of honor. At this moment, a servant reported, "Your Majesty, Minister Zhao, Minister Fang, Minister Du, Minister Xiao, and Minister Yen are waiting outside the palace." "Let them in." Li Er sat on the couch and said in a deep voice. After a while, a few important officials of the empire walked in. Seeing Li Zishuan in the palace, Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest were surprised. After a round of greetings, Li Er nodded at Zhao Song. The latter took out 5 small booklets and gave one to each of the 5 officials. Li Er then said, "Dear officials, this is the memorial that Li Zishuan presented yesterday. I've asked someone to copy it. Please take a look. After you've finished reading, I'll ask you questions." "Yes." The 5 ministers agreed one after another, and then they all glanced at Li Zishuan imperceptibly. They were probably thinking in their hearts, "Sure enough, wherever Li Zishuan is, there will be right and wrong." When everyone lowered their heads and saw the first few sentences of Li Zishuan's memorial, they all felt that it was absurd. If it wasn't for the occasion, they would probably laugh out loud like Li Er at the beginning last night. But soon, their faces became serious. Time passed bit by bit, and the hall was completely silent. Li Zishuan crossed his arms and stood silently in the hall, secretly guessing what kind of difficult questions these old officials would ask him in a while. Have you finished reading? Dear officials, do you have any objections to the Marquis of Yong'an's memorial?" About 15 minutes later, Li Er's voice sounded in the palace. The 5 officials first looked at each other, then Fang Xianling stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this old official has a few questions to ask the Marquis of Yong." Li Er waved his hand and said, "Everyone, there's no need to be so restrained. If you have any questions for the Marquis of Yong, and feel free to ask. Your Majesties. All the officials cupped their hands and said. Fang Xianling looked at Li Zishuan and asked, Marquis of Yong, and you said that the water of the Yellow River was clear before the Qin and Han dynasties. Do you have any evidence? Li Zishuan stepped forward and said, Of course I have evidence. Over the past few days, I've been reading through the history books of previous dynasties with the teachers of the academy. We found that the records of Heqing started in the late Eastern Han dynasty. This means that before the Eastern Han dynasty, Heqing phenomenon was relatively common and not unusual. That's why no one recorded it. Since the Eastern Han dynasty, the amount of sand in the Yellow River increased and it became more muddy. Therefore, Clear River became an auspicious sign for the country and was written in history. Fang Xianling pondered for a moment and nodded slightly, Marquis of Yong, and said in the memorial that if the Yellow River is left unchecked, the 8 rivers of Chang, and will become muddy in less than 20 years? Li Zishuan said, Regarding this point, I believe that even if this junior doesn't say it, Minister Fang should be clearer than me, right? What was the water quality like around Chang and in the previous dynasty? What is it like now? You all should have your own ideas. He had only been here for a year and naturally did not know about the situation in the previous Sui dynasty. But Li Gang knew. According to Li Gang, the water quality around Chang and was indeed not as good as in the previous dynasty. Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others looked at each other and finally sighed. Obviously, they had acquiesced to this fact. Li Zishuan said again, The quality of the water quality is related to the lives of millions of people inside and outside Chang. Last year, there was a cholera in Chang. Although it had nothing to do with the sand in the river, it was still caused by the pollution of the water quality. The land we are in now is soft. When there is a strong wind, yellow sand will fill the air. When there is a heavy rain, the yellow sand will flow into the river. In the long run, the amount of sand in the Yellow River will be higher and higher. No one can bear the consequences. Everyone's expression changed. After all, the cholera in Chang and last year was still vivid in their minds. Fang Xianling paused and asked after a while, Marquis Yong, and you said that the increased amount of sand in the Yellow River will easily cause the downstream riverbed to be too high. When there is a heavy rain, the Yellow River will burst its banks. Is that true? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course. Minister Yan is good at engineering. He should know this better than me. If Minister Fang does not believe me, you can ask Minister Yan. Without waiting for Fang Xianling to ask, Yan Lai nodded and said, That's right. If the sand in the Yellow River is allowed to accumulate, the sand will be deposited downstream where the flow is slower and the riverbed will be too high. After a long time, it will not be a problem for the riverbed to be raised by 10 feet. If there is a continuous rainstorm, the Yellow River will definitely burst its banks. At that time, thousands of people will suffer. In fact, Yan Lai's prediction was still optimistic. In modern times, the Yellow River's water level was more than 70 meters higher than the sea level of Kaifeng City. It was a veritable floating river. Xiao Chua asked in a low voice, Marquis Yong, and you mean that if the imperial court does not adopt your plan, the flood in the lower reaches of the Yellow River will become more and more serious? Li Zishuan nodded and said, In the past few days, Mr. Li Gang and I have read the records of the counties in the lower reaches of the Yellow River. It is well documented that in the 800 years from the Eastern Zhou dynasty to the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, there were only 20 floods in the lower reaches of the Yellow River. That is to say, on average, there is a flood every 41 years. In the 400 years from the Three Kingdoms to the Sui dynasty, there were 23 floods in the lower reaches of the Yellow River. On average, there is a flood every 17 years. If we do not take action now, the Yellow River will burst its banks more and more frequently in the future. It will even burst every 3 years. At that time, the amount of money the imperial court spends on managing the flood and saving the people will far exceed the amount of money spent on planting trees. Using data to speak, using facts to speak, this was what Li Zishuan, an engineering genius, was best at and also what he liked to do the most. After these words were spoken, the faces of everyone in the hall all became serious. Li Zishuan's next words were even more shocking. Before my master died, not only did he predict this year's locust plague, he also predicted that 9 years later, the Yellow River will burst its banks again. At that time, Luoyang City will be flooded and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Chapter 1278. In modern times, there was a song called The Descendant of the Dragon. The lyrics of the song went like this. In the Far East, there is a river, its name is the Yellow River. The Yellow River was the mother river of the Chinese nation. This surging mother river had given birth to the brilliant Chinese civilization, but it had never been a good mother. Throughout history, the constant diversion and flooding of the river had brought countless devastating disasters to the people in the Yellow River Basin. Even in the 21st century, there were still many floating corpses in the Yellow River. Looking at the development of human civilization, it was actually a history of the struggle between man and nature. There were harmonious coexistence, but there were also confrontations. Following the flourishing of Chinese civilization in the Yellow River Basin, more and more human activities and increasing population met with floods. Without any accidents, it would develop into floods. From the history of China, the Yellow River Basin had always been in a cycle of decline, war, reconstruction, prosperity, and decline. Every new cycle of prosperity was a new cycle of disaster for nature. As the agricultural civilization of the Han culture moved further and further south, the accumulated silt of hundreds of years finally welcomed a new cycle of eruption. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, the Yellow River had more frequent breaches and dikes. According to the introduction to Controlling the River in the Ming and Qing dynasties, within the 277 years of the Ming dynasty's existence, the number of times the Yellow River broke and changed its course reached an astonishing 456 times. On average, it happened once every 7 months. In the 1,500 years from the Eastern Zhou dynasty to the end of the Tang dynasty, the number of breaches in the Yellow River Basin was only 60 or so times. On average, it would happen once every 25 years. While the Yellow River floods took millions of lives, it also caused a large number of refugees and people to migrate. It formed a big disaster big tide, small disaster small tide situation. In the Ming dynasty, out of the 60 million people in the country, about a tenth of them became refugees. Not only did they not have a fixed residence, they wandered in foreign lands. Famine was everywhere, and many starved to death. The worst hit was the Hunan region. In the early Ming dynasty, 72% of the floods occurred in the Hunan region. Of course, because of this, the amount of money that the court spent every year on building dikes and controlling floods was uncountable. According to historical records, in the Ming dynasty, the annual cost of building dikes and controlling floods reached 10% of the court's revenue. In the Qing dynasty, this ratio reached a terrifying 20%. Within the Sweet Du Hall, the atmosphere at this moment suddenly became tense. Li Er asked with an ugly expression, "There will be a flood in Luoyang in 9 years?" Li Zishuan, did spiritual master Ling Su really have such a prophecy when he was alive? The 5 ministers in the hall all looked at Li Zishuan with burning gazes. The Yellow River bursting its banks and flooding Luoyang was not a small matter. Spiritual master Ling Su had already become a legend by many people. The prophecy that he made was something that they had to pay attention to. Last year, Li Zishuan had said that in the 6th month of this year, there would be a plague of locusts in Guangzhou. In the end, with Qin Qiong and Qing Yaojin leading the military group acting as guarantors, the court sent a fleet down south to trade for grain. At that time, Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest of the civil officials felt that even if the locust plague didn't happen as scheduled, the imperial court wouldn't lose out by exchanging so much food from a small country like Nanyang at such a low price. Moreover, everyone could predict that the decisive battle between the Great Tang and the Turks would take place in the next few years. Even without the plague of locusts, the Great Tang would still need a lot of provisions to prepare for war. Therefore, they had agreed to Li Zishuan's plan of stockpiling provisions. But now, Li Zishuan had said that in 9 years, there would be a flood in Luoyang, causing the entire city to be flooded. How could they accept this? One must know that Luoyang's position in the Great Tang was second only to Chang. In the first year of Emperor Yang's great undertaking, Luoyang was already established as the eastern capital. After Li Yuan established the Tang dynasty, he ordered people to build palaces in Luoyang. Later on, Wu Zetian, who had monopolized power and was the ruler of the dynasty, directly changed the name of the eastern capital to Chengdu. From this, one could see the important position of Luoyang in the Tang dynasty. Chang and was the political center of the Great Tang, while Luoyang was the economic and cultural center of the Great Tang. Although the population of Luoyang was not as large as that of Chang, and it wasn't far off. The city had at least 700,000 to 800,000 people. If Luoyang was flooded, the loss would be too great. Under the gazes of the crowd, Li Zishuan cupped his hands towards Li Er with a solemn expression. "Your Majesty, this is a matter of great importance. This subject does not dare to speak carelessly. My teacher said that in the 11th year of Xinguan, yellow gas filled the sky. It rained heavily and the valley water overflowed. It entered Luoyang Palace and was 4 feet deep. It damaged the left gate and destroyed 19 palaces and temples. This matter was of great importance." Li Zishuan indeed did not dare to speak carelessly. According to official history, in the 7th month of the 11th year of Xinguan, Luoyang would indeed be flooded. However, these words were not said by spiritual master Ling Su, but written in the history books. What? Water entered Luoyang Palace? Hearing Li Zishuan speak as if he had seen it with his own eyes, Li Er's face was instantly shrouded in a layer of haze. Luoyang Palace's terrain was so high. If even Luoyang Palace was flooded 4 feet deep, then wouldn't the common people be flooded and millions of corpses would be strewn across the land? According to what you said, if we plant trees in the Yellow River Basin, we can avoid the Luoyang flood 9 years later? Last year, Chang and city did not have any snow for the entire winter. This year's locust plague was almost a foregone conclusion. Li Er did not dare to ignore the prophecy of Li Zishuan's master, spiritual master Ling Su. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, as the saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow trees and 100 years to nurture people. A sapling growing into a tree is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. Improving the soil structure of the Yellow River Basin is definitely not something that can be done in 1 or 2 years. This subject cannot guarantee that planting trees will be able to change the fate of Luoyang being flooded 9 years later. However, compared to building dams and disaster relief, planting trees is definitely the most effective and cheapest way to control the Yellow River. Once there is a large-scale shelter forest in the Yellow River Basin, the amount of sand in the Yellow River will be greatly reduced. At that time, even if we cannot avoid the Luoyang flood 9 years later, the overhanging rivers and dams that may appear 10 or 20 years later will definitely not appear so easily. This is a matter that will benefit the current generation and the future generations. Your Majesty is wise and has great ambitions. This subject hopes that Your Majesty can make a careful decision. Although the Tang dynasty's Yellow River floods were more frequent than the previous dynasties, compared to the Song dynasty, Ming dynasty, and Qing dynasty, the Tang dynasty's floods could be said to be less frequent and less serious. However, Li Zishuan was a descendant of the Yellow Emperor and a transmigrator who knew about the future. Since he was reborn in such an open and tolerant era, he felt that he had a responsibility to control the Yellow River when it was just beginning to become dirty. This way, he could prevent millions or even hundreds of millions of Han people from dying in the flood. Those people who died in the Yellow River floods were his compatriots. His Tang dynasty did not allow for any regrets. Therefore, Li Zishuan spent a lot of effort and a lot of words to persuade Li Er and this group of trusted officials of the Tang dynasty to believe in his policy of planting trees and preventing floods. Thousands of years later, perhaps no one would remember Mark Yong and Li Zishuan, but those who drank the water of the Yellow River as they grew up would remember him as the person who initiated the planting of trees and forests. Chapter 1279. Within the Ganlu Hall. After Li Zishuan said that, Li Er frowned and fell into deep thought. The 5 ministers in the hall were no longer as casual and indifferent as when they had first entered. They all lowered their heads, silently digesting Li Zishuan's words in their hearts. A moment later, Xiao Yu stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, the words of the Marquis of Yong'an make sense. If the Yellow River is raised in a few years, the amount of money needed to build a dam will be in the tens of thousands. In comparison, the cost of planting trees is just a drop in the ocean. I suggest we return to the old system and re-establish the positions of Xianyu and Linheng. The old system that Xiao Yu mentioned was the old system of the Zhou dynasty. During the Western Zhou dynasty, the imperial court established the positions of Xianyu and Linheng to manage the forests of the country. In the Rights of Zhou, there was a clear description of these two positions. Mountain Yu is in charge of the government of the mountains and forests. Things are fierce and are thus forbidden. Midwinter chop yang wood, midsummer chop yin wood. Common people chop ji wood, chop ji wood. When the time comes, the people chop ji wood. When the time comes, the people chop ji wood. Shan Yu cuts ji wood in the middle of the season, and Lin Heng is under Shan Yu. If there is any injustice, he will be rewarded and punished accordingly. This meant that Shan Yu's position was higher, and he was mainly in charge of protecting the resources of the forests and making decisions on the planting and cutting of trees. Lin Heng's position was lower, and he was under Shan Yu's leadership. His main responsibility was to patrol the forests and enforce laws. From this, one could see that the dynasties before the Qin and Han dynasties placed a lot of importance on protecting the environment and forests. However, the history of planting trees in China could be traced back to 3,000 years ago. The Book of Rites said, "In the first month of spring, the virtue is in the trees." This meant that planting trees in the spring was the greatest moral act. As early as the Yushun era in the later period of the patrilineal clan society, there was an official in charge of the forest called Yuguan. During the Western Zhou dynasty, the imperial court established Shanyu, which evolved from Yuguan. This was the earliest minister of forestry in China's history. During the time of Wuxia, there were also administrative regulations to protect the forest. The Great Collection of the Book of Zhou said, "Use prohibition, in the third month of spring, the forest does not climb the axe, but the vegetation grows." Therefore, the concept of protecting the environment and forests was not first proposed by modern people. Our ancestors had considered this problem from the very beginning. Now that Xiao Yu proposed to restore the old system and reappoint Shan Yu and Linheng, other than Li Zishuan, everyone in the hall regained their senses. Since there were precedents for planting trees and protecting the forest, Li Zishuan's Arbor Day was no longer so abrupt. Furthermore, even though the Great Tang didn't have officials who were in charge of managing the forests like the Western Zhou, the people still had the consciousness to plant trees. It was just that they didn't plant trees by the Yellow River, but on the ridges of their own fields. In the Tang dynasty, every Yongya field would have a certain number of trees planted around it. This was called the farmland shelter forest. Marqiong, and have you estimated how much it would cost to build a shelter forest in the Yellow River basin? Li Er stood up and paced in front of the dragon table. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and asked in a deep voice. Clearly, after a long period of consideration, old Li was moved. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the Yellow River is more than 5,000 li long, but the area with serious soil erosion is only 3,000 li. I believe that building a shelter forest with a width of 5 li and a length of 3,000 li will be enough to solve the problem of the Yellow River overflowing with sand and the rising of the riverbed. I have estimated that this shelter forest will require about 300 million saplings. If we use poplar saplings that are easy to survive and cheap, they will only cost 1 or 2 copper coins each. 300 million saplings will cost at most 750,000 strings of cash." Li Er almost fainted. He said angrily, 750,000 strings of cash? Is this the cheapest way to manage the Yellow River? Xiao Yu and the others also widened their eyes in shock. They shouldn't have spoken up for Li Zishuan just now. The expenditure was too huge, so huge that the Great Tang Imperial Court couldn't afford it. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the estimated price of 750,000 strings of cash is based on the fact that the white poplar saplings are being purchased in large quantities, causing the price to skyrocket. Currently, the price of white poplar saplings in Chang and city was as low as 1 copper coin for 2. Moreover, the saplings could be directly obtained by cutting the branches of adult trees in the fields. The cost was low and the reproduction speed was fast. It was completely possible to mobilize the people of various counties to cultivate the saplings themselves. The imperial court can also encourage the people of the counties along the Yellow River to plant trees to offset part of the taxes. Moreover, this protective forest belt is definitely not something that can be completed in a year. This subject conservatively estimates that it will take at least 5 years. In other words, within 5 years, the amount of money that the imperial court spent on building the forest belt, directly or indirectly, was at most 150,000 strings of cash. Furthermore, the government did not have to fork out all of the money. They could ask the citizens to fork out a portion, such as the Warm Tang Foundation. Based on this calculation, the imperial court would spend at most 70,000 to 80,000 strings of cash to build the forest belt, and the actual amount of money needed would be much lower than this. Li Er's expression softened slightly. He frowned and said, 70,000 to 80,000 strings of cash is not a small amount. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, each year is at most 70 to 80,000 strings of cash for a total of 5 years. Ideally, the imperial court's investment in these 5 years should be able to solve the problem of the Yellow River once and for all. Otherwise, the Great Tang will frequently face the risk of the Yellow River bursting its banks. Your Majesty, think about it. Every time the Yellow River bursts its banks, the imperial court would have to repair the banks and open up the warehouses to provide relief. How much money would be spent on this? It can be said that the losses that a large-scale flood would bring to the Tang Empire would be comparable to the cost of building the forest belt. Therefore, this subject believes that instead of frequently repairing the banks and opening up the warehouses to provide relief in the future, it would be better to start building the forest belt on both sides of the Yellow River. Furthermore, the imperial court can set up a day as Tree Planting Day and encourage the people to plant trees on that day. The more people there are, the more strength there is. This can reduce the financial burden on the imperial court. Hearing this, Li Er closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Finally he said, All right, I'll believe you this time. We'll do as you say. We'll restore the old system and reappoint Xianxia and Linheng. We'll build the forest belt on both sides of the Yellow River. From now on, the 20th of March will be Tree Planting Day. As for Xianxia and Linheng, do any of you have suitable candidates in mind? Everyone looked at each other and finally looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. He quickly waved his hands and said, Your Majesty, you can't. You can't. This subject has too much work to do. I really don't have the energy to take on the roles of Xianxia and Linheng. Your Majesty, please find someone else. Chapter 1280. In modern times, China's Arbor Day was proposed by the foresters Han and Ling Daoyang. It was initially set on April 5th, Qingming Day. In 1928, Arbor Day was changed to March 12th to commemorate the 3rd anniversary of Sun Yat-sen's death. Li Zishuan did not know why Li Er decided to set Arbor Day on the 20th of March, but he did not mind. It was better than nothing. Furthermore, March 20th was the time when flowers bloomed. It was not too late to plant trees. Yamacho, are you saying that His Majesty has agreed to set up Arbor Day? Yanhuang Academy. At this moment, Li Zishuan had returned from Chang and City. After he told Li Gang about Li Er's decision in the imperial court, the old man was very surprised. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes. Not only that, His Majesty wants to restore the old system and appoint Xianxia and Linheng to manage all the forests in Tang Dynasty. The former assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Ji Shou, will be appointed as the first Xianxia. When they were at the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er had indeed intended to let Li Zishuan take up the position of Mountain Oracle. After all, this matter was brought up by Li Zishuan. No one was more suitable for this position than him. However, Li Zishuan currently held too many positions. If he were to give this position to him, he would definitely be too busy. Hence, after much consideration, Li Er finally gave the position of Mountain Oracle to someone else. Ji Shou. Li Gang's eyes flashed with surprise. He stroked his beard and laughed. Ha! His Majesty is wise to assign Ji Shou to the position of Xianxia. He is making the best use of him. Li Zishuan was stunned. When Li Er announced that Ji Shou would be the first Shanyu, he let out a sigh of relief. He did not have the time to think about who Ji Shou was. From his point of view, the basic plan for the Yellow River Forest Belt was already set. It did not matter who was the Shanyu as long as they followed the plan to the letter. However, Li Gang's reaction showed that Ji Shou was not someone to be trifled with. Teacher Wenji, who is this Ji Shou? Why do you have such a big reaction? Li Zishuan asked curiously. Li Gang chuckled and replied, Yamacho, you may not know this, but Ji Shou is the 13th grandson of Ji Han. Back then, Ji Han could be considered a famous scholar in the Wei and Jin dynasties. However, he was not willing to climb up the social ladder and was only interested in studying exotic flowers and plants. While he was alive, he had compiled a book called Southern Flora, which could be considered a wondrous book. Later, it was passed down from generation to generation in the Ji family. Although this old man has read thousands of books, I have never seen this book with my own eyes. The current assistant minister Ji Shouqing had inherited the style of the Ji family's ancestor and was very knowledgeable in the Tao of plants. Therefore, I believe that Ji Shou is making the best use of his talents by taking over the position of Mountain Yu. What Li Zishuan didn't know was that Southern Flora was the world's earliest flora, more than 1,000 years earlier than the Western botanical monographs. Therefore, to say that Ji Han was the world's first botanist was fully deserving of the title. Although Li Zishuan didn't know the historical position of Southern flora and fauna, he was quite surprised when he heard that there were people in ancient times who especially liked to study exotic flowers and plants. If that's the case, Ji Shou is very suitable for the position of Mountain Yu. Your Majesty's talent in using people is far better than even Qin Huang and Han Wu. This praise was truly from the bottom of Li Zishuan's heart. The reason the great Tang imperial court was able to operate so efficiently was inseparable from Li Er's ability to make the best use of people and resources. From this perspective, Old Li was a very qualified leader. After getting Arbor Day from Old Li, Li Zishuan didn't slack off. On the same day, he asked Ma Zhou to instruct all the editors of Datang Daily to promote the Yellow River Forest Protection Belt and promote the upcoming Arbor Day. He wanted to use Datang Daily to let everyone know the importance and significance of the Yellow River Forest Protection Belt. Since he could convince Li Er and Zhang Sun Wuji, Li Zishuan believed that he could convince the people of Tang Dynasty. He wrote down the contents of his memorial word for word and handed it to the editors of Datang Daily. At the same time, he also wrote down the conversation between the emperor and the official in the imperial court and handed it to the editors. Of course, he deleted the part about Jingguan's prophecy about the Luoyang flood. After all, if this was announced in advance, wouldn't the world fall into chaos? As for the following matters, it would all depend on the editors of the editorial department. After a year of training by Ma Zhou, the editors of the editorial department had already broken away from the ranks of corrupt scholars. Their thinking could be said to be the most advanced in the entire Tang dynasty. The next day, His Majesty rearranges Mountain Yu and Lin Heng's positions. Every year, the 20th of March will be Arbor Day. Planting trees to end the flood of the Yellow River for thousands of years, starting today. His Majesty wishes to plant trees by the Yellow River 30 miles east of Chang, in city on Arbor Day. Planting trees to benefit the present and the future generations. Discussing the importance of planting trees. Without any warning, the front page of today's Tang Dynasty Daily was almost entirely filled with articles related to planting trees. At first glance, the commoners were somewhat confused. Mountain Yu and Lin Heng? What positions are these? How would I know? Scholar Su, do you know? You are all ignorant and incompetent. Mountain Yu and Lin Heng were officials in charge of the forests during the Western Zhou dynasty. Looks like His Majesty wants to restore the old system. Ah? Restore the old system? What's the use of having these two officials? Io, there's a Arbor Day? What kind of day is that? As the name suggests, Arbor Day means that everyone is supposed to plant trees on that day. Plant trees? Then why do we need to plant trees? Huang Jinzhou, can't you read the newspapers? Do you need to ask about everything? Hee hee. Scholar Su, isn't it because you're well-read? Why don't you read it to us illiterate people? That's right. Scholar Sue, you're the star of literature. If you don't read it to us, who will? What the newspapers are saying is that the reason why the Yellow River has become muddy in recent years is because the soil on both sides of the river is loose and flowing into the river. Duke Yong, and believes that if the soil on both sides of the river is allowed to erode, in the long run, the lower reaches of the river will be raised by a few feet. When that happens, there will be a suspended river in the lower reaches of the river. Once there's a storm, the river will burst its banks. When that happens, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. That's why Duke Yong wrote to His Majesty and suggested building a 3,000-mile-long shelter forest on both sides of the river to prevent the river from becoming muddy. Chapter 1281. What? Planting trees can prevent the flooding of the Yellow River? Is this a joke? The entire front page of Tang Daily was filled with topics related to tree planting and afforestation. After learning that planting trees could solve the problem of the Yellow River flooding that had plagued the people in the north for hundreds of years, everyone was shocked. That even the emperor is going to plant trees himself, how can it be fake? Furthermore, these words came from the Duke of Yong, so it must be true. That's right. How can the Duke of Yong's words be fake? It will be the 20th of March in another 2 to 3 days. By then, I will be planting trees by the Yellow River in the east of the city. I will go too. The saplings beside my Yongya field are all ready made. I will go plant a few trees too. When the Yellow River clears up and there are no more floods, I, Cho-san, will have a part to play. Since the Emperor and Marquis are going, then what reason do we have not to go? Go. Just treat it as doing good deeds. If the Yellow River clears up, we will all be doing good deeds. As the saying goes, whatever the superior likes, the inferior will follow. Now that Emperor Li Er was going to personally plant trees, how could the nobles, generals, and ministers, as well as the common people, continue to be indifferent? Other than responding to Li Er and Li Zishuan's call to plant trees, there were also many people who thought of planting trees on Arbor Day as a good deed. After all, in the entire Tang dynasty, the majority of the people lived in the Yellow River Basin. If they could use planting trees to completely solve the future flood of the Yellow River, it could be said that most of the people were willing to part of their wealth to plant trees. Living in such an era, the people knew the horror of floods. Therefore, even if the Tang Dynasty Daily didn't design a set of beautiful advertising slogans to promote afforestation, it was enough to say that afforestation could prevent floods. It was enough to move the hearts of the commoners. Hunan Province, outside Guangxing County. In the Tang Dynasty, Zhengzhou was also known as Xingyang County. The Zheng clan of Xingyang was referring to this place. Zhengzhou's administrative center was located within Guangxing County. As the administrative center of the state, Guangxing County's city walls were lofty and towering. Outside the city walls, there was even a moat. When Qin Wang Li Shimin fought Wang Shichong in Luoyang, he had planned to replenish Guangxing County's provisions. As the saying goes, those who wish to conquer the world must first conquer the Central Plains. Hunan is the most central province in China. During the Tang Dynasty, the Yellow River was still an important waterway and irrigation hub. At this time, Hunan's agricultural and economic development was at the forefront of the country, but at the same time, it was also targeted by many people. Correspondingly, Zhengzhou could be considered as a battleground since ancient times. It was understandable that the city walls were built higher and sturdier. Brother Fa Shan, thank you so much for escorting me all the way here. Now that I've arrived at Zhengzhou City Guan, you should hurry and attend to your own matters. Outside the city gate of Guangxing County, a 13 to 14-year-old boy and girl were saying goodbye to each other in an open space not far from the city. Taking a closer look, who else could they be but little Fishy and Yi Fashion? Along the way, the two of them did not encounter any danger. They did not even meet any bandits. Who knows if it was because the security of the various prefectures along the way was too good, or if it was because these two newbies were too lucky. However, along the way, they did meet a few scammers. Fortunately, between the two of them, one of them was much more mature than his peers, while the other was mischievous and experienced in surviving in society. normal scammers would not be able to scam them of their money. Along the way, it could be said that there was no danger. It's nothing. It was just on the way. Yi Fashion shook his head. He raised his head and looked towards the city gate not far away. Suddenly, he frowned and asked suspiciously, "The city gate of Guangxin County seems different today. Miss Liu, please be careful." Liu instinctively asked, "What difference could there be?" Hey Shan, aren't you making a fuss over nothing?" Yi Fashion observed for a while more before retracting his gaze. With a serious face, he said to Liu, "Miss Liu, look, the number of soldiers guarding the city gate of Guangxin County is much more than the number of soldiers outside Chang'an City. Moreover, there are very few commoners entering the city. It's only 7 in the morning now. This should be the time of the day when most people enter the city. But now, there are only about 10 people queuing outside the city to enter the city. What's even more unusual is that there are only commoners entering the city, but no commoners leaving the city. Isn't this unusual?" Hearing this, Liu's face turned serious. The little girl looked towards the city gate and asked, "Fa Shan, was Guangxin County like this in the past?" Yi Fashion shook his head and said, "Definitely not. Although Guangxin County is not as prosperous as Luoyang, there are still many rich families here. Every day, there is an endless stream of merchants. How could it be so quiet? There must be something fishy about this." It's even better if there's something fishy. I'm just afraid that there's nothing fishy about it. My mission this time is to find out what's fishy about Zhengzhou. Little Yu suddenly smiled and said to Yi Fashion, "Fei Shan, go back to Nanyang. I'll be fine here alone. I won't hold you up any longer. I hope that you can find the way to the south soon." She tightened the bag on her body and was about to walk towards the city gate. "Miss Liu, wait." Just as Liu was about to walk, Yi Fashion's voice came from behind her. Little Yu paused and said, "Fei Shan, what's wrong? There must be danger in the city. I can feel it. Are you really determined to enter the city?" Yi Fashion walked in front of Liu and said with a serious face. When Liu heard this, the scene of Li Zixuan persuading her not to come to Zhengzhou appeared in her mind. Of course, there was also her bold words. "I want to go. I have to go." After thinking for a while, Liu nodded vigorously at Yi Fashion. After saying that, she let out a sigh of relief. She was smart and eccentric. How could she not see that there was something wrong in Guangxin County? However, she came all the way from Chang and to Zhengzhou with a mission. How could she be afraid before the battle and run away? "All right then. I'll go with you into the city." Yi Fashion sighed silently in his heart and suddenly said, "Fa Shan, aren't you going back to Nanyang's ancestral home? Also, you're going to the south to search for Dao. Why do you want to go with me into the city?" Little Yu asked curiously. Yi Fashion said seriously, "Cousin asked me to take care of you on the way. Now that you're going to risk your life alone, how can I just sit back and watch and leave alone? Let's go. Let's go into the city." Chapter 1282. Stop. Where are you from? What are you doing in Guangxin County? At the entrance of Guangxin County, Little Yu Yi Fashion and their group of young men and women were stopped by the city guards. The leading black-armored man questioned them fiercely. He couldn't be blamed for asking. The carriage behind Liu's group was the "Don't Touch Me" carriage from Strange Interest Pavilion. Those who owned such a carriage were definitely from the top families. He had seen all the young masters and young ladies from the big families around Zhengzhou before. However, the two people in front of him were unfamiliar. They must be from a foreign country. Little Yu, timidly, took 2 steps back. Just as she was about to say something, Yi Fashion stepped forward and said, "General, my sister and I have come from Bianzhou to Zhengzhou to visit our relatives. I hope you can make it convenient for us." The black-armored soldier let out an imperceptible sigh of relief and said, "Visit your relatives? What relatives do you have in Guangxin County?" Little Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. She didn't expect the soldier to ask such a detailed question. What if Yi Fashion made up a name and the soldier didn't recognize it? Wouldn't they be exposed? Thinking of this, she calmly looked at Yi Fashion. Yi Fashion's face was calm and relaxed. He calmly cupped his hands towards the soldier and said, This one's second uncle, Yiminglei, is currently working in Guangxing County. I haven't seen him for many years, so I specially brought my sister to pay a visit. You are the nephew of Deputy Yi? The black-armored man's eyes darkened slightly as he asked in a low voice. Yi Fashion cupped his hands and said, "Yes. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to escort my sister and me to Guangxing County. You will know the truth then." Hearing this, the black-armored man's face became gentler. He grinned and said, "Seeing this young master's extraordinary bearing, I am sure he wouldn't use this kind of thing to deceive me. However, Zhengzhou is now in a special period. In order to ensure your safety, I will send 2 people to escort you and this young lady to the county office. What do you think, young master?" Although it was said to be an escort, who didn't know that this was surveillance? In the end, the black-armored man was still suspicious of Yi Fashion and Little Yu's origins. Little Yu's face turned slightly pale. She thought to herself that this was bad. She had to think of a way to send away the soldiers who were escorting them. Yi Fashion smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your kind intentions, General. I haven't been to Guangxing County for many years, so I can't remember where the county office is. I'll have to trouble General's subordinate to lead the way for us." "Oomph." The muscular man in black armor snorted and called 2 guards over. He whispered to them first and then said loudly, "You 2 escort this young master and young lady to the county government. You must send them to County Deputy Yi personally. Do you understand?" "Understood." The 2 soldiers hurriedly cupped their fists and answered loudly. Then, one of them led the way in front while the other helped to pull the carriage from behind. They led Yi Fashion and Little Fishy into the city. In order to prevent Li Yu and Yi Fashion from jumping off midway, the 2 soldiers didn't even let them sit in the carriage. Along the way, Little Yu wanted to discuss countermeasures with Yi Fashion. However, the pair of eyes behind them kept staring at them, so she didn't dare to make any moves. This was because, from the moment they entered the city, she realized that there was something unusual in the city. Every street was patrolled by soldiers. There were very few pedestrians and peddlers on the streets. The entire county gave her a bleak and austere feeling. "Oh no, we're almost there." At this moment, at the end of the street, there was a solemn government office. It was obviously the county office of Guangxing County. Little Yu's face instantly turned pale and her hands and feet tensed up. She was prepared to escape with Yi Fashion if the situation turned bad. "Little sister, we haven't seen Uncle for many years. I don't know if Uncle's health is well. When you see him later, you're not allowed to throw a tantrum in front of him." Little Yu's body tensed up and she was ready to escape at any time. Her toes were clenched tightly. However, Yi Fashion was calm and relaxed. Along the way, he was still chatting with Li Yu about daily life. Li Yu gritted her teeth. In order to not let anyone see through her, she could only continue to accompany Yi Fashion in acting. "Brother, when have I ever thrown a tantrum in front of Uncle? You're talking nonsense again." Needless to say, this girl's anger was the best performance of the role of a spoiled young lady. She was a living drama queen. No one would be able to see through her act. Yi Fashion pointed at Li Yu with a doting look. At this moment, the leading soldier cupped his fist and said, "Young master, we've reached the county office. I'll go in to report. Please wait outside for a moment." Yi Fashion nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble." When they were about to reach the county office, the leading soldier went in to report. The other soldier followed Li Yu and Yi Fashion to wait outside. Li Yu's palms were sweating. She had no choice but to step forward and pull Yi Fashion's sleeve lightly. She prayed that he would understand her meaning and think of a way to escape together. "Little sister, what's wrong with you? Could it be that you're hungry after walking for so long? Don't worry, don't worry. When you see Uncle later, do you think you'll be short of food and drinks?" Who knew? Yi Fashion felt someone pulling him from behind. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Be your head." Little Yu roared in her heart in exasperation. However, she said, "Brother, I'm not hungry. I'm just a little tired." However, why did it sound like she was gnashing her teeth when she said this? "You're saying that my nephew is here? Where is he?" At this moment, a middle-aged man's voice was heard from the county office. There were also sounds of footsteps. District Deputy, he's just outside. Immediately after, a middle-aged scholar wearing a dark blue robe walked out of the county office. Behind him was the soldier from before. Little Yu Er's expression changed drastically. She was about to pull Yi Fashion away when Yi Fashion took a step forward and saluted the middle-aged scholar. Fashion greets uncle. At this moment, the air seemed to have frozen. Little Fishy did not even have the time to retract her foot that had stepped out. Her entire body froze on the spot. The two soldiers who had brought them here suddenly loosened their grip on the weapons at their waists. Then, the two of them turned their gazes to the middle-aged scholar, wanting to see how he would react. So it's Fashion who's here. Come over quickly and let Uncle have a look. You've grown so tall. What's wrong? Did you come alone? The middle-aged scholar's face was first filled with surprise, then joy. He took 2 steps forward and looked at Yi Fashion from head to toe. Then he asked with concern, Uncle, other than me, little sister is here to see you too. Come over quickly and greet uncles? Chapter 1283. In front of the Guangqing County Yamen. When the middle-aged man shouted, Fashion, no matter how stupid little Yu was, she understood that Yi Fashion had a relative who was a deputy in the Guangqing County Yamen. At this moment, the little girl stepped forward and bowed to the middle-aged man with a smile. He was Yi Fashion's second uncle, Yi Minglei. She said sweetly, Little Yu greets second uncle. Yi Minglei's eyes were filled with confusion, but it was quickly concealed. He stepped forward with a face full of joy and said, Yo, little Yu, you haven't visited me in so many years. Why are you willing to come today? What are you talking about, second uncle? It's not that I don't want to come. My mother was worried that I would meet with danger on the way here, so she didn't let me come. Second uncle, how have you been? Li Yu saw that Yi Minglei was so considerate. She went forward and tugged at Yi Minglei's sleeve. Yi Fashion's eyebrows twitched slightly. If one looked closely, they could see that his cheeks were twitching. Fashion. Let's talk when we get back. We'll talk when we get back. Yi Minglei laughed dryly, then looked at the two soldiers and said, Thank you for escorting this old man's nephew and niece to the county yamen. Please thank Commandant Chui for this official. You're welcome. Deputy Yi will take our leave first. The leader of the soldiers saw that Yi Fashion was indeed Yi Minglei's nephew, so he cupped his fist and bid farewell. Yi Minglei clasped his hands together and watched the two soldiers leave. Then he calmly said, Monk, come with me. After that, he swung his sleeves and walked towards the street west of the yamen. Second uncle. Yi Fashion responded and then gave little Fishy a look. The two of them hurriedly followed Yi Minglei, one in front and one at the back. Brother Fashion, is Deputy Yi really your second uncle? On the way, seeing that there was no one around, Liu pulled Yi Fashion's sleeve and asked softly. Yi Fashion looked at Liu strangely and said, Yes. Miss Liu, you don't think that I'm purposely trying to get away from the city gate guards, do you? Liu pouted and said angrily, That's right. That's what I thought at the beginning. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have a second uncle who is a deputy county magistrate here? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have had to worry all the way. His words were full of complaints towards Yi Fashion. Indeed, on the way from Chang and to Zhengzhou, Liu had been planning in her heart what she should do when she arrived in Zhengzhou. Only then would she be able to find out the secret behind the chaos in the officialdom and the chaos among the people in Zhengzhou. She had to admit that it was very likely that she would be in danger. After all, this was the nest of the Chui family in Qinghe, and she represented De Tong daily. Her backer was the archenemy of the Chui family in Qinghe, Zizun. Once her identity was exposed, she might not be able to return. Now that Yi Fashion's second uncle was a deputy county magistrate in Guangqing County, things would be much easier. At least she would have an insider, and her safety would be guaranteed. Yi Fashion was speechless. He thought to himself, women are really not easy to get along with. Father really didn't lie to me. At the beginning, Li Yu and Yi Fashion were not familiar with each other. Naturally, both of them were polite to each other. However, along the way, they became familiar with each other and Liu treated Yi Fashion as a good friend. Since they were good friends, there was no need to be polite to each other. Miss Liu, this is my distant uncle. He has been an official in Guangxing County for a few years. If you don't want to be discovered in Guangxing County, it's best that you don't tell anyone that you're from Chang. When we entered the city just now, I realized that the soldiers here are very strict with foreigners. It's best that we be careful. Yi Fashion thought for a while and whispered to Liu. Liu stuck out her tongue. She was very dissatisfied with Yi Fashion's perfunctory attitude, but she also knew that it was not the time to throw a tantrum. She nodded and replied, "Oh, I got it." Yi Fashion nodded, then he quickened his pace and caught up with Yi Minglei. He asked casually, "Second uncle, the two soldiers just now should be soldiers from the state government, right?" Yi Minglei paused and coughed lightly. "Fashion, how did you know?" Yi Fashion smiled and said, "I guessed." But second uncle's reaction, "It seems like it's true?" Yi Minglei's face turned red. He did not expect that a man in his 40s would be tricked by a teenager. He nodded helplessly and said, "They are indeed soldiers from the Guangxing County. Those are indeed soldiers from the state capital. Now, the entire Guangxing County has been taken over by the state capital's army. The citizens outside are only allowed to enter and not leave." Little Yu Er's face changed. She wanted to go forward and ask for more details, but when she thought of her identity, she could only give up on the idea. Fortunately, Yi Fashion helped her ask the question. "Second uncle, why is this so? Why would Guangxing County be taken over by the state government soldiers? Did something happen in the county recently?" Under normal circumstances, the law and order of a county was handled by the county government's patrolling officers. The state government soldiers were responsible for the safety of the entire county. As long as there was no war, they would not be mobilized easily. Hearing this, Yi Minglei's expression changed. He looked around and quickly whispered, "Monk, things are different now. This is not the place to talk. If you have something to say, let's talk later. Let's go to second uncle's house first." But Yi Fashion nodded and gave little Yu a look. The three of them then went to the west side of the county government. Yunshan, Yanhuang College. "Yamacho, we have already bought 5,000 saplings and they are all stored in the college's warehouse." In the evening, Mo Zhong came to Li Zishuan's office and gave a fist and palm salute. Li Zishuan raised his head and said with a faint smile, I got it. Ask Mr. Yen to inform all the students in the college to prepare for the tree planting event at the bank of the Yellow River 10 miles away. Everyone must be there, no absences are allowed." That's right, he planned to let these students participate in the tree planting event on Arbor Day. He had high hopes for these kids. The future of Tang Dynasty belonged to them. Of course, the task of protecting the environment also belonged to them. From now on, he had to instill in them the belief of tree planting. "Yamacho." Mo Zhong gave a fist and palm salute before he left. Li Zishuan leaned back on the sofa and leisurely began to busy himself with his previous work. What he didn't know was that a not-so-big, not-so-small trouble was coming for him. Soon, he wouldn't have the time to slack off. Chapter 1284. The Tang Football Association's Football League ranking tournament was in full swing. Those rich young masters and ladies who were usually empty and lonely had recently had their fill of watching the matches. They no longer felt that their days were boring. However, the attendance of the two football stadiums was dropping again and again. Overall, the enthusiasm of the people to watch the matches was not as good as before. There were no more full stadiums after that. Aside from the uneven quality of the matches, there was another important reason, and that was the economy. Not everyone was as rich as those rich young masters and young ladies. If they wanted to watch every match, they would have to have a gold mine at home. In addition, without the guidance of a modern person like Li Zishuan, football betting in modern society had quietly been born recently. Some rich young masters did not come to the football stadiums purely to watch the matches, but to bet with 2 or 3 of their friends. Under normal circumstances, it was a small private bet, but some of the bets were not small at all. There were even bets of thousands of strings. Of course, where there was money, there would be corruption. And football betting was the easiest way to breed corruption in football. In order to win the bet, some rich young masters privately bribed a team to fix the matches. The Tang Football Association had investigated at least 5 or 6 such cases in recent days. Those teams that fixed the matches were first removed from the Football Association, then everyone in the team, including the team owner, was blacklisted by the Football Association. They would not be able to participate in any football-related activities for life. As for those rich young masters who spent money to fix the matches, the Tang Football Association had already submitted the relevant evidence to the Supreme Court. If the victims wanted to pursue the matter, they could go to the Supreme Court to report. With the evidence provided by the Football Association, not only could they recover the losses, they could also punish the other party. There was always darkness under the sun. Although the Tang Football Association could not dig out all the darkness, the Football Association could use a strict punishment system to punish the chickens to the monkeys, as a warning to others. In this way, before those teams wanted to fix the matches in the future, they would have to carefully consider it. Compared to watching football matches, which was a high-cost form of entertainment, ordinary people were more willing to watch the gossip news on the Datang Daily. For example, a certain assistant minister's concubine eloped with a servant, a certain rich young master spent a lot of money on a certain singer in a brothel, and so on. These were more or less the topics of conversation after meals. Of course, there were even more commoners who liked to read the novels in the Talking About Martial World section. Compared to football matches and news, novels were a better way to kill time. However, there seemed to be something wrong with the Bragging World section in March. There were no new novels, and those that were still being serialized were all novels that had been published in the past and hadn't ended yet. In the beginning, the readers did not notice this phenomenon. But now, it was already the middle of March, and Big Word's Martial World was still the same few novels that were being updated tepidly. It was like a pool of stagnant water, making people feel lifeless. Everyone was looking forward to the addition of fresh water to this stagnant pool. Didn't Leather Knight say that they would release a new book in March? It's already the middle of March. Why hasn't he started writing yet? In the vast sea of people, there were always some people with good memories. In a tea house, 3 or 4 friends were having a small gathering. One of them suddenly shouted, "Yeah, **CK." He had almost forgotten about it while watching the football match. What about the new Leather Knight novel? This guy had just finished writing his last book, and now he was resting for several months. It had been almost half a year. How was it? Did the newspaper publish his short story? I want to see it. Publish my ass. It's all his previous novels. Speaking of which, he couldn't have forgotten about releasing a new book in March, right? **CK. You don't say. It's really possible. If we can forget that he is releasing a new novel because we are watching the football match, then it's very likely that he will forget to write a new novel because he is busy watching the match. You're saying that Leather Knight also likes to watch football matches? Isn't that obvious? Football matches are so interesting. As long as you have money, who wouldn't like to watch it? And Leather Knight definitely doesn't lack money. This guy might be watching football matches every day. Yes. Let's go find him. Let him quickly write a new book. Hey, Brother Yang, wait. We have never seen Leather Knight before. Even if he is really watching football matches, we won't know which one is him. Oh, Brother Wu, you're right. Then how do we find Leather Knight? Let's go to Datang Daily's editorial office. There must be someone there who knows Leather Knight's true identity. Ask them to pressure Leather Knight and get him to release a new book quickly. That's right. Let's go to Datang Daily's editorial office. But with just the few of us, I'm afraid we are a little weaks. What are you afraid of? I'll go to the Imperial College and the Hongwen Library later and call some friends. There will be at least 20 to 30 people in total. Let's go together. Okay, then let's go now. Let's go. The young people were in high spirits and sometimes left as soon as they said they would. The group of people left the tea house and headed straight for the Imperial College. Half an hour later, more than 50 young people walked together on Vermilion Bird Avenue. They shouted, "March is already here. Why hasn't Leather Knight released a new book yet?" as they marched toward the eastern city of Chang. Speaking of which, the young man who took the lead to cause trouble had only planned to bring 20 to 30 friends to boost his momentum. He never expected that after the others heard the news, they would rather skip class and follow along. What was even more unexpected was that the size of their group grew as they walked. Before they reached the eastern city gate, there were already more than 100 people. After all, they were not the only ones who had been waiting for Leather Knight's new book for the past 6 months. Young master! Young master! There are so many scholars outside who are clamoring to cause trouble at the Datang Daily's editorial office. It's so lively. South of Chang, in city, Lin family mansion. Maid Xiaoshi hurried to the backyard and reported to Lin Hao, who was immersed in his studies. Cause trouble? What trouble are they causing? After half a year of studying wholeheartedly, Lin Hao's temperament had changed a lot. He was less of a wastrel and more of a positive and energetic person. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at his little maid as he asked calmly. Young master, they said they want to go to the Datang Daily's editorial office and ask Leather Knight to quickly publish the next book. Xiaoshi bowed and said, I almost forgot about that. The cultured and refined Lin Hao, who had the demeanor of a scholar, instantly regained his original temperament. This fellow's eyes lit up and he roared, No! I have to go too! Xiaoshi, don't tell my parents. Dad. Why you here? Take a seat first. I have an urgent matter to attend to and need to go out. It was no wonder that he was so excited. He was a hardcore fan of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Now that March had arrived and Leather Knight had yet to release a new book, how could he not be anxious? Unfilial son. Stop right there. Lin Wenyuan's angry roar came from the backyard of the Lin family mansion. But to Lin Hao, this was not important. Chapter 1285. There were many people like Lin Hao who rushed out of their houses to block the entrance of Datang Daily's editorial office. After all, when A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality became popular, there were thousands of League Masters. These people were the most hardcore of hardcore fans. It was just that the recent Chang and City Football League was so popular that it could be said that it was the first time in thousands of years that such a grand event had occurred. Therefore, most people had forgotten the sentence written in the last chapter of Immortal last year. Next March, the swordsman will return. Even if some people still remembered, they thought that Leather Knight might release his book at the end of March, so they did not cause a ruckus. Now that someone was leading the uprising, the followers were of course a sea of people. At this moment, those hardcore fans of Immortal, who had nothing to do at home, all ran out and went straight to the Datang Daily's editorial office in the new workshop outside the city. Therefore, on the cement road to Plum Village, there was such a spectacle. Although the thousands of people did not walk in a very orderly manner, the slogan that everyone shouted together sounded quite imposing. Some of the villagers who were rushing into the city saw this scene and could not help but be stunned. To them, who were always rushing about to make a living, the actions of these young people on the road were completely out of their minds. What novel was more important than filling one's stomach? Manager Fu. Not good. Not good. A lot of people are coming to our workshop. In the new workshop, Song Xiaoxi rushed to Faubert's office and said breathlessly, A lot of people? How many people exactly? What are they doing in the workshop? Fu Bo didn't panic. Firstly, there were guards from the Marquis's estate inside the workshop. Secondly, there were imperial guards sent by Second Li to look after the workshop. Ordinary people with evil intentions wouldn't be able to easily enter the workshop. Song Xiaoxi panted and quickly replied, There are thousands of people. Manager Fu, these people seem to be looking for Leather Knight. They said that they want him to release his new book quickly, or they will break his legs. Thousands of people? They want to break Leather Knight's legs? Cough cough. Faubert had just calmly taken a sip of water, but upon hearing this, he immediately spat out the water in his mouth, causing him to choke and roll his eyes. Although he didn't know that The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was written by Li Zixuan, The Legend of Immortal had been serialized on Datang Daily for several months. How could he not have heard anything about it? Therefore, when he heard that these people wanted to break Leather Knight's legs, Faubert inexplicably wanted to laugh. Please forgive this old man for taking pleasure in other people's misfortune at this time. Ahem. Quickly go to the Cloud Mountain and ask Mr. Ma to come back. Only he can handle this matter. Faubert calmed himself down and hurriedly gave the order with a serious face. After all, the people who came to block the door were hardcore supporters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. They were also considered customers of the workshop. Since they were doing business, there was no reason to treat customers as enemies. Therefore, he added, tell Commander Liu outside the workshop that as long as these people don't offend the workshop, they won't do anything. Go, go, go. Speaking of which, if the Imperial Army really treated these true fans who urged him to release the novel as troublemakers and arrested them, it would be a big problem. Not only would it hurt the customers' feelings, but it would also smear Li Zishuan's reputation. Thus, Manager Fu. Song Xiaoxi responded. He didn't even have time to take a sip of water before he ran out again. It's already March. Why hasn't Leather Knight released a new novel yet? Did he go to watch football matches every day and forget to write a novel? Hand over Leather Knight. Tell him to hurry up and write a novel. Hand him over and we'll break his legs. Tell him to write 10 chapters a day for us. How can 10 chapters be enough? He needs to write 100 chapters a day. Hand over Leather Knight. Hand over Leather Knight. Not long after Song Xiaoxi ran out of the workshop, the army of urging from Chang and arrived at the entrance of the workshop. Everyone shouted at the closed door of the workshop one after another. When they saw that no one except for the guards of the workshop came out, everyone shouted in unison, Master, 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 Master. Hand over Leather Knight. In the forest a few hundred feet away, a group of Imperial Army soldiers who had been lying in ambush were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. General, are we going to attack or not? A soldier swallowed his saliva and asked the man who was leading the group. The man was clad in black armor, but he gave off a scholarly and dignified aura. Looking closely at his face, he was rather handsome, comparable to Dugu Xan and Dugu Fing. Stay put. These are just some young masters from Chang and City, not thieves who are here to steal the secrets of the workshop. The workshop's guards are enough to deal with them. But we have to keep our eyes open. If they force their way into the workshop, we will rush out immediately. But don't hurt anyone. The man in black waved his hand to stop them. General. Inside the workshop, Faubert walked back and forth anxiously with his hands behind his back. The louder the people outside shouted, the more panicked he felt. It was not that he did not want to go out and take charge of the situation and calm the soldiers, but he was too old and had been obsessed with technology all his life. In the face of such a situation, he was really powerless. Godfather Ma is back. Godfather Ma is back. Song Xiaoxi, the clever boy, sneaked in from the back door of the workshop and said to Faubert while panting. Behind him, a person was walking quickly. Who else could it be other than Ma Zhou? Faubert's eyes lit up. He walked up to him and said, Mr. Ma, the people outside the workshop are all. Without waiting for him to finish, Ma Zhou waved his hand and said, Manager Fu, little fourth prince has already informed me. I will take care of the matters outside. Manager Fu, you can go back and rest at ease. Faubert was old, so Ma Zhou knew how to be considerate of the elderly. Good. Thank you, Mr. Ma. Faubert was very confident in Ma Zhou's ability. He replied with a smile and walked to the backyard. Xiaoxi, open the door. After watching Faubert leave, Ma Zhou took a deep breath and ordered Song Xiaoxi. Godfather Ma. Without any hesitation, Song Xiaoxi carried out the order because he trusted Ma Zhou. The door is open. The door is open. Who is that? It's the head editor of the editorial department, Ma Zhou. He is also a professor at Yanhuang College. Wow, the professor at Yanhuang College. That's amazing. Who cares if he's a professor or not? Whoever comes has to hand over the Leather Knight. If they don't, I won't leave today. Yes, hand over the Leather Knight. When Ma Zhou walked out, the crowd outside started to discuss among themselves. Then, they shouted in unison. Ma Zhou looked at these crazy fans indifferently. Although he did not show it on his face, his heart was full of envy. These people were here for Li Zishuan's new book. These fans could not be more loyal. When would he, Ma Zhou, have so many supporters? Ma Zhou collected his thoughts and coughed twice. Then he pressed his hand down. After a long time, the crowd finally quieted down. Mainly because there were too many people. Unless one had Li Zishuan's lion's roar skill to make them all quiet down at once. Everyone, please allow me to say a few words. After the crowd quieted down, Ma Zhou quickly took the opportunity to speak loudly. First of all, on behalf of everyone at Datang Daily, I would like to thank everyone for their continuous support. Secondly, I have good news to tell you about your request today. As far as I know, Leather Knight's new book, which has been meticulously preparing for nearly half a year, will be serialized in Datang Daily tomorrow. Please look forward to it. Boom! Ma Zhou's words were concise and comprehensive, but they were no less than a heavy bomb. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately exploded. What? Leather Knight's new book will be published tomorrow? That's great. Could it be that we have misunderstood the great swordsman? He hasn't published a book for so long because he has been meticulously preparing for it all this time? Just a while ago, they wanted to break Leather Knight's legs, but now they are calling the great swordsman great. How nice. It must be. We have all misunderstood the swordsman. I have nothing else to say. Go home and prepare money. I will tip 100 Tang Yuan tomorrow. I want to tip too. I'll tip 1,000 Tang Yuan. I want to be the leader. Chapter 1286. What? Brother Ma, you told them that my new book will be released tomorrow? Yunshan, Yanhuang College. After Li Zishuan received the news that the workshop was blocked, he wanted to go down the mountain to take a look. However, Ma Zhou had already returned from the workshop. After asking about the details of the matter, he shouted F***CK in his heart. Then he stared at Ma Zhou and asked in disbelief. Ma Zhou asked with a face of surprise, Yes. Didn't you say that you would release your new book in March? It's already the 19th of March. Marquis, you are a man of your word. You must have already prepared your new book, right? I'll have to trouble Marquis to give the manuscript to me so that I can take it back to the workshop in the afternoon to typeset and print it. Li Zishuan opened his mouth and wanted to say, I'm not prepared. However, under Ma Zhou's, you are a man of your word, you can't go back on your word, gaze, and thinking about the workshop being surrounded today, Ma Zhou didn't seem to have any other suitable way to deal with it other than this method. Therefore, Li Zishuan could only swallow the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. I have already prepared it. However, there are still some places that still need to be modified and sculpted. Brother Ma, why don't you go back to the workshop first and leave 10 chapters for tomorrow's bragging world for me first? I'll get someone to send the manuscript to the workshop before 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock in the morning, N. That's good. W. What? Marquis, you mean before 3 o'clock? When Ma Zhou heard Li Zishuan's promise, he wanted to nod his head. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it carefully, he was suddenly shocked. Marquis, it's just a small modification. It shouldn't take that long, right? If they waited until 3 o'clock, then their editorial department and the printing department would probably be shut down by Li Zishuan tonight. No one would be able to sleep. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. Can you blame me for this? Who told you to tell those fans that I'm releasing the book tomorrow? Brother Ma. Due to the many things that had happened recently, the quality of the novel had dropped by a lot. It needed to be carefully polished a few more times. Brother Ma, you often write articles, so you should know, right? Li Zishuan coughed twice and said to Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou looked at Li Zishuan and nodded. Alright, I'll go back to the workshop and inform everyone in the editorial and printing departments that I won't rest tonight. This guy was also a drama queen. After working with Li Zishuan for so long, how could he not see that Li Zishuan did not have a single word in reserve? The reason why he did not expose him was because he was giving Li Zixuan face. Seeing through him but not exposing him, this was called, don't expose people when they are in a difficult situation. Li Zixuan said apologetically, Brother Ma, thank you for your hard work. Please help me say thank you to the editorial and printing departments for your hard work. Tell them that tonight's wages will be counted as 5 days' wages. Ma Zhou chuckled as he cupped his hands and said, That's great. I'll thank Marquis on behalf of my brothers. After that, he said goodbye and left. Li Zixuan's brows were furrowed into a ball because he hadn't even thought of what to write for his next book. It was really a headache. The news of thousands of people surrounding Datang Daily's editorial department in the morning spread quickly. After all, it was hard for others not to know about it. Of course, what made the public even more excited was the news that Leather Knight would be releasing a new book tomorrow. Countless fans of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality could not help but cheer after hearing the news. Finally, there was no more shortage of books. Finally, they could read exciting novels again. It was not that the novels in Bragging World were unsightly, but compared to A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, the rest of the novels were mostly different. Whether it was in terms of the excitement of the plot or the number of daily updates, they could not be compared to A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Now that Leather Knight was finally releasing a new book, the fans who had been waiting for so long finally had food for thought. They could eat their fill for a while. Those who could afford it were raising money and preparing to go to the Datang Daily offices on the streets tomorrow to tip Leather Knight for his new book. Although they had been full of complaints about Leather Knight not releasing a new book for the past 6 months, now that the new book was about to be released, they still had to tip him. Father, give me 500 Tang Yuan. After lunch, Lin Hao hesitated for a moment before extending his hand to Lin Wenyuan. Lin Wenyuan stared and said angrily, 500 Tang Yuan? What do you need so much money for? After the workshop opened for the new year, the production of bicycles was very plentiful. Because the Lin family was a member of the Chamber of Commerce, they also made a lot of money. Now that their business had expanded to the south, they had already earned back all the money they had invested previously. Therefore, the Lin family did not lack money at all. Their assets were even more powerful than before. After solving the family's financial problems, Lin Wenyuan focused on raising his son. According to the country's laws, the sons of merchants were not allowed to take part in the imperial examinations. If Lin Hao wanted to succeed in the future, it seemed that the only way was to get into Yanhuang College. Therefore, under his coercion, Lin Hao could be considered to have gone into seclusion to study for more than half a year. Lin Hao shrunk his neck and said, Father, I have my own uses. Don't worry, I will not mess around. I will stay at home and prepare for the examinations. Lin Wenyuan blew his beard and stared at him. You think I don't know what you want to do? You followed those troublemakers to the workshop in Plum Village this morning and blocked the door. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Now you have the face to ask me for money? No way. Not only that, you are not allowed to go out for a while, and you are not allowed to read Datang Daily's novels. In another 3 months, Yanhuang Academy's entrance exam will begin. You'd better study hard for this old man. If you get in, everything will be fine. If you don't... Father Lin snorted angrily and left with a flick of his sleeves. Lin Hao rolled his eyes at his father's back and muttered, If you don't want to give, then don't give. Why are you so fierce? Aren't you going to give your family business to me in the future? Mother Lin saw this and could not help but smile. She took out a few notes from her sleeve and said with a smile, How? Your father is doing this for your own good. Yanhuang College is a sacred place for learning that everyone wants to go to. If you can get in, your father and mother will be proud. This is 800 Tang Yuan. Take it first. If it's not enough, ask me for more. But there's one thing I have to say. You are not allowed to delay your studies. I know you like to read Datang Daily's novels, but Yanhuang College's entrance exam is equally important. You must put aside everything else and focus on preparing for the exam. If you get in, your father and I will not scold you no matter how you read novels. Do you understand? In the end, as a mother, she knew how to dote on her son. If he wanted 500, she would give him 800. Lin Hao nodded and said, "Thank you, mother. I know what's important." After that, he took the money from Mother Lin and ran out like a wisp of smoke. "Xiao Shi, go to my room and get another 200 tang yuan. Adding this 800, that's 1,000 tang yuan. First thing in the morning tomorrow, you'll go help me give this money to Pai Xia as a reward. For the next few months, save up all the newspapers for me. When I'm done with the exam, take them out for me to read. Do you understand?" Lin Wenhao returned from a rewarding journey. Once he returned to his backyard, he loudly ordered his servant. "Young master." Chapter 1287. Have you heard? Leather Knight is releasing a new book tomorrow. Yanhuang College, cafeteria, lunchtime. Damn. I almost forgot that this guy said he would release a new book in March. I didn't expect that he would release it only when March is almost over. What a scammer. Is this news reliable? Leather Knight is really releasing a new book tomorrow? Hey, how can it be fake? I heard that early this morning, more than 1,000 people came from Chang, in city to urge Leather Knight to release a new book. They blocked the Datang Daily's editorial department. In the end, Professor Ma stepped in and calmed them down. Most importantly, Professor Ma said that Leather Knight's new book would be released tomorrow. That's great. I've been waiting for his new book for half a year. But it's a pity that we have to plant trees with Yamacho tomorrow morning. We won't have time to buy newspapers. What a pity. Hee. Brother Zhang-sun, don't worry. My page boy will buy it for us in advance. When we come back from planting trees, we can go to the academy after picking up the newspapers. Yanfu, you're so thoughtful. That's a good idea. In the cafeteria, Zhang Sun Chong, Chu Yanfu, and the others were eating while discussing what happened at the workshop in the morning. When they were talking about something exciting, their laughter could cover the other noises in the cafeteria. As the saying goes, the speaker may not mean much, but the listener will. After hearing what they were talking about, a group of people immediately gathered around. Xiaochong, did you just say that Leather Knight is releasing a new book? Is that true? Cheng Chumo came over and said excitedly. Of course it's true. It's Yanfu's news. How can it be false? Then what's the name of Leather Knight's next book? Chu Yanfu replied, I'm not sure. But Professor Ma will definitely know. Cheng Chumo scratched his head and said hesitantly, Forget it. I won't ask. Anyway, everything will be clear when it comes tomorrow. He was still a little scared to look for Ma Zhou, the leader of the economics department. Not far away, in a corner. After hearing the discussion, the three students looked at each other, put down their bowls and chopsticks, and walked out of the cafeteria together. Tianhua, Hongyi, did you hear that? They said that Leather Knight will be releasing a new book tomorrow. Sigh, what's meant to come will come. Speaking of which, there's basically no new novel appearing in Big Word's world this month. Everyone's just making way for Leather Knight. As the three of them walked out of the canteen, a young man with a medium build said. The person who spoke was Liao Feichen, one of the so-called heroes of Jinyu. Chen Tianhua wasn't as pessimistic as Liao Feichen. He smiled and said, Feichen, you don't have to say such depressing words. Although Leather Knight's influence in Bragging World was huge, if he released a new book, it would also greatly boost the popularity of the entire Bragging World. When that time comes, our readers might also gradually increase. Besides, aren't you curious about what kind of book Leather Knight will be releasing this time? For us, this is also an excellent learning opportunity. Hua Hongyi laughed loudly and said, Feichen is right. I'm also very curious about what kind of book Leather Knight will be releasing this time. Of course, more importantly, I finally have a chance to compete with him on the same stage and determine who's better. In the afternoon, I'm going to take a break from class and go to Datang Daily's editorial department. Hearing that, Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were both stunned. After being stunned for a moment, Chen Tianhua said, Hongyi, you're not really going to release a book on the same day as Leather Knight, right? Hua Hongyi nodded and said as if it was a matter of course, Of course. I've already told you guys before. As the saying goes, a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. How can I go back on my words now? I've already prepared the manuscript. I'll show it to the editor of Daoist in the afternoon. Liao Feichen was a little suspicious of his good friend's brain. He said, Hong Yi, it's hard to say if your novel can pass the editor's eyes. Previously, I asked you to show Tianhua and me the manuscript first, but you weren't willing. Hua Hongyi said, Feichen, I appreciate your kindness. But my novel is not the same genre as yours. Even if I show it to you guys, you can't give me any opinions. It's better to just give it to the editor of Daoist. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. I'm going back to the dorm to get the manuscript. Li Zishuan, who was sitting quietly in the study of the courtyard, naturally didn't know that someone wanted to compete with him in terms of novels. This guy had been sitting in the study ever since lunch and told Han Yushi not to let anyone disturb him. He was thinking about what to write for his next novel? Oh no, it should be said that which great god's work should he use as a reference. He sat there until the evening, but he still couldn't think of what to write. It wasn't that he didn't have any ideas, but that the popular novels in his previous life were mostly about time travel and cheat codes. This kind of novel was definitely not suitable for him to write in the Tang dynasty. As for traditional martial arts novels, such as Master Jin Yong's novels, although there was no time travel and cheat codes, and the plot and words were brilliant, Master Jin Yong's works were mostly set in the Song dynasty or after the Song dynasty. If he wanted to use it as a reference, he might have to fabricate a dynasty that didn't exist in history. In professional literary terms, this was called creating a void. But in that way, the immersion would be much weaker. After all, Master Jin Yong's works didn't only show the wonderful Jianghu conflicts, but more importantly, it was to show the noble feelings of a great hero serving the country and the people. If the dynasty was created as a void, it would be very difficult for people to integrate into that kind of feelings. Therefore, Li Zishuan's requirements for his next novel were no time travel, no cheat codes, and no background that would affect the immersion. There were actually many novels that met these three requirements, but other than that, it had to be something that Li Zishuan liked and had a brilliant plot. As a result, there were a lot fewer novels to choose from. Hey, I got it! Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Zishuan's mind, and he shouted excitedly, Knock knock! At this moment, there was a soft knock on the door outside. Li Zishuan was stunned. He knew that Han Yushi was probably calling him for dinner. He quickly said, Wife, come in. With a creak, sure enough, it was Han Yushi who walked in. She was wearing a white dress. Although it was a little cold outside at night in March, the heating in the courtyard was still on, so there wasn't any cold at all. Husband, I know that you're busy, so I brought the food over. Please eat first. Han Yushi walked over with a plate of food and placed the food beside Li Zishuan. Inadvertently, her hair touched Li Zishuan's face, and the fragrance of her hair made someone's heart itch. Cough cough. Wife, I just had some inspiration. I'll eat later. Wife, you should go and rest first. Li Zishuan forcefully suppressed the wild thoughts in his heart and said in a serious tone. Han Yushi knew that Li Zishuan had been sitting quietly in the study for the entire afternoon because he was thinking about the novel. Hearing this, she didn't want to continue disturbing him. She could only say, Then you must remember to eat. I won't disturb you anymore. After that, Han Yushi turned and left, leaving Li Zishuan alone in the study. Sigh. Other people read Swords by the Light at Night, but I, as a marquis, have to write a novel by the light at night. Li Zishuan muttered, rolled up his sleeves and started writing. At the beginning of the paper, there were the words, Celestial Slayer. Chapter 1288. Earning money from writing novels was not Li Zishuan's goal. He had a lot of responsibilities now and was even busier with official business. If it weren't for the fact that he had promised to start a new novel in March, he definitely wouldn't have started writing again. Poetry, songs, and prose was just a small matter. Similarly, writing novels was also a small matter in Li Zishuan's eyes. The reason he wrote novels was to guide the literati who were interested in this field to write novels that made people feel comfortable and happy. He wanted to add a new form of entertainment to this boring era and promote this form of entertainment. This way, he could realize his dream of staying at home and hugging his wife while reading novels. He was waiting for the Tang Dynasty's novel world to flourish, or for someone to write novels that were close to or even better than his. When that time came, he would completely stop writing. After all, writing novels was not as comfortable as reading novels. There were originally no deities in this world, but since the ancient times, humans saw the world around them with all kinds of strange things. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, storms raged, natural disasters and man-made disasters. There were countless casualties and wails everywhere. It was definitely not something that humans could do or resist. Hence, they believed that above the 9 heavens, there were various deities. Below the 9 underworlds, there were also Yin spirits and Yama's palace. Hence, the legend of deities was passed down to the world. Countless people sincerely kowtowed to the various deities that they imagined to create, praying for blessings and complaining. Incense was at its peak. In today's world, the righteous path flourished and evil retreated. The Central Plains had beautiful mountains and rivers, flourishing with people and abundant natural resources. It was firmly occupied by the righteous sections. Among them, Qing Yun sect, Tianyin Temple, and Fenxiang Valley were the 3 major pillars and were the leaders. This story began from Qing Yun sect. The introduction of celestial bane was not strange, but there was a trace of majesty in the ordinary. However, a novel was not enough to attract readers just because of the introduction. The most important thing was the content. Celestial Bane was a pioneer in modern Xianxia novels and was known as the martial arts Bible of later Jin Yong. Before the appearance of Celestial Bane, novels on the internet were mainly wuxia novels and fantasy novels. Celestial Bane was the first novel to combine the fantasy of the immortal world and the wuxia world. After the appearance of Celestial Bane, Xianxia novels on the internet rose as well. Celestial Bane also won the hearts of a large number of readers for Xianxia novels. Li Zixuan also fell in love with Xianxia novels at that time. Celestial Bane was undoubtedly a classic in terms of plot and writing style. Of course, Li Zixuan valued Master Xiao Ding's portrayal of the characters in the book the most. All the characters, whether it was the main character Sha Danan, Lu Sueki, Bai Yao, or the other supporting characters, they were all made of flesh and blood. Lin Jingyu was righteous and talented. Xiao Huan, who was infatuated with Sha Danan, was naive and kind, and Sha Danan's first crush, Heidi, and so on. These characters each had their own personalities and stories. The word love was very heavy in Celestial Bane. Someone once commented that Celestial Bane was a romance novel in the guise of Xianxia. Although this comment was a little taken for granted, it could be seen that the description of love in the book was absolutely profound. The scene that Bai Yao left the deepest impression on Li Zixuan was the moment when she opened her arms to block the sword rain that filled the sky for Sha Danan. When Bai Yao lightly chanted, "Spirits of the netherworld, gods and demons of the heavens, with my blood and body, I offer you as a sacrifice. 3 lives and 7 worlds, forever falling into the king of hell, only for love, even if I die, I have no regrets." Even the most stone-hearted spectator could not help but feel a faint pain in his heart. That was the infatuation curse, the most tragic curse in the demon cult. Life was precious, but the value of love was even higher. Bai Yao died for Sha Danan, but in exchange, she also received 10 years of Sha Danan's care and nostalgia, as well as the half-piece of green cloth that was forever kept in Sha Danan's arms. In fact, Bai Yao's pure personality had already doomed her bleak fate. Even if life could be restarted, even if time could be reversed, Bai Yao would still block the fatal attack for Sha Danan, and she would never regret it. I am a demon, so what? If you are in danger, even if I have to exchange my life for yours, I am willing to do so. This was Bai Yao. She dared to love and hate. She was infatuated with love and loyalty. With the sound of pencil rubbing against paper, Li Zixuan gradually immersed himself in the poignant Xianxia world. Outside the house, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The people, birds, beasts, and insects on the cloud mountain seemed to have entered the land of dreams. Only Li Zixuan's courtyard was still lit by candles. At midnight, Li Zixuan stretched, walked out of the study, and came to the front yard. Feiji, quickly send these manuscripts to the workshop and pass them to Mr. Ma. Tell him that these are 50 chapters of content. Other than the 10 chapters on the first day, we will send 5 chapters every day. In the front yard, Li Zixuan passed a thick stack of manuscripts to Pang Feiji and ordered. This was the hand speed of a grandmaster. How could an ordinary person compare to it? Pang Feiji saluted with his fists and left the mountain with the manuscripts. This was the advantage of living on the cloud mountain. They could move around at night, unlike in Chang, and where they were restricted by the curfew at night. The next day, the 20th of March, was the first tree planting day in Tang Dynasty. After breakfast, the students of Yanhuang College were called to gather at the field. Each of them received a bundle of saplings. Under Li Zixuan's command, each of the students took a shovel and carried a bundle of saplings. They went down the Cloud Mountain and headed to the east of Plum Village. They were going to plant trees at the intersection of the Ba River and the Yellow River. Walking on the cement road of Plum Village, the students were all staring in the direction of the workshop. They all knew that the newspaper that would be delivered today would have Pai Xiaoke's new book on it. Too bad they couldn't go and buy it now. However, the people in Chang did not have such a problem. At 7 in the morning, the Datong daily offices in every square and street officially opened to sell newspapers. The small newspaper boys also began to take newspapers and scooter to every street and alley. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. The freshly published Tang Dynasty Daily. After A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, Leather Knight's new book, Celestial Bane, reappears in the world. The shouting of newspaper sellers caused an uproar in the morning in Chang and City. Leather Knight's new novel is called Celestial Bane. Hey, quick, give me 2 copies of today's Big Talk World. I want 5 copies. 5 copies of today's Big Talk World. Give me 10 copies. Ever since the editorial department received more novels, the Big Talk World section was separated from Datong Daily and became a separate book. Therefore, many fans of Immortal only bought Big Talk World and did not buy Datong Daily. Chapter 1289. Celestial Bane? That name sounds very domineering. It should be the same genre as Immortal's Journey to Immortality, right? That's great. Last time, I didn't get enough of Immortal and other cultivator novels were boring. This time I can finally feast my eyes. At the foot of Mount Qingyun, 50 miles northwest of the big city Heiyang, there's a small village called Grass Temple Village. There are more than 40 families living here. The villagers are simple and honest. Most of the villagers collect firewood in the mountains and exchange it for some money to live on. TSK. If I'm not wrong, the main character should be in Grass Temple Village. The sentences in this novel seem more poetic than Immortal's Journey to Immortality. Looks like Leather Knight's writing has improved. That's right. It's very comfortable to read. I hope the plot will be more exciting. The fans of Mortals in Chang and City bought the latest issue of Bragging World that they had been dreaming of early in the morning. After they finished reading the prologue and the first page of Celestial Bane, the fans could not help but discuss among themselves. Many people couldn't help but compare Celestial Bane to Immortal's Journey to Immortality. From the first few chapters, they could see that Celestial Bane's writing was much more delicate. In fact, that was the case. As the first work of Xianxia novels, although Celestial Bane's word count was much less than Immortal's Journey to Immortality, the novel's language chased after artistic conception. It was more like the artistic conception in Jin Yang's novel, and the language was very touching. Although the Mortal's Journey to Immortality's writing was not bad, it was still lacking compared to Celestial Bane. However, one couldn't say that Immortal was inferior to Celestial Bane just because of that. The world structure of Immortal extended from the human world to the spiritual world, and then to the heavenly realm. The world structure system was huge, but it was not messy and orderly. That was something that Celestial Bane couldn't compare to. It could only be said that both had their own merits. Apart from commenting on Celestial Bane in private, The people who bought Bragging World of Martial Arts flocked to the office of Tang Dynasty Daily, which was the closest to their homes, to gift Celestial Bane like crazy. Chang and Chao family's eldest son, Chao Shi, rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 3,000 Tang Yuan. Chang and Murong family's young master, Murong Jun, rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 1,000 Tang Yuan. Chang and Hu family's Hu Yuanbao rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 1,000 Tang Yuan. Lin Hao of Chang and's Lin family rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 1,000 Tang Yuan. Money, at this moment, seemed to be just a string of numbers, losing its original meaning of value. Countless amounts of money were sent to Datang Daily's office by crazy fans. The fans only wanted to show their faces under Leather Knight's new book. They only wanted to express their gratitude and support for their favorite author. Such a crazy scene reminded people of the day last year when Mortal Man came to an end. In a single day, over 1,000 Alliance Masters appeared. The coffers of the Tang Dynasty Daily's offices in Chang and were filled to the brim with copper coins. On that day, the cement road from Chang and to Plum Village was filled with horse carriages transporting copper coins. It stretched for miles, attracting the envy of countless shop owners. Today, Tang Yuan had become popular all over the world. Therefore, although there were more people who came to gift than last year, most of them settled in Tang Yuan. Therefore, the amount of money received by Datang Daily's office was not enough to fill the vaults. Jiangnan's Misty Rain Villa's young master, Zheng Qianjun, rewards the Jade Dynasty Leather Knight with 5,000 Tang Yuan. Today was different from the past. Due to the ranking league organized by the Football Association, many people from other states and counties lived in Chang and City. These people used to read the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality through Datang Daily. However, due to geographical restrictions, the updates they saw were delayed by many days compared to those in Chang and City. Now, they were gathered in Chang and City because of football. They could finally be the first to see Leather Knight's new book, Jade Dynasty. How could they not express their gratitude? Wow! 5,000 Tang Yuan. Misty Rain Villa's young master? What's the background of this villa? Why is their young master so rich? You don't even know about Misty Rain Villa? This villa monopolizes the grain, porcelain, and silk business in Jiangnan. Manor Master Zheng might not even care about 5,000 Tang Yuan. Oh, so awesome! I heard that the boss of Team Tempest in this ranking league is Misty Rain Villa's old Manor Master Zheng. Yo! Team Tempest has won 10 matches in Group A recently. They are in the limelight. Old Manor Master Zheng's team is indeed awesome. That's right. Other than Team Tempest's young master who came over to reward Jade Dynasty, other teams more or less sent people over to reward. This scene was even better than the end of Mortal's journey last year. Hurry up. Get the masters to move faster. Badges, let's make the League Masters badge first. As for the rest, we'll owe them first. Let the readers who rewarded us receive their badges in 2 days with a note issued by Datang Daily's office. The people in Chang and City were frantically rewarding. In the workshop, Faubert was extremely busy. Everyone in the workshop started work before dawn. There was only one purpose, and that was to make badges for Jade Dynasty's fans. Last night, Ma Zhou and the others had only composed and printed Celestial Bane. The number of copies for this issue of Bragging World was 5 times more than the previous ones. Therefore, they did not have the time to arrange for people to make badges. After the novel was printed, Ma Zhou thought of the badges and immediately asked Song Xiaoxi to inform all the craftsmen to start work ahead of time. Although the workshop would have produced a batch of badges by the time Datang Daily and Bragging World were released, it was less than 2 hours before the various offices announced that they were running low on badges. Left with no other choice, Uncle Fu could only come up with this plan. He ordered the craftsmen to make a batch of Celestial Bane's leader badges as soon as possible. After all, relatively speaking, the number of leader badges was still much lower. Thus, Manager Fu. In Chang and City, all the Datang Daily's offices had urgently posted relevant announcements, saying frowny face due to everyone's excessive enthusiasm, Jade Dynasty's badges have been used up. Therefore, only the League Master badges will be issued today. As for the rest of the badges, everyone can use the credentials issued by Datang Daily to redeem them tomorrow or the day after. Datang Daily's editorial department was not prepared this time. We sincerely apologize to all the readers of Jade Dynasty. We will urge Leather Knight to quickly update later to compensate all the readers. This Datang Daily is so interesting. As long as you can urge Leather Knight to update a few more chapters every day, I don't care if you give me my League Master badge a few days later. Yes. I've read the first 10 chapters of Jade Dynasty. It's very exciting. I look forward to Leather Knight's update as soon as possible. I feel the same way. After reading the first 10 chapters, I feel that Jade Dynasty is as exciting as a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. Chapter 1290. Tens of thousands of citizens in Chang and were obsessed with the first 10 chapters of Celestial Bane. However, something big was happening in the palace. After the morning assembly, Li Er did not announce the end of the assembly as usual. Instead, he led all the officials out of the palace. Outside the palace, hundreds of war horses were prepared. Tang Empire was founded on martial arts. Even the officials knew how to ride a horse. Li Er took the lead and mounted his horse. Crown Prince Li Chengqian, Prince Li Ku, Li Yu and the others accompanied him. Li Ku and Li Tai were still studying in Yanhuang Academy and could not make it in time. The Empress and the Princess chariots followed closely behind. As for the civil and military officials and imperial guards, they followed behind the chariots. This group of people at the top of the Tang Empire headed toward the east gate of Chang, and in a mighty manner. With such a luxurious lineup, it naturally attracted the attention of the pedestrians along the way. That's His Majesty and the officials. Why is His Majesty leaving the palace? What is he doing? Wherever the huge group passed, the citizens bowed. After the group left, the people on the roadside could not help but discuss. I don't know. It looks like His Majesty is going to bring the officials out of the city. But I haven't heard of anything big happening outside the city. Have you forgotten? Today is Arbor Day. Datang Daily said that the imperial court not only established the position of Mountain Yu, but also established Arbor Day. It's today. I heard that His Majesty is going to plant trees by the Yellow River. I heard that the Duke of Yong and brought all the students from Yanhuang College to plant trees early in the morning. I almost forgot about that. Since His Majesty and the Duke of Yong and are going to plant trees, how can I be idle? I want to plant trees by the Yellow River too. That's right. I want to go too. But I haven't finished Celestial Bane yet. Second Tiger Yang, you little brat. Can't you read the novel after it comes back? Are you going to plant trees by the river with me now? Why don't we go in the afternoon? T. Come home with me to plant trees now. Let go of me. The power of a role model was infinite. If one were to ask who the first role model in the hearts of the Tang people was, it would definitely be Li Er. After all, old Li was the current emperor. Moreover, when Li Yuan raised his army in Taiyuan, half of the world's rivers and mountains were conquered by Li Shimin, the king of Qin, personally led the army. All along, Li Er's reputation among the people was very, very high. Now that old Li had become the emperor of Tang, even though the process of ascending the throne was a little disgraceful, history books were always written by the victors. Li Er's crime of murdering his brother and imprisoning his father was glossed over by the imperial censor as a victim who was forced to kill his brother and abdicate the throne. Other than Li Er, Li Zishuan, the Marquis of Tang also had a high reputation among the people. Ever since Li Zishuan's debut, the things he did were mostly good for the country and the people. Moreover, the Yanhuang College he founded was regarded by the people as the best place for the poor children to stand out. Therefore, when they heard that Li Zishuan led the officials out of the city, and that Li Zishuan led all the students of Yanhuang College to plant trees, the people on the streets all went home, took out their tools and saplings, and ran out of the city after the big group. Sigh. I don't know what father is thinking. Why did he have to plant trees by the Yellow River? Because of this, I didn't even have time to read Leather Knight's new book today. In the group, Li Chengqian and two other young men followed behind Li Er. The older one could not help but whisper. Li Chengqian frowned and scolded, "Brother Yu, don't spout nonsense. The construction of the Yellow River Shelter Belt is a national project that Father has decided on. As Father's sons, you and I should set an example. How can we let ourselves be distracted by novels?" So that young man was the future prince of Qi, Liu. Yes, brother, you're right. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Liu didn't expect that Li Chengqian would hear him when he was only muttering in a low voice, nor did he expect that Li Chengqian would specially reprimand him for such a trivial matter, so he could only hurriedly apologize. However, in this little fellow's heart, it was inevitable that he would feel some degree of hatred towards Li Chengqian because of this. That's for the best. Li Chengqian nodded in satisfaction. Even though he hadn't had the time to watch Celestial Bane, he knew that he had to prioritize. Of course, the most important thing was that the idea of Arbor Day and the construction of the Yellow River Shelter Forest was proposed by his good friend and brother. Of course, he had to support it. In the eastern suburbs of Lantian County, at the entrance of the Ba River into the Yellow River, the students of Yanhuang College had split up into classes and started planting trees. Some dug holes, some helped trees, and some carried water. It was a lively scene. "Young master, let us plant these trees. These students from the college are all literary stars. They're going to do great things in the future. Planting trees is a rough job that farmers like us should do." As Li Zishuan's fief, all the farmers in Lantian County who had nothing to do came over to plant trees. Second Elder Lu, who was only wearing a coarse shirt, did not mind the cold. He walked over and spoke loudly to Li Zishuan. As soon as he finished speaking, some of the students nearby could not help but sneak a peek. It was obvious that they did not want to soak in sweat while digging holes to plant trees. Li Zishuan's facial features were sharp. He snorted and purposely raised his voice. "Second Elder Lu, thank you for your kindness. But who said that scholars can't plant trees? Since they are Yanhuang College's students, they can't be lazy. In the future, they will use their knowledge to benefit the people. If they don't work in the fields and don't work, how can they benefit the people?" Speaking of which, he was the Marquis of the Tang Empire and the Yamacho of the college. He stayed up so late last night to write novels, but didn't he come over early in the morning to plant trees? These little brats had eaten and slept well last night. Did they still want to be lazy today? After he finished speaking, he turned around and spoke loudly to all the students with a serious face. "Whoever doesn't finish planting their saplings today, don't even think about returning to the college today." He would leave the moment he finished planting them. Do you all hear me? Although the students were standing rather scattered, Li Zishuan's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears without any difference. Hearing this, they all responded, "We heard it. Yamacho." At this time, the students who wanted to be lazy could not help but give up completely. They dug even harder. Second Master Lu looked at Li Zishuan and the students of the Yanhuang Academy with mixed feelings. He shook his head and left. He muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "I'm sorry, Li Zishuan." Amazing. Young master's students will be amazing in the future. The people will have a good life in the future.